Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Powering the Future in Kentucky, Innovations in Nuclear Generation. This is a two-day technical conference on nuclear energy, generation, storage, and related matters regarding the future of nuclear energy in Kentucky and in furtherance of the Kentucky Public Service Commission investigation into case number 2025-00186. If you end up sending in a comment, please note on that comment that this is in reference to case number 2025-00186. I would like to introduce the Secretary, Rebecca Goodman, for the opening remarks. She is the Secretary for the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, a member of the Advisory Board for the Kentucky Nuclear Energy Development Authority, and has served as Kentucky's top environmental officer, the Secretary of the Kentucky Energy and Environment Cabinet for over 6 years. I give you Secretary Goodman.
Thank you, John. I think Sherry Mahan, for those of you who, where is Sherry? She's here somewhere, was panicked when the governor announced that I was going to transportation, that I wouldn't be able to come back and speak. But here I am. I kept my seat on the Nuclear Development Authority thanks to the new Secretary of EEC, John Lyons, who made me his proxy. So I continue to work on nuclear development, which is pretty exciting. It's something that we started on day one at EEC. Kenya Stump came to me and said, we need to do an energy policy. And so we did, and nuclear was part of that mix, even though it was a future aspiration at that point. So I want to welcome you all to this technical conference on nuclear energy development. Think about that. Nuclear energy development in Kentucky, it's pretty exciting. I want to thank you for making the time to be here. It's intentional, very intentional, that we're here at the Kentucky History Center because history's an essential player in today's nuclear discussion. In 2017, Kentucky lifted its 30-year nuclear moratorium. A news article from that time said it took 10 years for the Kentucky legislature to pass Senate Bill 11, known as the Leaper Act, which lifted the moratorium on the nuclear industry. But state leaders say it could take another decade before there is nuclear energy development in the Commonwealth. And here we are, 10 years later, with the passage of Senate Bill 57. And I suspect that Senator Carroll's in the audience, and I want to thank him for his undying efforts to push Senate Bill 57 and other legislation important to the development of this industry in Kentucky. We are indeed on a path to locating nearly 3 gigawatts of new nuclear capacity through the Early Site Permitting Pilot Program. We're committing $75 million to support partnerships that would secure licenses for 3 geographically diverse power production sites. Grants would cover up to 1/3 of the cost for federal permits, including application and construction permits. According to Senator Carroll, Senate Bill 57 was meant to kickstart that process to get nuclear power generation started within the Commonwealth, and it certainly looks like it might work at doing that. A key component, a very key component of Senate Bill 57 is community engagement. For Kentucky, engagement is a prerequisite, not an afterthought. These 3 projects covered under Senate Bill 57's financing provisions must have a clear, transparent, and formalized channel for communities to have input and decide if nuclear energy is right for them, whether in the supply chain manufacturing, fuel development, spent fuel management, or power production. Luckily, through the Kentucky Nuclear Energy Development Authority, communities can be designated as nuclear ready. empowering them to send a strong economic development signal to the private sector and signaling to utilities that they're interested in participating on the nuclear stage. I don't think we have any nuclear-ready communities yet, but I think we've got a couple who are poised to file applications to begin that process. The Public Service Commission just hosted listening sessions in 6 locations throughout Kentucky. Some of you may have attended those. We heard how important it is to meet communities where they are, to be proactive in our engagement, to be transparent, and to document a community's concerns throughout the process. From those sessions, we heard apprehension about the future of nuclear energy when legacy contamination sites remain a real and present concern for many Kentuckians. It brought forth a little bit of anxiety about economic and financial risk in a time of rising electricity prices. Affordability is always an issue for many families. All of that's rolled in together. There's fear about long-term waste management and exposure that stems from real experiences involving radiation exposure and worker health impacts. People are worried about security risks, terrorism, transport threats, and impacts on the environment. For some communities, there are real concerns about who benefits when large corporate energy customers are driving many of the discussions. Communities are hungry for more transparency and to be a part of these decisions. Fairness was a theme in some communities with concerns over equal cost and benefit. But there were also voices eager for long-term job security, for tax revenue, for improvements to roads and schools and water treatment facilities. There was support for the reuse of Kentucky's existing energy infrastructure, a desire to drive more skilled trades and STEM education, and enthusiasm for economic growth as a result of reliable, low-emission energy sources. While every community is unique, there's no denying that renewed excitement has emerged in Western Kentucky around nuclear energy. Paducah, no surprise, has emerged as a leader with 2 significant developments. We have Global Laser Enrichment, GLE, their project, a $1.6 billion investment, expected to create 240 high-paying jobs. And we have General Matter, who has a uranium enrichment facility, a $1.5 billion project that marks a major private sector milestone. And across the river in Metropolis, Converdyne, a partnership between Solstice, Advanced Materials, and General Atomics, announced plans to increase output at its plant in Illinois. That plant is currently the only domestic uranium conversion facility in the United States. The company's begun analysis of a possible new plant described as Metropolis 2.0. Does anybody see Superman in their mind when I say that? I do every time I read it. Has begun an analysis of a possible new plant described as Metropolis 2.0, which signals regional growth and additional opportunities for Paducah across the river, growth beyond enrichment. These projects transition Paducah from a legacy liability to a critical source of domestic nuclear fuel for the entire nation. Paducah and Western Kentucky region are also home to other significant announcements. Last July, the Department of Energy chose the Paducah Gaseous Diffusion Plant as one of 4 sites to move forward with plans to invite private sector partners to develop cutting AI center and energy generation projects. In November of 2025, the Department of the Army selected 9 installations, one of which was Fort Campbell, as possible locations for micro-reactor power plants. The Janus program, the Army's next-generation nuclear power program, aims to deliver secure, resilient, and reliable energy to support national defense installations and critical missions in accordance with an executive order styled Deploying Advanced Nuclear Reactor Technologies for National Security. For Kentucky, we also have to remember that our defense operations are critical for the nation and need highly reliable power sources that are domestically secure. While these projects bring significant momentum and a lot of excitement, they can only be successful when the community feels like a partner and not just a host. They also teach us the importance of leveraging an existing skilled workforce and creating opportunities through partnerships with academic institutions. An example is the specialized laser and photonics technology program at UK's Paducah campus. The program aims to train technicians in laser technology, in part to support laser fuel enrichment opportunities. Whether it's displaced coal workers, military personnel, veterans, young adults wanting to enter trades, community engagement, and partnerships like this are essential to the development of nuclear energy in Kentucky. And that brings us to the great work of the Kentucky's Nuclear Energy Development Authority. Kenya stuck that word great in there, I'm sure. Established at the recommendation of Kentucky's Nuclear Energy Development Work Group, which Kenya led at the EEC, the authority continues to serve as a trusted non-regulatory agency for nuclear development, focusing on economic opportunities that protect the environment while supporting those community voices. In March, the authority allocated its first nuclear energy grants, totaling $8 million. The grants were awarded to 6 organizations to support the growth of nuclear energy in the Commonwealth. Those projects range from workforce development to site readiness. American Electric Power, AEP, received one of the grants to identify potential sites for small modular reactors through environmental reviews and geotechnical testing. General Matter received one to develop a statewide roadmap for building a nuclear supply chain manufacturing capacity in Kentucky. Global Laser Enrichment was a recipient to launch a workforce training program for the planned Paducah Laser Enrichment Facility. SOAR, Shaping Our Appalachian Region. For those of you who might not know who SOAR is, although probably everybody in the room has heard of them, they serve 54 counties in eastern Kentucky, dedicated to reversing population loss and driving prosperity. And through this grant, SOAR hopes to expand the nuclear energy workforce readiness and training capacity across eastern Kentucky. The West Kentucky Community and Technical College received one of these to establish a regional hub for nuclear industry education, including a control room simulator. And finally, West Kentucky Educational Cooperative received one to implement a STEM-focused nuclear energy curriculum across 9 rural counties. So just as Paducah is stepping into a new era of energy independence, Eastern Kentucky is also forging ahead on workforce development initiatives and identifying supply chain opportunities. With the goal of creating family-sustaining jobs, SOAR has created foundational partnerships with Framatome and Westinghouse, who are 2 key industry partners, to provide work opportunities in the nuclear industry and to build on the rich history of our skilled energy labor workforce. With opportunities so close to home, our displaced workers can find substantial employment prospects nearby, and families don't have to leave a community that their kids grew up in or that they love. Giving an individual meaningful work and purpose not only strengthens families, but also strengthens our communities as well. While our work continues here at home, it's vitally important to establish meaningful engagement on the federal level as well with the Department of Energy, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and other federal partners. As the federal government has renewed its focus to streamline processes without compromising safety, Kentucky's proud to co-chair the 10-state coalition to advance nuclear power. The coalition, which is through the National Association of State Energy Officials, or NASEO, is exploring opportunities to reduce financial and technological risks, devise supportive market adoption policies, define supply chain needs, streamline federal permitting, and more. State energy offices can provide a connection to local communities and advocate for community voices in the process and can be essential in explaining the impact of regulatory changes and why they're occurring. Without that connectivity, many communities may be skeptical of federal changes. A recent example of this engagement is Kentucky's response to DOE's request for information on establishing nuclear life cycle innovation campuses. In our response, we focused on Kentucky's assets that support the federal priorities to expand domestic nuclear capabilities, enhance the nation's energy security and reliability, strengthen regional economic development, and attract high-value advanced manufacturing investment and long-term job creation. But at the same time, we reinforced our longstanding role in America's nuclear fuel cycle. A strong area of interest for Kentucky is medical isotope production. The University of Kentucky's healthcare system, already on the cutting edge of radiation oncology, radiation medicine, and interventional radiology, allows the use of isotopes in both delivering patient care and in actively researching the next generation of treatment methods. That clinical and research infrastructure creates an immediate, high-value consumer and co-developer for any isotopes and radiopharmaceuticals the campus might produce, which closes the loop between production and application in a way that a lot of states can't offer. While we're optimistic that Kentucky can act as a regional hub for nuclear life cycle facilities, we do believe the federal government must reaffirm its financial commitment to states in closing the nuclear fuel cycle loop. They must address significant regulatory issues to level the playing field internationally. They have to understand that risk should be shared rather than shifted to the states. And they must understand that community voices have to be heard in the process. We've heard from communities. DOE must have a permanent plan to dispose of nuclear waste. This presents an opportunity for DOE to work with states to educate the public. So I call on each of you to become active participants in the next 2 days in this conference. You need to network and ask questions and experience as much as you can of the Bluegrass State. And more importantly, we need your voices in these discussions, voices that may not be present in this room today, and we need community partnerships as well. Kentucky's momentum will only continue if the public-private community collaboration remains strong. We want you to enjoy your stay here in our lovely city. And as a representative of Kentucky's Nuclear Development Authority, please reach out, communicate with us, let us know how we can help you. There's a website dedicated to this authority, and all the board members are listed. Some of them are in this room. I'm sure you'll know some of them, those of you who are in the energy industry. Reach out to us and let us know what you need. Give us your perspective on what you think this authority needs to be doing. So I thank you all for your attention today. Thanks.
The first discussion is the role of nuclear energy in national security. Nuclear energy is a cornerstone of national security, providing a resilient and reliable power source while maintaining a country's geopolitical leadership. This session will explore the critical link between a robust civil nuclear sector and national defense. The panelists include Mr. R.J. Deerdeck. He is the Energy Program Manager for Fort Knox, Kentucky's Directorate of Public Works. And then Mr. Lou Anderson. He is the Ecosystem Engagement Leader with Defense Innovation On-Ramp Hub, Kentucky, and it is being moderated by Mariah Tussey, who is the Assistant General Counsel for the Kentucky Public Service Commission.
Good morning. We get to be the guinea pigs this morning. We'll try not to put anybody to sleep. But I believe Mr. Deerdeck's going to kick us off this morning with a little bit about his role at Fort Knox, and if he wants to go ahead and get started.
Sure. So I'm going to try to do this old school, no slides, no death by PowerPoint, just maybe 10 or 15 minutes of conversation. And if you guys have questions, I'd love to hear some feedback, because I thought the Secretary's comments about the interaction is really important. And Knox has had quite a bit of experience in that area, so it's been something that she's bringing up now, but we've lived for a little while. So you kind of got to ask, why was Fort Knox here in the first place? I can explain a little bit about what she said with the Janus report, but I think you have to look back and understand that in 2009, January 28th, Kentucky experienced a pretty significant ice storm that put us in a position at Fort Knox of significant security risks and concerns. So, we spent quite a bit of time with the garrison commander yelling at us, explaining how that's never going to happen again. And I had just came on board at Knox at that time, and I realized I don't think he's going to let us out of the room if we don't come up with an answer how this is never going to happen again. So we spent a bunch of engineers' time and efforts to come up with, and the way we word it there is, and you can call it what you want to call it, but decentralized power generation. Years and years ago, when Edison and Tesla were arguing over how to make energy, it was centralized power generation. So Fort Knox took on decentralized power generation, and we have power being generated at 5/6 substations that are sized for exactly what we use. We do about 44 megawatts of power generation. 22 of those are with natural gas, and 22 of those are sitting, I won't say idle, but they're sitting in the E-mode status waiting for an emergency. So that puts Fort Knox in a position back in 2015 to determine if we could run as an island, just to turn everything off from the commercial world and see if we're never going to have that ice storm experience again. And lo and behold, on May 5th, 2015, we stood up and the Army recognized, hey, these guys can do this. They can do it without commercial power. Well, that was a big item back then. It still is a big item today for the Army. That's why you see all the efforts that the Secretary talked about in terms of resiliency and strengthening our defense. Standing up with our own electricity was a result of having the natural gas national pipeline from Texas Gas running right through Fort Knox. So we were able to tap into that pipeline, use natural gas to make 22 of those megawatts, and have diesel available to make the other 22. Well, with electricity and gas, we now had heat and electricity. All we needed was our water treatment plant to be energized with power and our wastewater treatment plant to be energized with power. So we got both of those out of the way our system was designed. It gave us a more manual microgrid arrangement so we could power all 6 of those substations. It left us in a position that we could turn off the outside utilities whenever we need to, and basically create a good, resilient program that has been running now for about 11 years. We test that twice every year. We've run it for as long as we needed to run it. The Army sort of got tired of us saying we're doing a black start exercise or we're doing an exercise. So they waited, and basically the executive order that the Secretary mentioned came up, and they created that Janus team. When they looked at Fort Knox for the Janus team, part of their answer was, why on earth would we do it at Fort Knox when you guys can already do it yourselves? And that was probably an understandable answer. They picked those 4 locations that she mentioned with different aspects in mind. Fort Knox was a little bit confused. We wanted to be picked for that responsibility. We since have met with some of our local utilities. PP&L are here, Louisville Gas and Electric. We think we can do this as we are today for a little bit different reason than why the Janus team picked those other 4 installations. We see the microreactor, or whatever size reactor we come up with, tied very closely to what Mrs. Goodman said, a data center. If you're going to put in all these data centers and you're going to make the Army have AI and all the things that are out there, you better have power generation that can support it. So with Fort Knox being able to have the 44 megawatts that we already have, we see a small micro reactor being the smart solution to adding on to what the Army already has at Fort Knox with a Human Resources Command data center. Our Human Resources Command data center is the #1 in the Army, the most efficient PUE, and makes complete sense. So while the Army's position on the Janus team is to move out, they fully understand I'm here today talking with Kentucky to decide if we can do something like that at Knox. We've had a couple good conversations with PP&L. I think we can, but we have to overcome an enormous amount of regulations and legislation. The federal side has a whole stack of things they need to work on. I hope I can take back information and keep them going in that direction. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, hope they can move a little faster than what we usually see the federal government do. But with you guys here at Kentucky doing Senate Bill 57, is 57 or 59? 57. So I think 57 is a huge improvement. The state made a great step forward. I think there's a whole lot of legislation on the state side that we have to battle. But I think if we did it in a partnership with the federal government to get some of those concerns ironed out, about disposal of the nuclear waste, controls in terms of how can you not get hacked, security, vetting, all the things that the community in Kentucky is going to be concerned with and really justified worried about. I think Fort Knox offers a whole lot of answers to some of those things because we're just the military installation that we grew up on and think that that's normal behavior. How you get in and off the installation, where the site's located, how much control do we have over bad guys getting to it. I think those are real community issues, and I hope with my partner here today, Lou Anderson's going to talk to you about how fitting it to Fort Knox or that site location makes complete sense from those concerns. We just still have to figure out ways to get over the massive amount of regulations that we would have to change both federally and statewide. So with that, I'll let Lou go.
Can I jump in though? Does anybody have any questions before we switch topics? Okay. I do want to come back to the legislation, but we'll let Mr. Anderson go next, and we'll come back to the legislation.
No, thank you. Thanks, RJ. So I recently retired from the U.S. Navy in January as a Navy SEAL. So definitely probably the dumbest person in this room. If you need something heavy moved, I'm your guy, but don't ask me to do any physics. No, but as a security standpoint, when you think of Fort Knox, you think of security. In today's environment, the threat environment's increasing quicker than nuclear policy is, if you want to be serious about it. So placing a mini reactor, or if you want something secure like that, a military installation makes the most sense. Why? Simply because of the layered defenses that a military installation offers you, whether that be in vetting personnel, because the insider threat is probably your most vulnerable threat to any installation. A bad actor, somebody stealing plans or security protocols. So the insider threat's probably the biggest threat that we can think of right now, and that's never going away. But when you add a layered defense like Fort Knox offers, that kind of diminishes that threat a little bit. The second one that I would like to probably been in is cybersecurity. You guys are all aware about that. In the military, we live that, right, RJ? So that's built into the installation as well. Secured servers. And then the last one I would say probably that isn't much of a threat as seen in the U.S. as it is in Europe right now is drone incursions and drone swarmings. Right now, thankfully, whenever there is a drone incursion at an airport or a military installation, it's more of like a reconnaissance type mission, I would say. But you can quickly imagine in your heads how that could turn into something pretty chaotic and violent. So how do you combat that, right? Well, Fort Knox does have an airfield, and I believe there are counter-UAS sensors. When I say counter-UAS, UAS is unmanned aerial systems, drones. There are sensors, and there is a layered defense against that threat as well. So if there were any upgrades that needed to be done to that system, it would have to serve a dual purpose, right? It would help the security of a facility like a mini nuclear reactor on site and the airfield as well. So I don't want to be rambling on. I'd like to open it up for questions. And like I said, I'm not an energy guy, so I can't answer those, but thankfully RJ's here.
Do you all have any questions?
RJ, I just wanted you to expand. I know you've got your own underground natural gas, right, as well. I don't think most people are aware of that. But you also had, can you expand on the energy efficiency, geothermal, combined heat and power? How you kind of put all of that together. You've got multiple solutions at Knox other than just gas.
Sure. Back right after that ice storm, part of being locked in that room was we had to get everything running efficiently. It seemed like an impossible task, and I'm sure some of the utilities that are here realize that you guys suffer huge swings in usage. So as Kenya mentioned, the first thing we did was reduce our usage. Got us to a position where all of our, well, not all of it, but a large percentage of our heating and cooling was done with geothermal heating and cooling, which is about the most efficient way you can use energy to create HVAC. HVAC being one of your biggest drivers. We had to get HVAC out of the equation. We've done things, as you mentioned, completely eliminate fluorescent and incandescent light bulbs. We're 100% LED. We have our partner back here with Nolan RECC. They take care of our infrastructure. Our infrastructure runs great efficiencies. Our street lighting is 100% LED. Our parking lots are LED. So we started efficiency by getting rid of waste. And then one of the things we were able to do with the power generation, able to use combined heat and power. So when you make the power right where you need it, you can take advantage of all the heat that is lost. If you're familiar with all the utility power plants, most of the heat goes up in the stack and it goes out in the atmosphere, and that's the end of it. But if you make it right beside where you use it, we have about 8 megawatts worth of unnecessary electricity to use being done with combined heat and power. So we take that exhaust or we take the jacket water off a generation and we make steam, or we make chilled water, if you can understand the chemistry of that. It's a way to improve those efficiencies, Kenya, and that allowed us to get to a 44 megawatt solution. If we wouldn't have done that, we'd have had to be managing huge spikes that the utility companies manage on that August day when it's 110, or on that January day when it's minus 10. So does that help?
And you haven't heard solar array, right?
The government did take a pretty good role in that, and we tried to get a solar array together. We had a power purchase agreement out of a company out of Louisville early on. We put 2.1 megawatts on the grid at Knox, and back then it was created by the government prison system. So those panels are way out of date and not that good anymore. But yes, we did take advantage of learning how solar performs in Kentucky.
So I have a follow-up to her question. I know we've talked before, but theoretically, if the project was to occur at Fort Knox, what are some of the issues you've identified related to the water sources and any possible pollutants so far?
So we've had some discussions early on, and I first have to ask you guys a question. Is this a subtle hint up here that the location of that reactor is right at Fort Knox. I thought it was pretty impressive. But if we were to do that, you're stuck with some of the issues right now at the federal government side. You have the waste disposal issue. You still have a Nuclear Regulatory Commission that has a 1 gigawatt minimum, and that is, from the Navy guys sitting around here and all the guys know that that's a significant difference than what the military's been using for 70 years to make nuclear power. It's not been something at that scale. The scale has to come down to a much more manageable level, and so those regulatory issues, that's on the Fed side to deal with. But I think we're learning there's a fair amount of state side regulations to overcome. So I'm not sure that answered your question, but it'll get us to a point where we got a lot of paperwork to work on both sides, in my opinion.
So that was leading to my other question. You mentioned legislation earlier, and one of the things that if Fort Knox was to have a nuclear facility, it would produce more energy than you all could use. And I know one of the things we've talked about is what happens to that energy. Could you talk a little bit more about what some of the issues you've identified related to that are?
So maybe that comes back to the Secretary's comments. We'd have to have some really good conversation with Kentucky. Kentucky right now, and the federal government won't allow us to sell power back onto the grid. That's a restriction that's in place at both levels. I think it depends on how big a data center the Army wants to build. I think if you're all utility guys, you know these data center numbers that they use are way out of hand. They want to throw a number out that is, in my opinion, significantly larger than it needs to be. If you made an efficient data center and you made a good climate to put it in, not in the Arizona desert or not in the, Anchorage, Alaska, you could live in Kentucky with a good air conditioning system for a data center. You wouldn't need a power source that was so large that you created a whole bunch of other regulation issues. So we have a JAG office, Judge Advocate General. He's been involved with the team the whole time. He's the lead guy on the legal side. I know we have a new military lawyer sitting at the table. We're going to have to do a fair amount of work to overcome those things that I mentioned. I'm sure there's going to be a whole lot more once we get into it.
And I know you mentioned to me about planning around a water source in the aquifer. Yes, and I know you mentioned hoping to have some input from the audience, or if there were anybody here who might have some input regarding planning about protecting the aquifers in the area. And I know that that's an issue that they've identified that will need to be addressed. I don't know if there's anything you want to add, but if there's any audience comments or questions related to that, I know that's a conversation that Fort Knox is interested in having. Is there anything else you want to add to that?
That's very well said. We're lucky Fort Knox actually touches the Ohio River, and we actually pump our own water from the Ohio River aquifers, which is, strangely enough, I think it's called the Mississippian aquifer. But regardless, there's ample amount of water. It's just a matter of how we want to use it in a nuclear reactor. The Janus team maybe lean towards some different directions with respect to what they were going to accomplish with this nuclear reactor. From our perspective, we lean pretty heavily towards the already in existence military technology, which is all water cooled. The subs are underwater, the subs use water to cool with, and the subs and the carriers and everything else that runs on nuclear power take advantage of the water. With our aquifer, we think we can do just the exact same thing. So we have a good infrastructure ready. We'd have to get down the road to developing the technology and deciding if water cools is the way to go. So as far as the pollution goes, we have enough, we have the gas wells with injection wells 3,000 foot deep to put brine water back. I'm sure we can develop ways to make sure the aquifer is not harmed in any way.
Does anybody have any comments or questions related to that? Okay. Well, I'm going to hop back to Mr. Anderson for a second because he mentioned something that I wasn't familiar with, and I wanted him to talk a little bit more about training for security purposes. I know you mentioned drone swarming. I'm not super familiar with that. If you don't mind to explain what that is as it relates to.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure you all are familiar with like the light shows that you see if you've been to Holiday World or whatever. They have all those drones in the air and create images. In its simplistic terms, that's what drone swarming is. Then you can have autonomous drone swarms, which that's the newest thing that's going on in Ukraine right now, where these drones communicate with each other and fight against an adversary, whether that be radar or kinetic effectors, meaning shoot the drones down. So that's a major threat right now over in Ukraine, and we're seeing it slowly drift across Europe right now. Unless you've been living in isolation for the last 4 months, you've probably noticed there's increasing drone swarms or drone incursions, within the U.S. Can shut down an airport for several hours. And right now, there's just no training being done on those sensors, right? So it's pretty much all notional training that's being done. So you do like a tabletop exercise and determine what your best tactics, techniques, and procedures would be to fight against drone incursions or swarms. But there's actually no physical training that's being done. There are some companies that are starting to do that because it is within the military. Military sees that as an issue right now. So there are some companies that are standing up, providing drones for, like for example, the 101st can train on Fort Knox, and they go up there and shoot down drones with the kinetic effectors that they have on hand. But in the civilian sector, it's just a problem that they're not going to notice until something major actually does happen. So I guess that would be one of the benefits at Fort Knox, right? They're already doing on a smaller scale counter UAS training already.
How often would you recommend that a facility do training on an annual basis, semi-annual basis, and kind of what that would look like if you were to design it?
Yeah, that's a good question. Within the military, it's inherent. You do it. Some training you do annually, some training you do biannually. So, with security itself, there's two major exercises within the military as a whole. One of them is called Citadel Shield. The other one's called Iron Curtain. That are inherently built in to the military's pace plan, I guess you would say, yearly projections. So they build budgets out for these type of exercises. So I would imagine that if there was such a facility being built on Fort Knox, that would also be part of the training scenario that would be done twice a year. Wouldn't you agree?
That seems reasonable, and if it's something that Kentucky would want more or participate in to help your private sector, I would imagine that's doable.
And back to some of the emerging threats, you mentioned more drones. Were there any other emerging threats that might need to be considered in this type of
Yeah,
facility?
definitely. You have everyone down here, AI-enabled cyber attacks. So AI is also coming, an emerging threat, and how to deal with that. You're talking to the wrong person about how to deal with that threat right now, but I know that they are working on it and they are coming up with solutions, or trying to at least. Let me see here. What else did I write down? Contested logistics. I would assume that, I don't know anything about nuclear engineering, but I would assume that there are some supply chain issues that might need to be resolved, and supply chain resiliency is a big one. So keeping those lines of logistics open. I don't know if any of you study military history, but that's always a major problem.
With that, that's another reason for the locating it at Fort Knox. We have rail on the installation for Army deployment and Army purposes. It could surely help us with some of the logistics, I think.
I know transportation of large pieces of the facility would be an issue. So rail, you mentioned the river, and you have an airport. So that would be the advantages to that particular location. Do you all have any questions for the panelists? Yes.
I have a question for Lou. Today in our electrical network, we have nodes that are at risk. I mean, if you know which ones to hit, you can shut the grid down relatively easily. I'm curious about, in your experience with the military, the small reactor, the regional reactor, as I would call it, but something that would fit on an aircraft carrier or submarine, something like that. How much risk, could you compare those two, the risk of grid disruption and a regional, how would those compare? Or would there be any comparison there?
Good question. I definitely would think there would be a lot of comparison between those two. So just because it's a mini reactor doesn't reduce the risk, the security risks. Yeah. So that's actually another thing I wrote down. So mini reactors, sure, they shrink the footprint, but the security risks are still there. So having a layered defense system, like let's take Fort Knox, for example, requires access to the facility just to get on the base itself. And then there would be a hardened security, I'm assuming, for the facility itself, right? So there's a layered defense system. And then you're also talking about aerial defense. That's what Fort Knox has. And then when you go into the cyber, because all these things, when you start communicating them to the world, right, they're vulnerable to cyber attacks. So large space to build servers, to build, like you said, a data center that's pretty much secluded from the grid itself or the interconnectings, right? So you can kind of localize that node in and of itself with the cyber world, kind of make it a little more defendable, I guess you could say.
And maybe to throw onto that electrically, when we disconnect and become an island, our partners back there with NOLIN have a very clear protocol on how to disconnect us from everybody. So at that time, we're supporting our internal grid, but we're not involved in the external grid. If we go to some sort of micro reactor, we want to support the community right near Fort Knox because it seems silly. When we have an ice storm, so did the community of Elizabethtown, so did the community of Radcliffe, and we're supposed to be good partners. So I think we'd have some work to do on that disconnect because we like the idea that we can isolate and have resiliency and take care of our own power and our own data center and all those things. But if we get this scale, we're probably going to have to address that differently.
That answer your question? Okay, thank you.
There's a lady back there. This question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a nerdy engineering question. Conventional nukes have containment walls that are really, really thick. When they were building the Marble Hill plant, there was a honeycomb that was 22 foot in diameter, which would suggest the walls are easily 25 foot thick. And that was for something on the order of, if I recall correctly, 900 megawatt capacity. So I'm wondering, when you get to small modular, which doesn't really exist yet, but theoretically, much less micro scale, how thick would the containment wall need to be? And does it begin to make any sense? Because it's also an earthquake issue to have that mass.
So the technology that we reviewed, and the good thing about the Janus team, as you can imagine, as soon as the executive order was written, all kind of companies popped up with the idea that we can make you a nuke, we can make you a microreactor. Europe has a few that are already been executed, and their technique that we listened to was a lot of them were buried 5 stories in the ground. So the beauty about Fort Knox is, and the site we've already selected, it would be very easy for us to put it well underground. And then the ability to have an aquifer and a water source to keep it cool is also makes more sense when you put it underground where the water is. So I think that's a great question. I don't have the engineering specifics on how thick walls would have to be, but the purpose of safety would be to take advantage of the water cooling and bury it underground. Great question.
Any other comments? Yes.
If you were isolated, like you talked about, and there's not an opportunity to put the energy out on the grid, like you mentioned, what contingency do you have for disposing of the power if it's in excess?
Well, that's definitely, some of our partners are going to have to study how much that actually is. So until we come up with a good size that fits current technology and Defense Department nuclear capabilities now, yeah, we run, I think on a typical day today, I'm going to look back there and say 32 megawatts is what the base is running on. We wouldn't need to run our natural gas. We wouldn't need to do the things that we do to be efficient. We could be a little bit more micro-gridded together to let the power cover all those substations. I think we'd have to figure out a way to put power back on the grid and have the Elizabethtown area, the Radcliffe area, some of those communities take advantage of excess power. So I don't think I can answer your question. I get what you're saying, though.
RJ, I've got a question. You skimmed over it, but I think it's an important point with Fort Knox. Obviously, we're aware of Fort Campbell's role in the recent geopolitical events, but Fort Knox, you mentioned your administrative and HR services that you provide to the Army are pretty essential to the operations nationwide. And could you just hit on, that's sort of driving this discussion, right? Like the services that you all are providing and then the data center needs you have on those HR and administrative services. So just if you all could touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, just easiest way to say it in simple terms, we have all the bosses at Fort Knox. Fort Campbell has all the troops. We have 8 headquarter general officer commands, and I can say, and I'm sure he'll agree, dealing with 8 2- and 3-star generals is a nightmare because they all want to be in charge. So all the headquarters that are there, including the Human Resources Command is now doing all the processing and personnel activities with respect to human resources for the entire DOD or DOW. So the bosses all live there, and they all are, in their minds, mission critical. So I don't know, Lou, do you think that's a fair way to describe it?
Yeah, that's a fair way to describe it, yeah. Like you said, all the troops and the operations are down at Fort Campbell, so a lot of them actually come up to Fort Knox to train. I don't know if anybody knew that or not. So just the amount of land space that Fort Knox occupies. Fort Knox was originally built to tackle the European problem, right? Because the climate's pretty much the same as Europe, which is why 5th Corps is there. They're headquartered at Fort Knox as well. So that's the history of a little bit in regards to the operational aspect and kind of give you guys an inside view of what Fort Knox is. But what's also there? The Cadet Command is also there. So like once a year, you have all the cadets around the country coming to Fort Knox to train for, I don't know, a month or so. So that's probably the busiest time is around August to Fort Knox. So, and they deal with, I will also put this plug in. So I've actually never been stationed at Fort Knox, and I've only been transient with Fort Knox. I don't live in Elizabethtown, so I'm kind of agnostic to the whole nuclear mini reactor site. I just want to throw that plug in there. Like, I'm all for Fort Knox, and I'm all for this being put there, but like, I'm not trying to sell you anything. But what I would say is Fort Knox is they're used to dealing with visitors on and off the post. I've experienced that firsthand as we've held a couple exercises there. They're used to vetting people, civilians, bringing them on as OPFOR, which is, they dress somebody up as a bad guy and, forces come and find him arrest them kind of thing, right? So they do all that stuff, and it's kind of inherent to the inner workings and the mechanisms that are already built in with the installation, as well as, she mentioned the headquarters and the administration wing of the Army's stationed there. So vast amount of resources are already at Fort Knox. So
Just to cover a couple extra ones. First TSC.
yeah, there you go.
Army East, 19th Engineering Battalion, all their bosses are all there. And then we have Recruiting Command. So when the numbers are down in the military, the Fort Knox Recruiting Command group wasn't very pleasant to deal with. They were, uptight, to say the least.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for the panel and for the information. Given your statement about the utilization of the aquifer for cooling for the reactor, and given the recent categorical exclusion and the executive orders, what is in place for protection of the groundwater? Or what mechanism is there to protect that aquifer from contamination?
Ooh, mechanical engineer, you've stepped over past my environmental skills, but I do know our environmental team sits together with me in the same location, and there is a lot of activities associated with PFAS and all the things that could potentially mess up water. The airfield that we have has deployed the PFAS before, so they have monitoring wells. I know we have the natural gas extraction requires a water injection well. That's about 3,500 feet deep. It's a significant control method. So I don't know those that well, but I do understand that's probably going to be some large portion of the engineering time to understand how we do that safely.
Does anybody else have any other questions or comments? I wanted to go back to the question about the thickness of the walls. You all are in an area that, as she mentioned, has fault lines and karst. Could you talk a little bit about those considerations?
So I think the right answer is define the scale and the size that you're going to go with. In our preliminary discussions, we've talked about doing some modular things, like 2 or 3 of them side by side. So to design and develop a wall thickness and a concern with respect to that individual reactor, you're going to have to define the size of that reactor. So we got some work to do before we can get to that position, in my opinion. But we're just going to have to work our way through the size. And if the Army wants us to have a data center, that changes the size. So I don't think we know the answer.
Yes.
What is the composition 5 stories down? Is it limestone at that point, or is it still aquifer? And the reason I ask is, and I'm not that kind of an engineer either, but my understanding is an aquifer magnifies the shock of an earthquake and causes the building more likely to be collapsed. But that's above grade. But I'm wondering, what is it 5 stories down?
Ooh, great question. I do not know. I would presume in our area, it would be limestone, but I don't know that answer. And the ones that have been deployed in Europe could probably share with us some good data on that.
I had also a follow-up on the access. I know you all have talked a little bit about who has access, what you have to do to get access to the base, but could you talk a little bit about if a project was built or being built, what the access points would look like for it? Would they be able to just come in like you're going to the base, or can you talk a little bit about that?
Oh, you can correct me if I'm wrong, RJ, but Fort Knox has the ability to shut down certain locations within the base and kind of make it inaccessible, make larger portions of the base inaccessible. Does that make sense? So they can section off and corridor off the base itself. So I think they have a back gate by, was it Mount Washington?
Mount Eden Church Road.
Oh, yeah, Mount Eden Church Road. That's the gate we used to go through, Zisman Village. So I know that, so they have several access points, and then, like I said, they can section it off in accordance to their necessary needs. I don't know if that answers your
Well, and continuing with that, based on the location we're looking at, we've had gates open for construction purposes only on the north side going down Fraser, which would come in off of Brandenburg Station Road. That's where, if we had construction, we would put all the construction activities through there, and the rail cars are right beside it. So we'd have an easy control point.
Right. Yeah, that was my whole point. Easy control point.
RJ and Lou, could you speak to, you mentioned Janice. So how are your conversations going with DOW, your federal counterparts on, I guess, your energy vision for Knox and development there?
So leading a lot of activities in the energy area, Fort Knox was highly anticipating getting to participate in that, and really maybe a little bit sore when we weren't considered. But then we had some sit-down meetings with them, and their explanations on selection criteria and the way they went about it. I mean, they left us with the bottom line statement of, why would we put it at Fort Knox when you guys can already sustain yourself as long as you want? And we have other installations that are much, much more vulnerable from the grid aspect, from the physical access point and overhead out west. So Fort Knox was sore at the beginning, but got over it pretty quick when we realized we still had the complete agreement of the Army to move forward. And they just basically are asking me to make sure I give them a back brief after today's meeting.
Anybody else have any other questions? Yes.
This is admittedly not on the nuclear topic, but I was very impressed by the mention you made of the commanding officer bringing you in after the ice storm and security being your objective. I just wondered if in all the projects you did, there was ever any tracking of the economics or return on the investment for all the work you did.
Boy, that is a very realistic and good question. I can tell you 44 megawatts cost the taxpayers $62 million. We were able to pay that back in peak shavings by utilizing those gas generators to take away the peak and making our utility provider very happy with a nice flat load that they didn't have to worry about peaks. We paid it back in a little over 8 years. So that was always on the colonel's mind. And a quick story about that colonel, he's the same colonel who led the tank command, if you remember, the right flank in Operation Freedom to Baghdad, same guy. So he was pretty forceful in getting his point across, and money was also a concern of his that he didn't let drop. So thanks, that's a great question. Colonel Rick Schwartz, just so you know.
Any other questions? Do you all have any closing remarks or takeaways that you'd like to give the audience? No? Okay.
No, I'm good.
Great job, thanks for having
Thank you
us.
all.
All right, if you could please take a seat so we can move forward. I would like to ask the chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission, Angie Hatton, to come up and announce the governor.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, John. And before I go any further, I have to thank my staff at the Public Service Commission. I think they've done an excellent job. Sherry Mahan, my nuclear work group. Lots of them are here in the room. And if you would please help me give a round of applause for my staff. Thank you so much. Couldn't be happier with the turnout this morning. And it is my pleasure to introduce you to the man who has led Kentucky through the most expansive economic development growth that we've seen in the Commonwealth. He led us through a pandemic, through countless natural disasters, and now through an increasing focus on energy and big changes in the energy field, from diversification of our energy resource portfolio to an all-of-the-above approach. a focus on reliability, grid resilience, and thoughtful management of the proliferation of data centers and AI, and growing concerns about affordability here and elsewhere across the country. And now to exploring Kentucky's potential for nuclear energy production, as well as the building up of nuclear-related industry in our state. So please help me welcome, now serving his second term, Kentucky's 63rd Governor, Andy Beshear.
Thank you all. All right. That was really good for my self-esteem. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. What a turnout. I mean, looking around shows you how serious Kentucky is taking nuclear energy, and the fact that we are not going to be a national follower, we're going to be a national leader. I want to thank our incredible Public Service Commission for putting on such an important conference. Y'all have already heard from Secretary Becky Goodman, and I know I'm speaking right after the panel on nuclear energy and national security. I'm glad we're having these conversations in Kentucky, and I'm proud that we are a leader in evaluating where and how nuclear power fits in this country's energy strategy. This conference is about the future of nuclear technology. But energy production is not new to Kentucky. It's a part of who we are. Remember, the people of Eastern and Western Kentucky mined the coal that powered this country through the Industrial Revolution, created the strongest middle class this world has ever seen, helped us to win 2 world wars. We are no stranger to creating the power that ultimately pushes this country forward. We're also no stranger to nuclear power. In 1950, the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission chose a former World War II munitions factory in far western Kentucky as a uranium enrichment facility. The Paducah Gaseous Diffusion Plant was built in 1952, where it enriched uranium until 2013. The history of energy production in Kentucky teaches us that new technologies, they're always on the horizon. And the best way to keep up is to adapt and to be prepared for the future. That's why we're here today. And it's why, as governor, I've been proud to champion an all-of-the-above energy strategy. Because Kentucky, we know the highs and the lows of a shifting energy economy. We know what it's like to be out ahead. We also know what it's like to be left behind. That's why I've been determined to make Kentucky a national leader when it comes to embracing responsible nuclear energy. And we're seeing some amazing things happen across the Commonwealth. The Paducah Gaseous Diffusion Plant is seeing new life. General Matter, a uranium enrichment company, is investing $1.5 billion in Paducah. The plan is for General Matter to build a commercial enrichment facility at the old diffusion plant site. It's going to create 140 great jobs in Western Kentucky. Work has already began on the project, but like everything, good things sometimes take time. We expect to begin enriching uranium in 2030. When we announced it, it was the largest project in the history of Western Kentucky for about 6 months. Because we then announced Global Laser Enrichment is putting in a Paducah Laser Enrichment Facility, a $1.8 billion project right next door. Think about that. Embracing nuclear energy, bringing the 2 largest projects a region has ever seen just about 6 months apart. That's like Ricky Williams and Ron Dane breaking that record that quickly in just the course of a year. Global Laser Enrichment is going to create 240 great paying jobs, and that's before all of the different companies that are going to co-locate have announced their plans. It means combined, nearly 400 jobs in nuclear energy are already coming to Kentucky. It also means Paducah is going to live up to its nickname once again as the Atomic City. And even though I won't be governor when these projects come online, it's my job to set Kentucky up for sustained success. I understand the challenges of cost, materials, and the time it takes to build these facilities. But I am committed to lifting our communities up and bringing in industry that will help our state and our country in the long run. I'm committed to listening to what Kentuckians want, because to be a true industry leader, we've got to include our people in the process, and I'm glad that we have a panel on that I think it is tomorrow. We need to do things the right way. And every Kentuckian should be a part of this conversation because every Kentuckian is going to be a part of the future that nuclear energy is helping us to build. I'm proud of Team Kentucky's Public Service Commission for hosting 6 public hearings across the state. That takes guts to host 6 of them because they don't always go the way you want. And everybody's got that right to free speech at them. Because our people, though, they deserve the right to voice their opinions and even their concerns as we embrace this technology again. I want to thank Kenya Stump, the director of Kentucky's Office of Energy Policy, for being patient with all those questions and answering them the best that she could. Kenya, along with Kentucky's PSC chair Angie Hatton, were selected as the 2026 Nuclear State Champions by the Nuclear Energy Institute. Congratulations on that. Because of their work, we are seeing more opportunities come to the Commonwealth, both at large and in this area. I think about just last week, LG&E and Kentucky Utilities announced they're exploring the use of small modular nuclear reactors to meet growing demand. The Tennessee Valley Authority is also investing in nuclear energy. They recently announced plans to build 6 of those reactors, 1 likely in Kentucky. Through the United States Army's Janus program, Fort Campbell is on the short list for being considered for a micro reactor. This past month, Kentucky distributed its first awards through the new Nuclear Energy Development Grant Program. That's $10 million going to 6 projects across the Commonwealth. As Secretary Goodman mentioned, one of these grants will expand workforce training efforts in eastern Kentucky. The idea that that the build-out of nuclear power should lift up all the state and not leave any part of it behind. And last month, I signed Senate Bill 57, establishing the Nuclear Reactor Site Readiness Pilot Program, a $75 million program designed to advance nuclear energy projects in Kentucky. In Kentucky, we are committed to being nuclear ready. We know that it's a part of the future, and listen, a lot of people have fought the future, and no one has ever won. We know that we're going to enter into a new phase in our country that no one knows exactly what it's going to look like. We know that AI is going to have major impacts, but we know it's going to cause displacement. But we've got to make sure we're having those conversations, that we are doing the planning, and that we're putting Kentucky at the forefront. Now, gone are the days that we're left behind. Gone are the days that we see areas of our state devastated by changes that we did not keep up with. I mean, I think about our new Kentucky home, where we've broken every economic development record in the books, bringing new opportunities to our people. Past 6.5 years, we have seen a record $50 billion of private sector investment. We've seen a record 70,000 jobs. We've seen the highest wages in our history, with the average for a new job last year being nearly $30 an hour. We've broken our exports record back-to-back years, now $50 billion of Kentucky products going all over the world. So if you're from out of state, make sure you buy that bourbon. It helps our economy. We've broken our tourism record 3 straight years. And you know what happens when you're pushing to create opportunity for all your families? You see good things. We've now had our drug overdose deaths go down for 4 straight years, thank God. We are seeing real opportunity and prosperity for our families ahead. So I'm committed, and I know the other officials from Kentucky here are committed to making sure that we are not just a part of the future that's coming to this country, but that we are a leader in it. It's a responsibility to our people to do it the right way, to have the conversations, to make sure that we are prepared. But we want to make sure that Kentucky is out front. That's what I think this PSC has done by having this conference. We are glad that you're all here. If you're a part of Team Kentucky in all of our various cabinets, our legislature, one of our businesses, thanks for being here. This is something that we've got to do together. Economic development, the future of energy, is a team sport. There's not going to be any red or blue, Democrat or Republican, about whether the lights go on and people can afford to turn them on. If you're from out of state, welcome to the Commonwealth. We love where we're from, and we hope that you enjoy it while you're here. And finally, thanks for doing this in Frankfort. It made my commute much shorter. So everybody, please have a great conference. Let's make sure Kentucky is nuclear ready. Thank you all very much.
The next topic is forecasting energy policy trends. As global energy demand surges, driven by AI-powered data centers, heavy industry, electrification, and climate mandates, nuclear energy is reemerging as a central pillar of international policy. This session will explore the shift in policy landscape, moving from decades of stagnation to ambitious goals such as tripling global nuclear capacity by 2050. And my understanding is that this is going to also be state-focused as well. If this is the moderator, Kenya Stump. I'm not going to say it. She told me she'd hit me if I said that she was the treasurer of Kentucky. So I didn't say it, okay? Well, hopefully you don't hit hard. Kenya is the executive director to the Office of Energy Policy with the Kentucky Energy and Environment Cabinet. I'd like to have Brandy Fraser Bestpitch please come up. She is the Director of Reliability at the Virginia Department of Energy. Elise Peterson, if you could please come up. She is the Senior Advisor, New York State Energy Research and Development Authority. And if Chairman Doug Scott could please come up. He is with the Illinois Commerce Commission, and thank you.
All right, well, there's nothing like following the governor. But we're gonna keep it light and conversational. If you've ever seen me moderate, it's like dinner with friends and cocktails. So I am so proud to be here and moderate this. I also want to recognize our legislators in the room, Senator Carroll, Representative Bridges. They are also state nuclear champions as well from NEI. Thank you for your work. You're going to enjoy this. We are longtime colleagues and friends, have worked on a variety of issues for a long time. Doug and I go all the way back to decarbonization efforts and the Great Plains Institute. Worked a lot on hydrogen, carbon sequestration. Doug, the list goes on and on. Brandy is my good friend from Virginia. Brandy is Director of Reliability with the State Energy Office in Virginia. We are in the trenches together during any regional disaster. We sit at the Emergency Operations Center, and oftentimes I'm like, hey, girl, how's it going? So Brandy and I usually are talking reliability, resource adequacy, resilience, microgrids, you name it. We're on a variety of work groups. Nuclear is not new to Virginia, and in fact, Senator Carroll and I looked to Virginia's framework many years ago when we were talking about what we wanted to do in terms of how we look at nuclear energy in Kentucky, and Virginia in a lot of aspects has led the way in their framework. And finally, Elise. So Elise is Senior Advisor to NYSERDA. Long history, 2 decades, right, Elise, in nuclear energy. She serves with me on the First Movers Initiative with 11 other states. It's rare that New York and Kentucky, work together on some issues, but we work together on this, and Elise is she's, I would say, a treasure in New York. So the way this goes down is each of the panelists are going to give about 7 to 10 minutes of remarks. I get to then go into Q&A with them, and then you have a job to ask questions. If there's silence, I'm going to call on people. So, and I see you. So with that, our order today is, first up is Brandy. She's going to give us a perspective of what's happening in Virginia, what's driving discussions around nuclear, Don't say data centers, don't ask her about it. We all know they're there. And so, Brandy, I'm going to turn it over to you and kind of, come on up if you want to. Sure.
It is so great being in Kentucky. I am part Kentuckian. Spent my summers in Erlanger, Kentucky with my grandparents. Partial fourth grade at Boone County Elementary. So yeah, I'm Kentuckian and a Virginian. I just want to thank Kenya for extending the invitation to come speak on this panel. Nuclear is near and dear to my heart. And you'll hear my story. I'm going to share with you all of the great things happening in Virginia and the collaborative efforts with states, including New York and Illinois. I want to thank the Kentucky Energy and Environment Cabinet for hosting this panel, and as well as the Kentucky Public Service Commission, bringing together state leaders from Kentucky, Virginia, and Illinois, and New York to kind of collaborate and share best practices and ways to move forward with this initiative. This conversation about how we manage very real load growth while meeting aggressive clean energy goals is important for all of us, and I appreciate the chance to share Virginia's perspective. Virginia's energy demand is changing in ways that are both large and fast. In our Commonwealth, data centers along the I-95 and I-81 corridors kind of ground zero for data center activity, growing electrification in buildings and vehicles, and new advanced manufacturing projects are driving significant demand on our grid. These loads are often concentrated in specific regions, and many of them require power around the clock, which means they put pressure on both our peak needs and our baseload requirements. At the same time, Virginia has statutory clean energy requirements and strong economic development ambitions. So the question for us is straightforward. How do we meet this new demand with resources that are reliable, low carbon, and affordable for our ratepayers? One advantage Virginia has in answering that question is that we are not starting from zero. We already have a substantial nuclear fleet operating in the Commonwealth. Dominion Energy Virginia operates 4 reactors at 2 sites, North Anna Power Station in Louisa County and Surrey Power Station in Surrey County. Together, those units provide on the order of 3.5 gigawatts of net capacity and supply roughly 4% of electricity used by Dominion's Virginia customers. When you step back and look at the statewide picture, nuclear provides about 1/3 of Virginia's total electricity and the vast majority of our carbon-free generation. These are plants that have been operating safely and reliably for decades, and they supply stable baseload power that complements the state's many clean energy solutions, including renewables, storage, and energy efficiency. Around those plants, Virginia has built a broader nuclear ecosystem that goes well beyond generation. In Lynchburg, Framatome operates major nuclear engineering and fuel operations that serve plants here and across the country. Also in Lynchburg, BWX Technologies designs and manufactures nuclear components and fuel, including for the U.S. Navy's nuclear fleet, and runs highly specialized fuel cycle facilities. On the coast, it's the East Coast, Huntington Ingalls Industries, through Newport News Shipbuilding, designs and builds and refuels U.S. Navy nuclear fleet and runs highly specialized fuel cycle and facilities. Sorry, lost my place there. Together with other reactor vendors, suppliers, and service firms that are part of the Virginia Nuclear Energy Consortium, a nuclear nonprofit designated by the authority that serves as its strong arm, but more on that in just a bit. These companies give Virginia expertise across design, fuel, component manufacturing, naval propulsion, and engineering services. That industrial base is one of the reasons we see nuclear as a practical tool for meeting future demand, not just as an abstract option. As a state, we have tried to take that reality and turn it into forward-looking strategy. The Virginia is Nuclear 2025-2029 strategic plan is our roadmap for the next 5 years. The General Assembly directed that we develop this plan, and it is prepared through the Virginia Nuclear Energy Consortium in coordination with the Virginia Department of Energy, our Virginia Economic Development Authority partners, and our colleges and universities. The plan does a few things. It explicitly links our existing nuclear plants to grid reliability, economic development, and decarbonization. It calls for maintaining and optimizing the performance of North Anna and Surrey, including appropriate life extension and uprate work. It positions Virginia for potential deployment of advanced reactors and small modular reactors, likely at or near existing sites that already have grid connections and nuclear-ready communities. And it emphasizes strengthening in-state supply chains and manufacturing to support both current units and nuclear and any future projects. A nuclear message in the plan and in our broader state energy strategy is that nuclear is part of a portfolio. We do not see this as a choice between nuclear and clean energy. We are building a system where firm nuclear generation operates alongside growing amounts of renewables, storage, transmission investment, and demand-side tools. That is important in a state with significant data center load and clean energy goals, because it is a mix of resources that allows us to keep the system reliable and cost manageable as conditions change. Workforce is a major part of this picture. Our existing nuclear plants and industry already support thousands of high-skilled jobs, but we know that sustaining those assets and preparing for possible new nuclear facilities will require more people with specialized training. The Virginia Innovative Nuclear Hub, which the state stood up in recent years, is carrying out a multi-phase workforce analysis to quantify what that need looks like. Early work points to the need for additional operators, engineers, health physicists, nuclear qualified welders and technicians, construction trades, cybersecurity and physical security personnel, compliance and safety professionals, and workers in advanced manufacturing. Many of these roles require years of education and on-the-job experience, which is why the 2025-2029 timeframe is so important. The decisions we make now about training, recruitment, and career pathways will determine whether we have the workforce we need when new projects come to the table. Virginia's higher education institutions are already contributing in concrete ways. Virginia Commonwealth University offers undergraduate and graduate degrees in nuclear engineering with an ABET accredited mechanical engineering degree that has a nuclear concentration and advanced degree focus on areas like radiation detection, high temperature materials, radiochemistry, used fuel management, and advanced modeling and simulation. Virginia Tech offers MS and PhD programs in nuclear engineering and operates a nuclear science and engineering lab in Arlington that works on nuclear power, safeguards, radiation applications, and nuclear policy. Other institutions, including the University of Virginia, are partners through engineering programs and workforce collaboration under the Virginia Nuclear Energy Consortium. These programs give our students and mid-career professionals clear pathways into nuclear careers and support the research base we need to innovate. We are also investing in more applied training tools. The University of Virginia's College at Wise now hosts a NuScale Energy Exploration Center, a small modular reactor control room simulator funded through a grant from the Clean Energy Innovation Bank. George Mason University operates a similar NuScale simulator in Arlington, Virginia. These facilities let students and workers practice operating an advanced reactor in realistic scenarios long before any SMR is built in the Commonwealth. They are examples of how we can prepare people and communities for next-generation nuclear technologies in a very tangible way. Underpinning all of this is a policy and regulatory framework that tries to be clear about the role of nuclear while protecting ratepayers. Back in 2013, the General Assembly created the Virginia Nuclear Energy Consortium Authority, which is a state government entity with the purpose of making Virginia a global leader in nuclear by supporting research, workforce development, and business opportunities. Since then, they have built upon nuclear legislation, including directing the authority to produce a statewide nuclear strategic plan and updating our definition of clean, carbon-free energy to explicitly include nuclear fission and, more recently, fusion alongside renewables. At the same time, for large capital-intensive resources like nuclear, cost recovery remains subject to review by the State Corporation Commission, our PSC, when a utility proposes investments in existing plants or potential new reactors. The SEC evaluates whether those investments are prudent, whether they are least cost way to meet our reliability and policy needs, and how any approved costs should be recovered over time. Recent legislation around small modular reactors allows some early development costs to be recovered within defined limits and under SEC oversight, but it does not waive the requirement for a full certificate of public convenience and necessity before any plant is built. That balance is important. We are signaling that Virginia is open to advanced nuclear as part of our clean energy future. We are investing in workforce, in simulators, and in industry partnerships to make that future possible. That includes a 17th career cluster, Energy, that introduces nuclear into K through 12 curricula to immerse educators on all things nuclear, and Virginia Energy Workforce Consortium partnering with community colleges and higher eds to ensure open pathways. At the same time, we are maintaining strong regulatory oversight to ensure that major investments are justified and that costs are managed responsibly on behalf of our customers. We are also clear that nuclear is one component of a broader portfolio that includes renewables, storage, energy efficiency, grid-enhancing technologies, and transmission. That portfolio approach is how we plan to serve growing data center demand, accelerated electrification, support advanced manufacturing, and make progress on decarbonization, all while keeping reliability and affordability at the center of our decisions. So when I speak about Virginia on a panel like this, I'm describing a state that already operates a significant nuclear fleet, hosts major nuclear companies, and is expanding its university and training infrastructure to support the next generation of nuclear workers. I'm also describing a state with a legislated nuclear roadmap, a dedicated nuclear hub, and established regulatory guardrails. The task in front of us now is to build on those strengths in a disciplined way so that nuclear continues to serve as a stable backbone for a growing, cleaner, and more complex energy system in Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. You've got a lot going on, just a little bit outside of the disasters that we respond to. Fun fact before Elise comes in. So the connection between Kentucky and New York. Constellation does a VPPA for a solar project in Kentucky through PJM. We have a utility in Kentucky that has a PPA from Constellation for nuclear. And that's due to our market linkages with PJM. So for those of you who are new to Kentucky, we have just about everything here from a utility framework. We have PJM connection, MISO connection, those are regional markets. We have the federal TVA, and if you hear me talk about that, TVA does what TVA does, but we're happy to have them and we love them. We have PPL here, LG&E and KU in the room. They're in the middle, but they have great ties to PJM and MISO and TVA. They sort of there in the middle and throughout the state. We have a wonderful cooperative network throughout the state, member cooperatives, GNT, and then we have about 30 munis or so throughout the state as well. So I like to say, you know, if it's energy, if you can do it here, you can do it just about anywhere because we've got all those frameworks here. But Elise is up next. Elise comes to us from NYSERDA. Elise, we are the first PowerPoint. We're gonna see how this goes. Glenn has got us going. Elise is gonna give us New York's perspective. I work with her boss, John, on the NASIO First Movers Initiative. And it's been a great pleasure to see recently some of the exciting stuff happening in New York from a restart and a license extension. So Elise, give us like your perspective. What's happening?
Well, thank you, Kenya. Really pleased to be here to share all of this, all the happenings in New York. And you know, my name is Elise, and I do use slides. I'm sorry. If it gives you any comfort, it's actually looking at them is optional. You can just listen to my voice. Now, before I address the why new nuclear, which is the question that Kenya asked me to answer in preparing my remarks, I want to quickly acknowledge this marvelous Kentucky History Center that we're in and tell you that it inspired me to pull out a document whose words are older than I am. That's this well, this is a copy of it, but
Well, let's see it. What is it? Okay, the Atomic Development Plan for the State of New York. That is ancient.
It is. So I have in my hand the 1959 Atomic Development Plan for New York, prepared for Governor Rockefeller. It addresses fuel production, used fuel reprocessing, waste storage, reactor design and development, research at national labs, supply chain, small-scale plants, maritime use, production of radioisotopes, fusion, workforce education and training, regulation, and government investment.
Let me guess, Elise, did you just recycle that for your new plan?
Yep, that all sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? Okay, so those are the same topics we're discussing today. Everything old is new again, but today we have the benefit of 60 years of operational experience. My agency, NYSERDA, was actually founded as the New York State Atomic and Space Development Authority back in the 1970s. So nuclear is literally in our DNA. The question we're studying now isn't necessarily whether nuclear has a future. It's more about how we can build that future responsibly and quickly. Let me walk you through why New York is going big on advanced nuclear, not as a theoretical exercise, but as a practical response to real grid pressures that many other states are feeling too. There we go. Okay, so New York has 60 years of proof of concept for nuclear power. Kenya mentioned Constellation. Constellation owns 4 operating reactors in New York. That's all of our operating reactors. They're on Lake Ontario in rural upstate communities. They produce over 20% of New York's electricity and 40% of our carbon-free power. And here's an interesting number. In 2024, these plants together avoided 16.4 million tons of CO2, or about 20% of statewide transportation emissions. That's like taking every car in the state off the road for several months. 9 Mile Point Unit 1 is the oldest operating commercial reactor in the country. These plants average about 50 years old. They weren't built with climate in mind, but their zero emission profile turned out to be an underappreciated asset that has now become essential. New York's fleet also supports 4,000 jobs in communities that have been hosting nuclear safely for generations. These are communities that know nuclear well and want more of it. Okay, I like to call this slide How New York Saved Its Nuclear Fleet. In 2016, New York's fleet was at risk. Plants were facing closure due to economic pressure from cheap natural gas. Losing them would have challenged our grid and our climate strategy simultaneously and been a substantial loss of jobs and economic benefits for the host communities. So New York created the nation's first zero-emission credit program. With this program, our existing plants have stayed open and are looking to remain in service long-term. 9 Mile One recently filed a 20-year renewal application for its federal operating license, and we're expecting Gannett to do the same very soon. This year, New York's PSC extended the ZEC program through 2049. The rationale is pretty straightforward. That continued fleet operation reduces our total system costs by $15 billion. It contributes $38 billion to the state economy, supports more than 14,000 jobs, and preserves $4 billion in state tax revenue. Cost efficiency is baked into the program. ZEC payments are based on the social cost of carbon minus commodity revenue so that ratepayers aren't overpaying. The federal production tax credits pass directly to ratepayers. And in 2026, that translates into $151 million in energy bill savings for New Yorkers. But keeping the lights on has become even more challenging. After decades of flat electricity demand, New York, like much of the country, has entered a new energy era. Demand is growing, and it's growing fast due to three main drivers: electrification of homes and vehicles, industrial development, and the broader data center, yes, I said it, data center and AI boom. Our state energy plan projects a 24% increase in annual electricity demand by 2040. And New York's independent system operator is already flagging narrowing reliability margins. New York is building renewables aggressively, but a high renewables grid still needs firm, dispatchable, 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week power for when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. That's a gap that nuclear fills. To illustrate the reality of our demand growth in a slightly different way, let's look at Micron for a second. Micron is an international semiconductor chip fab manufacturer that is building a large complex in central New York. Once complete, it is estimated that this single industrial site will consume more power than the entire states of Vermont and New Hampshire combined.
Wow. Oh, we all just paused right there and went, wow.
So, what does our detailed modeling show? NYSERDA recently conducted a techno-economic assessment to determine what combination of technologies gets us to a zero emissions grid by the year 2040, and to assess the economic viability of those technologies. We evaluated the options objectively: nuclear, hydrogen, biofuels, advanced geothermal, carbon capture, long-duration storage, and virtual power plants. The findings were pretty clear, and they identify 3 types of resources that can work together: low capacity factor resources for reliability throughout the state, but those are very expensive; high capacity factor resources like nuclear that run around the clock at high energy density; and gap-filling resources like storage to accommodate fluctuations in renewable output. Nuclear's role is specific and irreplaceable. It reduces reliance on intermittent, land-intensive resources and reduces the need for expensive peaking generation. And here's a number that gets everyone's attention. If you run the modeling without nuclear in the mix, system costs increase by $28 billion, because without the firm 24-hour rain or shine capacity that nuclear brings to the table, we would have to overbuild storage and renewables to compensate. In our findings, we can be honest about costs while also being optimistic about the curve. Nuclear is capital intensive with a history of cost and schedule overruns. But the analysis also shows that learning by doing can enable substantial cost reduction. Order books for new plants allow manufacturers to tool up supply chains, workforce pipelines to mature, and per unit costs to come down. Each reactor that gets built provides experience that teaches the next project how to be cheaper. New technologies offer potential for increased safety, factory fabrication, and modularity, but they vary in commercial and technological readiness. That's why New York's master plan is evaluating technology maturity very carefully. nuclear is energy dense and job dense as a resource. Per acre of land used, nuclear has the lowest land use of any electricity source, lower than gas, wind, solar, geothermal, hydro, or biomass. For communities that are concerned about land use and visual impact from energy development, nuclear offers the smallest physical footprint for the largest energy output. That has been a strong concern in rural and agricultural communities in New York. And last slide, I promise. Now we go from analysis to action. New York's governor has directed the New York Power Authority to develop at least 1 gigawatt of advanced nuclear in upstate New York. This is a state power authority acting as a project developer, not waiting for the market. The governor then followed up with our Nuclear Reliability Backbone Initiative. This is a vision for 8.4 gigawatts of total nuclear capacity in New York, 3.4 from the existing fleet, plus 5 from new nuclear, including that 1 gigawatt for NIPA. We are developing a master plan covering technical feasibility, regulatory and safety issues, siting, business models, supply chain and workforce, fusion, R&D, and waste. We've also been clear that nuclear projects will only be developed in communities that want them. We have enthusiastic existing host communities with 60 years of nuclear experience, plus new communities that are very curious. What this means for New York's upstate region is continued long-term investment, good jobs, and the energy supply to attract new economic development as we deploy technologies that will power New York for the next 60 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Elise. Love the slides. Before I bring up Doug, last but not least, just a little pause. Elise mentioned some modeling. We did our own modeling with the help of the National Lab of the Rockies. And we looked out to 2050, various scenarios statewide. And the scenario shows that, oh, look at you, making some noise. We saw that Kentucky really didn't have an immediate need for nuclear, and that's a good thing because I get lessons learned from neighboring nuclear states. But we did see a scenario, where we were facing high load growth, potential for natural gas fluctuations and price spikes, where nuclear started to show up in our portfolio around 3 gigawatts, starting to come online by the mid-2040s, going into 2050s. That's actually great for Kentucky because in this space, we're not necessarily wanting to be first because being first is expensive. You all can attest to that. And we can learn as the technology starts to down select. But we saw a portfolio in Kentucky that was really keeping our coal infrastructure online and operational. We still see continued need for gas peakers and combined cycles that can provide services with our coal fleet. Kentucky's coal fleet right now is about 66% of our net generation. We're seeing some strong natural gas coming online. But we also saw short and long duration storage, a build out of solar and even onshore wind, although we're seeing some community engagement issues with projects around nuclear and the land-intensive needs, renewables and the land-intensive needs of the renewables. So we really see Kentucky's portfolio including everything but geothermal, and geothermal, we really can't make electricity here with geothermal yet. That technology is evolving as well. So we really see an all the above where we have long duration, short duration storage, we see renewables, we see our fossil fleet, and we do see what I call nuclear acting as a mitigation measure against potential high gas price spikes, geopolitical events. Also, having sat at the Emergency Operations Center, I can tell you how the nuclear fleet performed during natural disasters, and it provided really strong baseload support that mitigated much more severe impacts than probably we would have seen during some of the ice events and wind events. All that said is we see a potential for it to play a role in our portfolio. Not immediately, but the nice thing about that is we get a timeline where we can have these conversations, engage with communities, work with the regulator, and that's where Doug's going to come up and talk about what does this look like when we're talking about nuclear projects, ratepayer protections, things that Illinois is facing at the commission. So it's my great pleasure to have Chairman Doug Scott from the Illinois Commerce Commission come up and give us his perspective.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's great to be here with you. It really is nice to be in Kentucky and to see Kenya and relive some of the
Memories.
memories and the other projects that we used to work on, and to be on the panel with Brandy and Elise. And it's great to see my friends from your commission, Chair Hatton and Commissioners Wood and Regan. It's really a unique position we're in, so whenever we're together, we can commiserate about what it's like to be on a commission right now. But it's very exciting. It's a great time to be doing this work. And so you're going to hear a lot of similarities from what Brandy and Elise talked about with what I'm going to tell you about the Illinois story. But I think Illinois is a really good example of kind of the changing fortunes of nuclear energy over the last several decades. We have the largest nuclear fleet in the country. We have 6 plants that have 11 reactors. And so we've got a lot of experience with that, both from the power generation portions, plus the economic pieces, which have been really key over the years. So, just like you heard from Virginia and you heard from New York, it's not only a huge part of our overall generation. Right now, we're long on generation in the state, especially we're in both PJM and MISO, just like you are here in Kentucky.
Did you just say you're long on
We are
generation?
long for right now. As of right now, we're long. But it's also, as you heard from the other states, a really substantial portion of our clean energy, which is really important to Illinois, and I'll explain that. We were a vertically integrated state until the mid-'90s, and now we're a restructured state, which means we don't regulate generation in the state, which for all of these resource adequacy issues that we'll talk about and how to deal with data centers and the exploding load growth makes it a little bit more tricky for us, because we don't have the ability to go to the utilities and say, here's what you need to do to fill this up and evaluate the plans that they have. But that's changing in Illinois, and I'll talk about that in a minute and how nuclear fits into that. Like other states, we had a moratorium on new nuclear plants that came about in the 1990s. That was based on not having a permanent federal nuclear waste repository. And until such time as we got one, those of you old enough to remember the Yucca Mountain discussions, until we got a national repository for nuclear waste, we couldn't do any more new nuclear plants. That's changed now, and I'll explain that a little bit as well. So we built our plants back in the first wave when all the nuclear plants were being built, and didn't build any more up until today. In the 2010s, the nuclear plants, as happened in a lot of places, became non-economic for a lot of reasons, and so we started to see them struggling. 2017, the legislature, in what they called the Future Energy Jobs Act, passed some subsidies, like you saw in the New York example. We also called them ZECs, energy regulation, state government, much like the NFL is a copycat league. So if we see something good going on in one place, we're okay to try to appropriate it. We did that as well. So the zero emission credits function very similar to people familiar with renewable energy credits. That's how it functioned. It was a way to keep 2 of the plants operating, 3 of the reactors online, more of a straight subsidy. In 2021, the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act passed, and this was Illinois' major energy legislation. And that did a bunch of things. In addition to doubling down on things like energy efficiency and renewable energy, we heavily subsidize both wind and solar in the state for a lot of reasons, principally because it's a great source of clean energy for the state, and ultimately cheaper than many of the other forms of energy that we could have. But we went through a plant-by-plant analysis, hired a third-party contractor to come in and evaluate the nuclear plants in the state. We were at a position where Constellation, who also owns, actually they own all of our nuclear plants as well. It wasn't Constellation at the time, it was Exelon. Constellation has since broken away from Exelon and owns the nuclear plants in our state now. But a lot of the same players that just corporately, they just broke off. But we actually had 2 plants that were threatening to close, which seems really strange right now. As we talk to you in 2026, the idea that we were a few weeks away from having 2 nuclear plants, 4 units, shut down in the state because of economic reasons. They just couldn't make it with the market prices that were such in PJM. And so we hired an independent contractor to come in and look and see, under a non-disclosure agreement, because they're obviously dealing with a lot of proprietary material, to look at each plant and decide what they needed in terms of subsidies to be able to operate profitably. And so we set a strike price, we set a floor. If they did worse than that through the markets, then the ratepayers were on the hook to try to subsidize them, much like happened with the ZECs and happened in other states. But if they did better than that, there was a provision in the legislation that would have the nuclear plants pay rebates back to the ratepayers in Illinois. Well, since that time, we all know what happened. The markets went up dramatically, the capacity market costs went up dramatically, the federal tax credits came in, and so the nuclear plants were doing extremely well. So since 2022, the nuclear plants' rebates back to the ratepayers have been about $2 billion in Illinois because they've been doing better. So now you come to and the idea was for all of the nuclear plants would remain open through 2027, much like New York just explained to you that they went through and talking about extending their provisions for the ZEC program there. We've got to face that again because that's coming up next year for us, so I'm talking to Constellation about that. In 2023, there was a partial lifting of the moratorium on new nuclear plants, but for units that were 300 megawatts or smaller. So we're basically talking about small modular reactors. There were some extra environmental conditions that went into that. But in the Clean, Reliable Grid Affordability Act, we have these wonderful acronyms, they're great. So in the surge of legislation last year, one of the provisions in that was to lift the moratorium completely. And so our moratorium is the one that has existed since the 90s, is now gone, so we can do new nuclear plants as well. But that act also did some other important things for us. So I mentioned before that we hadn't regulated generation since the 90s. And while we're not going to regulate generation anymore, we are going to plan for what generation is coming in. And so we now have an integrated resource planning process that rests at the commission. And it's our responsibility, working with other state agencies and with outside modelers, to both identify what resource adequacy needs we're going to have going forward, short, medium, long term, and for us to develop a plan to try to fill those. And so obviously, all of the things that we talked about before, from renewable energy to energy efficiency to nuclear, certainly will play a large role in that. We have economy-wide clean energy targets by 2050, as you've heard about in other states as well. Those didn't change with the legislation last year, and so in addition to all the resource adequacy and affordability concerns that we talk about, we also have to layer the clean energy requirements on top of that. Our governor, much the same as happened in New York, our governor issued an executive order which directed our agency and one other state agency to issue what's called a notice of inquiry. And we did 2 of those, one to potential nuclear developers saying, are you interested in doing new nuclear in Illinois? and to communities who may be interested in hosting new nuclear plants. We're waiting on those results to come in. All of that information will feed into our integrated resource planning process so that we'll be able to determine what kind of role nuclear can play going forward. So, and then the NOI, the responses to that, we also ask them about monetary framework. What do you need to do this? What kind of conditions are you looking for to provide that? So a lot of this is necessary because of the word we're not supposed to say up here, I'll just say extremely large and potentially inflexible loads that we're seeing coming on in our state. Illinois has a lot of these facilities, both planned and already in operation. But the extremely large loads, part of the problem that we have in Illinois, and in talking with my colleagues from around the country, we see this everywhere else, is that the load forecasting is not, it was mentioned in the earlier panel, the load forecasting is less than optimal, I'll say. I'll be kind today.
That was really kind.
That was really kind. Well, I have showed my age. I've compared it to the Ouija board of my youth. And then recently to Miss Cleo, for those of you who remember Miss Cleo, who somehow didn't know, even though she was a psychic, that the feds were coming for her, but that's another story. But the load forecasting, all developed under NDAs. I'm a lawyer. I understand the reasoning behind NDAs. But if you're a hyperscaler and you're working with a particular utility in one state, you may also be working under an NDA with a utility in 2 or 3 neighboring states. You're not going to build all 4 data centers, but that data center may show up in 4 different load forecasts for the utilities. And so part of the issue that we have as commissions is not really knowing, because we're not behind the NDAs, not really knowing what of that load is real. And so that's why you start to see things like, for data centers, bring your own energy. In Illinois, we say bring your own new clean energy, or Beyonce, or bring your own generation, you'll hear.
Did you just drop a Beyonce?
I just dropped
joke?
Beyonce, yeah. So if the new data center is bringing their own generation, then the load forecasting issues are mitigated quite a bit. It's not as big of an issue then. So those are the things that we're really working on in Illinois going forward. I will say our communities, the communities that have had nuclear plants for 60 years, 50 years in most cases, we're very supportive for the most part of the nuclear plants continuing there and of the subsidies or the framework that we set up to keep them in operation for a lot of reasons. So it's not really a renaissance for us. We've been working with and supporting the nuclear facilities financially for a long time. But all of this brings great questions, and I know you're dealing with it and you've been talking about it. The questions about how much do we need for resource adequacy purposes, and how do we balance those costs for the ratepayers? What's the best options that we have right now? So we're working on all of these issues in Illinois, as I know you are here, and we are in the other states. And I really think nuclear will have a role to play. I think it will really see a role to play, and you already have seen it in terms of data centers looking for some of the power. You've seen the support to reopen
Large load
large and potentially inflexible loads, right? You've seen one of the hyperscalers work with Constellation to reopen one of the units at 3 Mile Island. You're seeing other previously shuttered plants that are looking to come back online, obviously in part in response to the new load forecast for data centers. And so I think there's a real opportunity here. I think there is for us, and we're trying to explore what that means. I think there is for your state and others as well. And I really think we'll probably be back here in about 5 years comparing notes and seeing what's happening. Obviously, the time it takes to do some of these things, especially on a nuclear side, is fairly daunting, just in terms of the time that it takes to do that. But it's daunting no matter what. If you're trying to build new gas, for everything except new renewables, it takes a while, especially right now, and there are supply chain issues everywhere. And so I really think that this is the right time. I really applaud all of you for doing this conference, and look forward to working with you as your neighbors. If you are ever in Paducah, go across the river, go into Metropolis, and look at the Superman statue in the middle of town. It's really great.
Okay.
So, okay. All right. I'm looking forward to the rest of the conversation and the rest of the day today. So thanks a lot for having me here.
Oh, thanks, Doug. All right, well, now it's what I call fireside chat time. I haven't been with these folks in a while, so this is going to be a joy for me to just get in the weeds with them. So I'm going to build, Doug, on what you were saying. There's a lot to kind of unpack there. So you're in a market, you're deregulated. It seems like, subsidies are usually a bad word, right? But it seems like what both New York and Illinois recognize is their attributes, maybe that the market was lagging to recognize that you as a state had to take action, and maybe that's either on resource adequacy, reliability. We all know it all depends on the price of natural gas, and everything was struggling when gas was sub $2 just to make money. Are you seeing, and Elise said something too, system benefits. So system benefits are just hard from a commission, traditional regulatory standpoint. I'm rambling, but it seems like we're entering a time where we're valuing attributes when we see the market not step up fast enough. Do you want to comment on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to describe what we did and why we did what we did with respect to our nuclear plants. So the attributes, the idea of having the 24/7, and in our case, clean energy, be able to and a large amount of energy as well. I mean, the 11 plants put out, as we talked about, a substantial majority of both our power and a vast majority of our clean energy in the state. So the benefit of having the 24/7 clean energy was really helpful to us. When we did the Future Energy Jobs Act, that had an idea toward looking at the clean energy that was finally codified in the subsequent act in 2021. Then the nuclear plants became even that much more important, because if we were going to get to economy-wide clean energy by 2050, the nuclear plants had to play a role, because there was just that amount of substantial energy that's there. But from a grid operation standpoint, there are substantial benefits from having that energy there. The nuclear plants show up even in really difficult weather conditions. So there are a lot of attributes, both locally and then from a regional basis, for the nuclear plants.
All right, I'm going to pivot to Elise. Elise, so you mentioned your fleet's kind of in rural upstate New York. Is that right, your existing fleet? So you're talking like rural communities, but oftentimes the load is what I think is in New York, right?
Yes.
So you've got rural communities making power for load that's really not in their communities. But also, you and I have talked about the public engagement, the community engagement, what you're hearing in New York with, your restarts, Constellation, and movement extensions. Like, what is the perception, and what are you hearing from communities in this kind of resurgence that your governor has kind of charged you with?
Sure. Well, a big part of what we're hearing from communities is that they want nuclear. They see those benefits, particularly the communities that are currently hosting nuclear. They like what they have. They want more of it. And other upstate communities see that and say, hey, we want a piece of that pie. But you're right, there are concerns by these smaller communities, rural communities, that they might end up in a position where they are hosting these plants, hosting the inevitable waste that is generated by these plants, And they might not see the energy benefits associated with it. They would get the economic benefits of jobs. But when power is ending up downstate, rather than providing cheap power for those local communities, that is an issue that has been identified. It is a concern. In addition, there's the concern of whether the additional transmission lines will need to be built, and what communities do those go through, and what do those do to those communities. So, we are hearing sort of both sides to that coin. We are also hearing the concerns that you would expect, health and safety, the regulatory question, security. We heard this morning a lot about the security concerns for microreactors, right? And the benefits of siting those on military installations because of the security concerns. And yet, we now have the federal government proposing a new regulatory part specifically for microreactors that is essentially designed to allow high volume licensing. And what that means is to license many of them, create fleets. And those will be for commercial uses. So those aren't going on military installations. They might be used for small industrial sites. They might be used for critical infrastructure. And so, we as states, I think, really need to look at how do we match that up, those security concerns plus the need for power and reliability.
And I know you and I have talked about this, the pace of regulatory change that we've seen at DOE and the NRC. We all have struggled because it's very hard to communicate that to the public in a way that fosters good engagement, that we can give constructive feedback in the process. Some might say that the pace of change is reducing public confidence. We've heard the NRC chairman be very clear of not compromising safety. And Brandy and Elise, are you hearing that in your public? Like, how do I keep up with the changes that are occurring, and what are you doing, just from Virginia's perspective?
Carefully. And transparency is very important. Similar to what Elise was saying, public sentiment tends to be more favorable where there is an existing fleet. We have been trying to penetrate Southwest Virginia to bring jobs. And the speed at which, these regulatory changes are coming online does draw concern to communities as whether they're sacrificing the safety of the community, especially if it is, Northern Virginia hosts most of those large load facilities, data center, the national capital region. So if you try to, push forward at the rate without active community engagement, where it's not benefiting the community. There's even questions as to the number of jobs that these new advanced reactors will bring to already struggling community that needs jobs, needs a piece of what Northern Virginia is. They're like two different
areas.
Climates. I mean, you've got coal communities in Southwest Virginia that are, on the decline, and trying to revitalize those communities without sacrificing safety, and just trying to show the benefits of that. It has to be treated with care, and there's an urgency to get this speed to power in place, but at what cost?
That's a good point. And Brandy, you mentioned, I know, talking with Vince and you all, one thing is we're struggling just overall to get electrons on the grid, no matter what they are, whether it be supply chain issues on the natural gas side, whether it be the land-intensive debates on the renewables, concerns about safety on some of the storage. But you guys are really squeezing as much as you can on your transmission. Grid enhancing technologies, I believe I saw where upwards nationwide, we may be able to squeeze 100 gigawatts out of the transmission system on that. And Elise mentioned it. We're also, and Doug, we're also going to see a new movement around transmission build out and what it means with communities. So, Doug, did you want to speak about how you all are thinking about transmission, since you really aren't regulating generation, but
Right, but we're heavily involved in both MISO and in PJM and the transmission build out, because you're right, we're going to need more transmission. So it's not just the build out within a particular state or in a particular region. MISO, for example, has done a lot in terms of long-term planning for new transmission. PJM, not as much. I mean, they've started to do some lately, but the other part of it is there's going to be a need for more interregional transmission as well.
exactly.
Because the idea behind these larger RTOs and ISOs is that the bigger the footprint, the better off we are in terms of economics.
are you trying to build transmission down to here? No, I'm just joking.
Sure, sure. So the idea is the bigger footprint is better economically, because everybody's not going through the same situation at the same time, and so you're able to share. Well, if that's the case within an RTO, that should be the case between RTOs. And MISO and SPP, for example, to their west, have done a really good job of trying to build out that interconnection. I think the same thing needs to happen on the PJM side with MISO as well. And we're going to need additional transmission. And in all of this, I mean, the idea is, and this is what we'll be doing with the IRP, getting all of the information in. What's the menu of possibilities for the state? Gets the grid enhancing technologies or reconductoring or some of the advanced transmission technologies are kind of an easy, kind of a no lose situation for states because they provide a much lower cost alternative to building new transmission, for example. But that's the idea, is to look at all the menu of options and see what makes the most sense for the state and for the ratepayers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure.
Sorry about
Okay.
that.
RTO, Regional
Transmission Organization.
PJM is the RTO, and
And
MISO.
independent system operator.
And,
Yeah, those are the larger air traffic controllers managing load and generation.
They're balancing it.
They're balancing it. Yep.
And then we have TVA, and they just do their thing. So on that, I will say this, TVA was leading the way on not just integrated resource planning, but actually then starting integrated transmission planning. I'm thinking, Doug, that we're going to have to start having more state-to-state conversations rather than these conversations we're having in the markets. And I think that's what you're alluding to is how do we talk about this if I'm putting electrons on the grid here, like we've got to put it and then be able to distribute it where it needs to go. Similar to what RJ was talking about, if you send it back to the grid, it's going to need to go somewhere. And if we don't do a better job at our conversations on transmission planning, we're really stuck.
That's why the load forecasting becomes that much more important as well. We went through a period of about 30 years with really flat load. I mean, different in some places. The South had some load growth. You had some load growth in the West. But for the most part, in the middle of the country, and even in the Northeast, you had relatively flat load growth for 30 years. And now we're seeing it's not flat, it's rapidly expanding load growth. And the key becomes, as we talked about earlier, how much of that's real, where's that going to happen, so that we can work together with the other states to maximize and optimize where we're putting generation, where we're putting transmission. It's going to be necessary for all of us to work together.
And I am going to plug the PSC, just to let you all know. Annually, our regulated utilities update their 5-year load forecasts to the PSC. So I think the only one left to come in was Big Rivers. but they do it about this time of year. We get a 5-year look forward. And while you're hearing a lot about load growth, when we looked at the most recent numbers in Kentucky, we're really seeing it with LG&E and KU due to some data center corridors they have there. We're seeing some steady but not scary right now. Like,
We're seeing scary.
you're in scary territory. You're beyond scary. But I think that's also that runway that we have in Kentucky to prepare a little bit. We're not really emerging yet.
Which is
But-
great, because that gives you the opportunity,
opportunity.
to try to plan. A couple of quick factoids here. In the Commonwealth Edison service territory, which is the northern third of Illinois, the largest non-data center load that they have is 80 megawatts, larger manufacturing facility. They're talking to facilities that are wanting 2 gigawatts of power, so 25 times the amount of the largest load that they've got right now. And potentially, we joked about it, but this is really serious, the potential inflexibility of that load, because a lot of the data centers are saying they need 24/7 power. And then if you look at numbers in Commonwealth Edison, it's different than in the southern part of our state, which is in MISO. The numbers in the Commonwealth Edison footprint are such that they're looking at new growth from data centers over the next 10 years that would eclipse their peak load right now. So when you start to see numbers like that, it gets pretty scary. And nationally, you're looking at numbers like that. And it's different depending on where you're at, as you said, but those are fairly scary numbers.
Yeah, just to give perspective, which, I was trying to avoid, but the Virginia load, current load is 25 gig. Then the queue, which is data centers alone, is 70 gig. 70 gig. That's almost tripling load in the next 15 years. So it's huge, huge. And just, the monumental task, it is, everything and anything has to be looked at. And we are looking at advanced transmission technologies, regional partnerships that you touched on, looking at, ways where if you share an RTO, the Regional Transmission Organization, or if you share a utility, we're talking to our neighboring states. And if you have that technology, we constantly, the National Association of State Energy Offices pulls state energy offices around the country to kind of collaborate and help facilitate those discussions so that we do have that opportunity to learn.
Before we go to the public, and yes, public questions, Elise, you and I have had conversations, and I know, Doug, you mentioned you lifted your moratorium. You mentioned Yucca. To my mind, the Nuclear Waste Policy Act still hasn't been amended outside of the Yucca Mountain Plan. When we went around 6 areas of Kentucky, spent fuel management and waste disposition was still a top issue. How are you seeing that in New York with your next kind of vision of projects and dealing with this, because right now we're storing it on site. There may be some back-end processing with the latest DOE requests for information, but right now we're not doing back-end processing of the spent fuel, so we're at disposition. So Elise, a little bit from New York on kind of how you all are approaching that with any future build-out.
Sure. What about the waste? That is the first question I get at any forum on nuclear waste that we do for the public. And it's a good question, it's a hard question, and it's one that unfortunately right now we can't make anyone happy with an answer for. The responsibility for nuclear waste management does rest with the federal government. The states have very little ability to influence that or to change that. So we're left with the paradigm that we currently have, with storage at existing sites and waiting for the federal government to come up with answers. The flip side to that is that the storage we have at the existing sites has functioned very well. Spent fuel is stored safely and securely at all of our existing sites in dry cask. We in New York have had no issues with that. We are continue to encourage DOE's efforts in consent-based or collaborative siting, looking for communities that are truly interested in hosting interim storage or disposal facilities. I think someone earlier mentioned the recent DOE Innovation Campus RFI. In New York itself, we're, I think, most interested in those perhaps innovative approaches for recycling and reprocessing. That in itself lends itself to a green prospect. Reduce, reuse, recycle. I think everyone remembers those terms from when we were getting everyone to recycle. That similar concept can be used for used fuel. There's energy to be gotten out of it. We can make use of it. So New York is very interested there.
Yeah, I think we had the discussion, Elise, that reprocessing doesn't eliminate the federal government's role to have a actual plan beyond Yucca. But reprocessing does offer a waste management solution to reduce volumes, increase our fuel security in the United States. So we had similar comments in the common, yes. We have some time before our break. I expect some audience questions. Oh, Jason, I knew I could count on you, Jason. I've been looking at you. Thank you.
You're welcome, Kenya. For Brandy, you mentioned the training facility y'all have at Wise, Virginia.
Yeah.
That's just across the mountain from Letcher County, Kentucky. Can you speak a little bit about the work that y'all are doing to promote education, because that's a critically important part of this?
Yeah, it's a new scale simulator that was funded by the Virginia Clean Energy Innovation Bank that had some funding from our legislature. So the Virginia Clean Energy Innovation Bank sits within Virginia Energy. And there was a focus on SMR deployment in Southwest Virginia. So in order to ensure that the community is workforce ready, it seemed like a logical place to house that simulator. So they applied and were approved for a grant.
And it's a control room simulator?
Yes, it's a control room. It's not a test reactor. It's a control room simulator. So it gives them real life hands-on training to operate a small modular reactor.
All right, there needs to be another question. Senator Carroll, you're at the hot table.
I am. Thank you, Kenya, and some great information. Along the lines of the waste, can you all talk a little bit about the differences that we're going to see between the Generation 3, Generation 4 reactors? And I know that there are some technologies in Generation 4 that will use the spent fuel from Generation 3 reactors. So that's another avenue for reuse of that material. Do you think in the decades to come that we will continue to have these issues with the spent fuel, or do you think technology will take care of that?
Who wants to take that one? Go, Doug. Not you. Doug he's opting out.
Sure.
I know Elise will take it. She said 20 years of experience.
Let's see. So there were, I think, a few parts to that question. Let's start with, what the differences might be. And I think one of the later panels in this conference is going to tackle that in more detail. But I think generally speaking, we're not hearing from industry that the amounts of waste are really going to change that much when you factor in, the electric generating capacity. It's pretty much the same amount of waste per gigawatt produced. We might see some changes in the composition of waste. and that's still being studied. Obviously, we don't have operational experience to back any of this up. The second part of your question, I think, was what might we see change going forward? You rightly noted that some of the Gen 4 designs are looking at making use of the recycled waste. And I mean, that's the point of recycling, isn't it? Perhaps I should say reprocessing. To take the waste and turn it back into a on-spec material that can be used again in the nuclear power plants. There are a couple of, at least one design of a Gen 4 reactor where it's actually part of the business plan. So that company's business plan is to reuse their own fuel, reprocess and reuse it. So that's very exciting. It's why, I mentioned earlier, New York is very, very interested in these sorts of innovations. It's also an area where I think states can actually step up and engage, because we all have universities with research and development programs that can try tackling some of these questions. So, it feels a little good to be able to actually step up and do something as a state.
All right. Well, we're going to end that with Elisa's call to action, which is to step up and engage. And Mr. John Rognes gave me the stop sign, and well, unfortunately, we're going to have to stop. Although, come to lunch with us, and we'll be happy to keep rolling on this conversation. With that, can you please give a round of applause to Doug, Elise, and Brandy? Thank you all so much, and I believe we are slated for a coffee break, John? 10-minute break. Go make a friend, have some good conversation, and come back in 10 minutes. You're back on schedule. Great, yeah.
If everybody could please take a seat so we could move forward with the agenda. Thank you. Senator Carroll. If everybody could please take a seat, I'd appreciate it. All right, the next session involves new nuclear in the States. This session explores the rapid revolution of domestic nuclear landscape as the states transition from ambitious policy goals to steel-in-the-ground reality. Panelists will discuss the diverse strategies driving the next generation of deployment, from the revitalization of traditional fleets and coal to nuclear transitions, to the integration of small modular reactors into local grids. Join us for a deep dive in how state leadership, regulatory frameworks, and the community participations are carving a path for a reliable, carbon-free energy future. The moderator is Senator Danny Carroll. Greg Borschig, he is the Vice President of Engineering for the Clinch River Project, TVA. Christy Hartman, she is the Senior Director, State Policy and External Affairs with the Nuclear Energy Institute. Myron Kosmorski, he is the Vice President of Holtec Government Services, Holtec International. Natalia Sarayeva, she is the lead, an engagement lead with the Office of Nuclear Energy, U.S. Department of Energy. Thank you.
Over your slides. Here's a microphone for you. And you all can pass this other one around.
Are we ready? Okay, very good. Welcome everyone again. And it is an honor for me to be here, and this is a little bit intimidating for me to be on this side, especially with a panel with such expertise. But I'm excited about everything that's going on in our state, and a lot of people that I want to thank. I will wait till in the morning to do a lot of that, but there are a couple folks I want to recognize right quick. One of my colleagues just stepped into the room, and I think she's back there somewhere, Senator Shelley Funky Frohmeyer. And she has kind of joined in to our nuclear efforts within the Senate and really jumped in to educate herself and really been a huge asset as we move legislation forward. And one other person that I would like to mention, and he's going to not be happy with me for doing this. You know, I get a lot of credit for what goes on, as do other legislators, executive branch members, but there are staff within the Legislative Research Commission, and I know Angie, Kenya, Secretary Goodman, all kinds of staff that are just critical to the success. And there is one particular bill drafter that has been with us since day one on developing legislation. And they are crucial because I come in, as do most legislators, with some harebrained idea, and they put it together and make it mean something and put it into a language that is suitable for statute. And Stefan Kasakavich, stand up for a second. And it is so great working with him because the fact that he's here tells you something about him. He doesn't just take what I say. It's an interaction. He understands the language, and he understands what we're trying to accomplish, and he's able to put that into words that mean something that we're able to get through legislation. So, Stefan, thank you for everything that you've done. I know I've told you before, but just invaluable, as are all the staff that make these things happen. We are the faces often, but there are huge staffs behind us, and they're the ones that make us successful. So thank you for all that you do. We're going to go ahead and jump in real quickly. And Myron, if you want to take the podium, we're going to give each one of our panel members 5 minutes as an opening and then go through some questions and then open up the floor. And this is going to be like an episode of Jerry Springer. I'm going to stand out here and moderate.
All right. Senator Carroll, thank you. And I would like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to participate on this panel. Again, I'm Myron Kazmarski, Vice President at Holtec Government Services. I have a few slides that'll provide a brief background on Holtec International and describe the nuclear power plant initiatives that we have taken in the state of Michigan, which may provide some benefits and the experience we've gained to new nuclear initiatives right here in Kentucky. The photos and renderings on the title slide provide a few of the products and services that Holtec has to offer the energy market. In particular, for this panel session, the photo on the top right is the current Palisades nuclear power plant that Holtec acquired to dismantle and is now restarting with the encouragement of the governor of Michigan and the Department of Energy. And on the top left is the Holtec-designed SMR 300, a 340 megawatt, 2-unit nuclear power plant that will deliver 680 megawatts of electricity of clean energy to the Palisades site, currently being licensed and constructed. This slide provides a brief corporate overview, and I will promise to try to keep it within 5 minutes. So I'll have a few remarks on these slides. This slide provides a brief overview of Holtec International. Holtec can be described as an innovation technology development company. At the core of the company is our technologies, the patents. We have over 250 patents, and the manufacturing capability that we offer the industry. Holtec is vertically integrated with design, engineering, licensing, manufacturing, construction, and plant operations capabilities. Holtec is the largest provider of dry cask storage systems for used nuclear fuel in the world. This also includes the transportation casks. We have 15 licenses associated with the transportation and storage of used nuclear fuel. We're also the largest exporter of nuclear equipment in the United States. The photo on this slide shows the Holtec Technology Campus in Camden, New Jersey. with headquarters for engineering, design, and licensing in the foreground, and the advanced manufacturing plant in the background, which was specifically designed for the manufacturing of large components for small modular reactors. The photos on this slide follow Holtec's core technologies and services. The top left shows the dry cask storage system overpacks and transportation casks. The next photo over shows the high-density storage racks that we've provided to nearly every nuclear plant in the United States. It also shows the dismantling operations and segmentation that occurs on our decommissioning projects. We're the largest provider of decommissioning services in the United States. We're currently dismantling 3 nuclear plants and restarting one of those plants that we were actually acquired to dismantle. And also with the fabrication and supply of thermal equipment for the power industry. For our nuclear plants, we provide both wet and air-cooled condensers, which allow us to locate the SMR 300 in any location in the United States. And also the deployment of the SMR 300, small modular reactor. And again, all these products and services that we provide are right here in the United States. The products that we manufacture are from our 3 manufacturing plants in the United States. Holtec owns 3 heavy manufacturing plants located in Camden, New Jersey, Turtle Creek, Pennsylvania, just south of Pittsburgh, and Orville, Ohio, with 1.5 million square feet of manufacturing space. Some of the largest machining milling equipment is located in these facilities, and state-of-the-art robotic welding equipment and automation. We employ over 150 certified welders. And some of the specifics of these plants are listed right here on this slide. As I mentioned, our advanced manufacturing plant in Camden, New Jersey, shown here on the top photo, was designed to manufacture the major and large components for our small modular reactors, and designed right now to produce up to 2 of the small modular reactors per year. Our goal is to build regional manufacturing plants in the United States and eventually throughout the world. The rendering on the bottom slide shows a facility that is 4 times the size of our advanced manufacturing plant in Camden, New Jersey. And the purpose is to be manufacturing 2 to 4 small modular reactors each year, and also with the capacity to support the other small modular reactor companies and microreactor companies for manufacturing their large components. Again, this slide shows some of the significant features of our SMR 300. Notably, this is a proven light water, pressurized water reactor technology utilizing standard nuclear fuel at 5% enrichment, which is currently used throughout the United States. However, this is a Gen 3 Plus reactor, which includes the passive walk-away safety systems, and is designed to utilize off-the-shelf equipment that's utilized in the power industry, including pumps, valves, instrumentation, again, which will hopefully make it much more easier with regard to the supply chain. We believe the SMR 300 provides a low-risk deployment strategy from both a regulatory and supply chain perspectives.
Myron, we'll need to wrap it up there, please.
Yep. Again, I promise to be... 2 more quick slides. Again, this slide shows the integral relationship between the restart of the Palisades nuclear power plant and the dual-unit SMR 300, which is also going to be located at the Palisades site. And again, Holtec will be responsible for building, licensing, and operating this first nuclear power plant. We are not a nuclear utility, so we do not plan to be in the nuclear utility business. But again, we started an operation company so that, again, we can expedite the process for the restart as well as the SMR 300. Finally, just quickly, another photo of the Palisades nuclear plant on Lake Michigan that will provide over 800 megawatts of clean energy when it's started later this year. And again, through a study from the University of Michigan, we will retain $250 million of economic activity in that region, as well as 300 direct jobs and over several thousand long-term jobs for the region. And again, that would conclude my remarks. So.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll have Christy Hartman. And Christy, I have to ask something up front. What is a nuclear state champion that Kenya and I and Randy Bridges received? And do we get T-shirts?
Well, I'm so excited, Senator Carroll. It's a really, great time, obviously, on the nuclear front. That's why we're all here today. Perfect timing to have just announced the State Nuclear Champion Program. These are really, the state leaders, and I will kind of talk in my comments here, but maybe as the preview, we're seeing it across sort of all fronts, whether you're a state legislator, commissioner, governor's office, state energy official. I think how we move forward in the nuclear space is by all working together and sort of all looking at sort of our various roles. And so there's about 150 state nuclear champions across the country who are being recognized in this inaugural year. So very exciting.
What about the T-shirt?
You are getting a lapel pin. So, first start here. So we'll see for 2027 where we can take this.
Kenya, we will make our own T-shirts.
We've got some good hats in the closet. Maybe we can get one of those. Well, thank you, Senator Carroll, and everyone here. It's so exciting to be a part of this conference. Christy Hartman, I lead our state and local team at the Nuclear Energy Institute. So we're the trade association working with sort of most all companies in the nuclear energy space. I think we've got 350 or so members in the U.S. and around the world. So obviously, for my part, I focus on sort of the state and local engagement. I get to work with state officials all the time, and as I sort of look at sort of my experience with nuclear. Wow, we're in sort of unprecedented times. It's really exciting to just see the breadth of activity and sort of the questions and thoughtful conversations that are sort of taking place across the state. So I thought I'd just start real quick, with the 5 minutes or less, just to kind of what is the current landscape for nuclear. And, I think sort of living and breathing it every day, sort of forget when I'm talking to external audiences. We have 94 reactors operating around the U.S., more than any other country. Really exciting. I think people nuclear has been kind of quiet and in the background in a lot of states. And so that's always sort of a surprisingly large number. We're also experiencing unprecedented bipartisan support. Public opinion polls show, more favorability for nuclear than ever before, and certainly we see that playing out in the types of conversations we're seeing in the states. Myron just mentioned the Palisades restart. We've got a number of plants that are working towards restarting. This has never happened before. Certainly excited to see Palisades be the first to come back online. But they're just mentioning there are another number of others in other states. And then there's also projects that are breaking ground. And so I think we are sort of reaching that point. Get the question all the time, okay, you talk about advanced nuclear, new nuclear, when's that gonna happen? And so we're starting to see that progress now, and I think we'll only get faster. When we look at the existing fleet too, most of the existing fleet, those 94 operating reactors, are going towards license extensions, moving from, say, 60 to 80 years. I think when we look at the energy sector and we look at the various generation sources, there's just nothing like that when we look at, an 80 or more year operating life that, these assets, especially as we look to build new nuclear, could potentially be, your grandkids' generation. So very exciting. So as we look at sort of what's happening in the states and what I follow on a daily basis, we've seen more interest from the states than ever before. We had 13 governors include nuclear specifically in their State of the State addresses, really unheard of support. In the legislatures, last year more than 350 bills were introduced. We're on track again this year with sort of a similar number. So much activity, really being creative and innovative, looking at sort of those policy solutions to make sure that nuclear is part of the mix. The other sort of trends, kind of buckets of the types of policies and regulations that we see in so many states, there are working groups and task forces and commissioning studies to explore new nuclear in the state. But I think what is different now is, maybe we have 25 states that have published studies or have put together these working groups, but we really see the involvement from sort of those kind of general, what is the landscape for nuclear, to what are clear recommendations, what are actionable items that the state can take to support future nuclear development. And so we really see states coming together, and I know we've already panels this morning have talked about some of those various initiatives. It's exciting to see all the great work from, NASIO and NARUC and NGA and NCSL sort of bringing together stakeholders to look at all of that. The second kind of bucket where we see a lot of state interest focuses on, sort of where nuclear fits into the definition of clean energy, sort of as states especially move on past a renewable portfolio standard, making sure that nuclear is included in sort of that state statute for any clean energy goals. The third bucket is where we really see the PUCs taking a more active role, and that is that kind of broader signaling support for nuclear. So whether it's coming up in a docket or whether it's a conference like this, just sort of bringing those key stakeholders to the table and having the conversations and sort of publicly showing support for nuclear as part of the solutions in a state has become very popular. And then maybe the last kind of real trending area where we've seen it pick up this year is, as we look to new nuclear, with the exception of the new units in Georgia, we haven't built new nuclear in the U.S. in a really long time. And so especially for companies interested in participating in a state, we've seen a lot of states sort of take action to create sort of a centralized office for all things nuclear, sort of having that point of contact where companies can go to and say, please help me figure out sort of the state permitting process. And we're seeing this play out, this kind of nuclear point of contact office play out in a variety of ways, whether it's through legislation, sort of adding maybe an FTE in an existing state office, or sort of clearly identifying a contact. So lots of really great work there. We probably have 10 different states that are pursuing this kind of nuclear office this year. And maybe I'll end with, there's so much state activity and kind of how we started with the nuclear champions. I think even 3 years ago, we'd say, most of the activity was coming from state legislatures. And, as I look across the states now, that is one area where we see a lot of interest and really great policy ideas. But certainly from all the other state stakeholders as well, we see so much activity and sort of this push again to all be working together. I think the states that are going to be the most successful, the fastest, are the ones where all the state stakeholders are working towards the same goal. So stop there.
Thank you. And in Kentucky, we are doing exactly that. So pretty proud of that. Greg?
All right. Thank you, Senator Carroll, and for everybody for being here today. Wanted to talk about the Clinch River project, just give you an overview of where we're at as a project. So the Clinch River project is currently in the plant management evaluation phase for a Generation 3 plus small modular reactor at the Clinch River site near Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Last spring, we applied for our construction permit application, submitted our construction permit application, and the technology is a 300 megawatt GE BWX 300. The construction permit is in two parts. There's an environmental part and a safety analysis part. With respect to environmental, the NRC has completed their review, and the supplemental environmental impact statement was posted to the Federal Register on April 6th of this year. The safety analysis is under review. In fact, it's essentially at the pencils down point. And we have our ACRS, or our Advisory Committee on Reactor Safeguards review, scheduled for June 3rd. So that's a big step for us. The NRC did commit to completing the review of our construction permit application by the end of the year. They're well ahead of that schedule, so we have high expectations that we'll receive our construction permit application before the end of the year. So that's good for us. The TVA board has not approved deployment of advanced reactor technology, and that's pending sufficient design maturity and a clear line of sight for the funding. With respect to the design maturity, the standard design is being developed through a very unique process. It's a partnership with the developer, General Electric, Vernova Hitachi, the partners, TVA, Ontario Power Generation out of Canada, and Orlen Synthos Green Energy out of Poland. This allows the developer to defray the high cost of bringing a new design to the market while allowing the contributors to impart a valuable operating experience into the design process. The standard design is progressing, and it's important to note that Ontario Power Generation is constructing a GE BWX 300 in Darlington, Canada. In fact, the reactor shaft is dug, and I think a couple weeks ago they set the base mat to start the construction process for the reactor building. So good progress being made there. TVA continues to support other evaluation activities such as detailed scoping, cost and schedule estimates, and planning to support board decision-making. With respect to funding, TVA is continuing to pursue various alternative forms of funding, such as off-taker investment, which would help defray the higher costs associated with a first-of-a-kind reactor and shield the ratepayers for that. We did apply for and were selected for a DOE grant, a $400 million grant. That certainly won't build a plant, but it goes a long way in completing the design. We had several partners with this grant. We had General Electric, Vernova Hitachi. We had a forging company, Scott Forge, part of that, BWXT, who manufactures reactor pressure vessels. We had several utilities that were interested in the cost of their construction permit applications, so fast followers associated with that, and then education and national labs associated as well. This grant was intended to accelerate the deployment of a small modular reactor in the United States. And it's really not just about that first reactor. That's why we had the partners that we did. Currently, you can't get the large forgings for a commercial reactor vessel in the United States, nor is there currently reactor pressure vessel manufacturing in the United States for commercial vessels. So it was great to hear that Holtec is moving in that direction. There is the capability. We have plenty of capability for building military reactors and such, but the capacity is what's needed, and that was the intention for this grant. We're continuing to look at other funding sources as well, but the project is progressing well. That's all I had this morning.
Natalia, if you will wrap up this section.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon. I'm Natalia Saraiva. I'm with the Office of Nuclear Energy at the U.S. Department of Energy. So I'm here to represent federal government perspective. I'm the engagement lead, so I get to do all the fun work that I'm going to talk a little bit more about. So it's definitely a very exciting time to be nuclear. And what does it mean? It means different things for many people. But for me, coming here, I was thinking, several, like 2 years ago, right, I would be happy to head to a state energy conference that will have a panel on nuclear. And I would be like, great, okay, we include in conversation. And now states are putting nuclear energy conferences at, 2 days solid, back-to-back discussions, lots of questions. So that's amazing. As many of you probably already heard and know, this administration is definitely committed to enabling the resurgence of the American nuclear industry. And that means from reinvigorating our nuclear fuel cycle to adding more gigawatts of nuclear. And the goal is to add to add generation capacity to a minimum of 400 gigawatts by 2050. So that means we need to quadruple what we have now. So that's quite an ambitious task, right? So we need to start now. But resurgence of nuclear, of course, and we've heard a lot about today, right? It means not only adding good paying jobs and adding tax revenues, right, but also contributing to overall prosperity of the American people. So many of you have heard that last year the president signed 4 executive orders that charge several federal agencies, my agency including, with this resurgence. And there are lots of actions, there are lots of things going on, and the pace is really high pace. In the office I'm in, Office of Nuclear Energy, in case you're not familiar with us, we are applied research and development and demonstration organization. So we enable scientific and technological advancements to make sure that America has the energy needs and the technology that we need. So we have 4 main priorities which align well with the task we were given. So priority, and they're not in the order of importance, they're just in the order. So priority 1 is to make sure we maintain the current fleet. So Christy mentioned we have 94 reactors that provide 20% of this country's electricity, right? So we work on making sure they work with the industry to make sure they continue operating. Restart's been mentioned several times. We work with Office of Energy Dominance Financing to make sure that restarts are happening on schedule, the uprates, and many other aspects. The other one is to make sure that we enable deployment of new technology. So you've heard about our public-private partnerships with Gen 3 Plus providers, Holtec and TVA. We also have 2 demonstration projects of advanced reactors, one in Wyoming, one in Texas. We have risk reduction programs. And we also, on the executive order, working with the industry for what we call our reactor pilot program. So it's a micro reactors. We have 11 projects, and by the charge of the executive order, at least 3 of them need to go critical by 4th of July this year. So we working hard, making sure that that happens. And I know there are lots of questions about the pace, and safety remains our #1 priority, so we're not giving that up. So of course, we can do all of it without sustainable fuel cycle, right? We need fuel for both the existing fleet, we need fuel for the advanced reactors, and they require slightly different fuels. So we are working to enabling that. The governor mentioned two projects that are happening in Kentucky, right, and in Paducah for the enrichment. We also need to make sure that we have the sustainable back end, right? So that came up quite a few times today. So we've been working with states on the request for information to enable the life cycle innovation campuses that would be focusing on innovative technologies, but also focusing on the final pathway for the disposition. There is also a priority to make sure that we supply the technology internationally. And why is that important for this audience, right? Why is it important for us? Not only that we will be providing the safest and securest and best technology internationally, because lots of countries are looking into having nuclear, right? So we want the technology to operate safely, right? We want this golden standard to go with it. But also it means that there will be more opportunities domestically for supply chain. And of course, we cannot achieve any of this without the workforce. And we cannot achieve all of this without, partnering with communities and states. So it's really, because I'm working a lot with interagency groups, I'm working a lot with communities. To me, it was really music to my ears to hear that community engagement is really, really important to the state of Kentucky and all of you do. So this is really important. And as been mentioned, recently we've seen a big uptick at the state interest in lots of actions, from task forces, strategic planning, to lifting moratoriums, to providing $1 million in state funding support. And Kentucky, of course, is a front leader of working on many of these actions. So one of the first states to repeal the moratorium, and thank you, Senator, for your leadership and your colleagues. Kentucky also established the Nuclear Energy Authority and providing state grants, and also the recent program that became a law just like a month ago, the Nuclear Reactor Site Readiness Pilot Program. So that said, again, nuclear provides a lot of opportunities, as was mentioned earlier, and those of you who are looking into nuclear, so now it's really really good time to be in the nuclear business. Of course, lots of questions. I think this is why it's important to have forums like this and have different perspectives and get those questions answered. So I'll stop here and I'll be here. So please stop by, ask any questions.
Thank you, Natalia. One thing I want to mention, you all heard earlier that the bill that lifted the moratorium in Kentucky was actually called the Leaper Act. And it was called the Leaper Act because it was my predecessor in the Senate who did all the work that I got all the credit for. I thought it only fitting. He's a really good friend of mine, and actually we camp on the Kentucky Lake about 100 yards from each other. And his wife, who was a member of a board of directors for a nonprofit that I ran for several years, loved that man to death and the work he did. And he poured his heart out for several years on getting the moratorium lifted. And it was an honor for me to be able to get that bill passed. But he's the one that deserves the credit for that. And I'm always want to bring that up and make sure we're very clear on that. I want to throw a curveball right off the bat. I apologize. Two of you all have technologies that are Generation 3+. And I know, and I actually visited the site in Canada a couple summers ago and got to see a mock-up of one of their CANDU reactors while we were there. Interesting design on the CANDU reactors, and that's a whole other topic. But in talking with the Canadians on why they selected that technology, it was all about supply chain and cost. And, I really assumed that, after hearing that and, what's going on with TVA and with that particular reactor down on the Clinch River site, is that right? That's where it is? Yes. That we would continue to see more of the Generation 3+ as we move forward. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, from my perspective, and I do quite a bit of reading each day on this, trying to keep up, unsuccessful, but trying. And it seems that there are more of the Gen 4 reactors that are moving forward now. From each one of y'all's perspective, do you all see it that way too? Is there a balance, or where do you think we're going to be going in the years to come? Will there be more 3+, or do you think we will move on to Generation 4 entirely? Whoever, Greg, go ahead. Oh, yeah, and I apologize, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, I can do that. So a Generation 3 reactor is a light water reactor, so not much different than the conventional reactors today in terms of cooling source. The plus is for passively mitigated with respect to safety systems. So in the plants today, they require AC power to respond to an emergency. So pumps need to start, valves need to reposition, relays need to reposition, all taking power. Because you have that, you have to have redundant diesel generators, so you always have power, and there's a tremendous number of operator actions for responding to a casualty. For a Gen 3+, it's passive. So they use things like natural circulation, gravity, all things that don't require AC power. If a valve needs to reposition, it has something like a big spring. It's energized. When the spring is compressed, you lose power. The spring takes the valve to its accident position. These plants also require little to no operator action. So the first thing in a casualty is the operator stands back, puts their hands in their pocket, and lets the plant take itself to a safe condition. So passively cooled, light water cooled passive reactor. Gen 4s use something other than water for cooling. So there could be liquid metal like the sodium reactor in Kemmerer, Wyoming. It could be molten salt. There are several molten salt designs, or it could be high temperature gas. So there is a difference between the two technologies. It really comes down to risk, and that's how this is going to play out. When you look at the risk score sheet today, there's a lot to say about familiar. So for example, most of the Gen 3+ designs use the same exact fuel that's in operating reactors today. So there's very little to learn about that fuel. And fuel is very important. The integrity of the fuel is really the name of the game in protecting the public. The plants, most of the advanced technology is in the reactor building, so there are substantial differences, but the number of actual first-of-a-kind features are much less than for the Gen 4s. Gen 4s have a lot of promise, though. A lot of the fuel is fault-tolerant fuel, so it cannot melt anywhere near the temperatures of a reactor or design basis accident. That's a very good thing. Many of the designs, with the exception of high-temperature gas, operate at or near atmospheric pressure. So you don't really have a pressure vessel. Anytime you have pressure, right, the design has to keep that pressure in. So that's another thing. So Gen 4s have a lot of promise in terms of safety, plus they operate at much higher temperatures, so you can use them to run industrial services and things like that. So a lot to do, a lot of benefits for Gen 4s, but there's a lot of new technology. So it really comes down to how things actually play out as the designs mature. Gen 3+ plants are very mature, a lot known, have a lot of promise, and on the risk scorecard, it's a much safer bet at this particular time. In the 3 years I've been associated with advanced technology, the Gen 4s have really closed a lot of ground, though. So just
So it's a matter of what risk you're willing to take, and then what the purpose of the reactor.
Yeah, that's right, because what your intended uses for are very important. Like the one in Texas is Dow Chemical, for example. They're going to use it for process heat.
Awesome. Okay, and kind of a segue into the first question that I actually had. And I know this will be one of the decisions that states are going to be looking at, but what are some of the other steps that states, and maybe the states like Kentucky that really don't have in-state nuclear generation, what are some of the next steps we're going to need to take and to address, and maybe look at it from a leadership perspective, the regulatory environment, and partnerships. Maybe talk about the technologies on making those decisions. And as was mentioned early, and it's funny that came up, President Stivers, the Senate president, every time we talk about nuclear, he talks about we need to start talking to our surrounding states, and we need to talk about agreements and how we can move forward together. So it was interesting that come up. But and we'll start here with Myron. Just on that particular question, what do we need to do next? What states that are similarly suited to Kentucky, what will be the steps?
Well, here in the remarks from Secretary Goodman this morning, Kentucky has taken a number of the initiatives already. I was very impressed by what's been done so far in the state of Kentucky. But to continue, to continue to encourage nuclear plant development, streamlining the permitting process, having the states reduce the unnecessary delays with regard to permits, and again, working very closely with the federal government as well. Environmental reviews, land use approvals, grid connection requirements. Those are some of the things that need to be anticipated. Providing financial incentives, tax credits, grants, low-interest loans, government-backed bonds to incentivize investment, from the outside, from the financial community. For Holtec for us to build our new advanced manufacturing plant in Camden, we received tax credits from the state of New Jersey. We received those in 2015. By 2017, we opened the doors on a brand new manufacturing plant. We would like to discuss those kind of potential tax incentives here in Kentucky. We would love to build one of our regional manufacturing plants for building large components for small modular reactors as microreactors. So those are just some of the incentives. Again, the Secretary Goodman mentioned a number of those that I was very impressed with as we started here.
We did also build in tax incentives to Senate Bill 57. Secretary Knoll became involved in the process, and we decided to add that on to make sure that specific to nuclear projects that they would be able to apply for those incentives.
Yeah, you don't get state nuclear champion for no reason, right? It's hard to go after Myron always because he summarizes that really well. What I could add to that is Kentucky has a great advantage because you do have energy assets that have been retired or retiring, right? And those assets come with infrastructure and they come with the interconnects, right? So capitalizing on that and also they come with a very skilled workforce, right? That is looking to continue being in their communities. They love their communities. They want the generation to be there. So that's a huge advantage. And like when we talk about nuclear, everybody's like, oh, I'm not a nuclear engineer. I cannot work in the nuclear now. Like nuclear needs nuclear engineers, but not as many as one can think. It has all other type of talents, right? Mechanical engineers, plumbers, electricians, security guards, like you name it, right? So a lot of workforce, has many skills. Like, yes, of course, nuclear requires additional, licenses, right? But those are typically a lot of those obtained on the job, right? Like the plumber or electrician has to be certified, right? So that can be done. So looking into that and seeing how you could lay additional groundwork on what you've already been doing and have those sites and workforce ready.
Oh, thank you. I too was very impressed with Secretary Goodman's remarks. Very comprehensive set of actions that were discussed today. I know she was only summarizing, so probably the only thing I would add to it was siting a reactor is a very complex process, and there is seismic activity in the area, so that's something that is going to have to be carefully managed in the siting analysis. So being very familiar with the siting practices through the EPRI guidance on how to site the reactor. I was very glad to hear there was discussion of early site permitting. It's a great approach. It's technology neutral, so you still have time to make the decisions. So it addresses the suitability of the site, gets environmental and safety hazards fleshed out. But most importantly, community engagement is a big piece of that process. So I think will serve you very well, since it sounds like you have some sites selected. The other thing is continue with the engagement of the community, like's been discussed here. Economic development organizations are really great to partner with because nuclear is great for business. It's clean, dispatchable, reliable, resilient. It is great for business, jobs. It's a job creator, both direct and indirect jobs. So economic development organizations can really help get the word out, and really having the public educated and comfortable with it. For us at Clinch River with Oak Ridge right there, we couldn't ask for a more educated and engaged public, and it really is paying tremendous dividends. So the more you can boost the education and engagement of the public, the better your projects are going to go going forward.
I think even just from our responses, there's no one activity that I think is going to drive this forward, that it is a whole kind of collection of thoughts and innovative approaches. Maybe just going back to Senator Carroll, your remarks on sort of that regional coordination. We are seeing that in a lot of other parts of the country. The 6 governors in the Northeast just came out with an announcement of sort of working together, kind of pursuing a potential new nuclear up in the Northeast.
What does that look like? I mean, when you come together with several states, is it just pulling together, deciding on a location for a particular project, and everyone helping to make that happen, or?
Well, I'd say, for the Northeast, that's a really interesting one. You've got a great bipartisan mix. You also, it's the Northeast, it's very populated. There's less sort of, land available. There's a history with nuclear, maybe kind of positive and negative, I think. And so it's really interesting dynamics that we don't see anywhere else in the country. This is just kicking off, but there have been sort of previous discussions over the last couple of years and kind of a growing conversation. So I think where we see this going is first, kind of having the governor's team sort of coming together, but it's, are you building out a supply chain? How are you attracting businesses? How are you working with communities? Because there's going to be very strong opinions all across the Northeast. So, this is just the first step in a longer process. I do see the stop coming up for us, so I will. But there are, if you look at Wyoming and Utah and Idaho, completely different than the Northeast. There's so much activity and regional coordination. How do you build out maybe a supply chain that can benefit the entire region versus just the state? I'd say the same for the workforce. As we talk, in Kentucky is doing a ton of great conversations and efforts to support, that next generation nuclear workforce. So things like that. Mississippi, Louisiana just kind of came out with a combined response to the nuclear life cycle campus, whatever that looks like. I think we're seeing more of that coordination. Would love to see that for Kentucky as well.
Good stuff. And I could ask questions all day long. I know that there are developers that are looking at the complete system being a closed system where they build everything, recycle the fuel, repurpose the fuel, or whatever term we need to use. But that's fascinating on the technologies that's coming up. And as I said earlier, I like to read on this every day, and it seems like every day there's something new that's coming down the pipeline. So it's very exciting times. And anybody that's heard me talk knows that my interest in this I love history. And ladies and gentlemen, we're in the middle, or not middle, maybe the beginning stages of a change in this world's history. And we get to be a part of that. And as a legislator, that's about as cool as it gets. And I'm very excited about that. And it's exciting for us to be involved in it in Kentucky and being a central player in all this. So thank you for being here and great information. Enjoyed the conversations, and you will probably get messages from me in the future asking questions, so I'll apologize up front. Thank you all very much.
We're going to break until 1:30 for lunch. Sustainability, resiliency, and the environment. This session explores the pivotal role of nuclear energy in achieving reliability, carbon-free future. Experts will discuss how modern reactor designs enhance the grid resiliency while meeting the urgent demands of the global sustainability goals. Attendees will gain an insight into the latest innovations in waste management and the environmental benefit of integrating nuclear power with renewable resources. This discussion concludes with a strategic outlook in the policy framework necessary to scale nuclear infrastructure safely and efficiently. The panelists include Ashley Williams. She is the Executive Director of the Kentucky Resource Council. Ms. Williams, want to come up? Chad Eaton, he is the Director of Government Affairs at Nucor Corporation. John Cornwell, he is the Senior Director of Research at Good Energy Collective, and it is being moderated by Secretary of the Energy and Environment Cabinet, John Lyons.
Thank you, John. Thanks, everybody. Hopefully everybody had a great lunch at one of our fine local establishments. I'm sure they appreciated your business. We got some great places to eat, and I think people will be straggling back in because I know the restaurant I was at, I had to get my lunch and bring it with me, so it's still sitting out there in the lobby. So we got a great panel with us here today. John has already introduced them, but I'm going to give each of them a little bit of time to tell them about themselves and about their company or their organization that they work with. And we're going to follow a similar format that Senator Carroll followed in the session before lunch. So we'll start with Mr. Chad Eaton.
Thank you, John. Thank you all for allowing us to be here today. Cabinet, thank you for the invite. It's always a pleasure to be in Kentucky. I'm with Nucor Steel Corporation. We're the largest steel manufacturer and steel fabricator in all of North America. So we operate 28 steel mills, literally scattered coast to coast. And everything that we do is with an electric arc furnace. So there's two ways of making steel: an older technology, a blast furnace technology, which is really carbon emission intensive, and then what is a newer form but still about 70 years old today is what's called an electric arc furnace, which uses electricity to recycle and melt recycled scrap content. So we're the largest steel producer, but we also own a company called David J. Joseph, which is the largest recycler in all of North America. We recycle ferrous and non-ferrous scrap metal. We use that as the feedstock. We recycle about 20 billion tons of recycled material on an annual basis. In Kentucky, we operate that recycling business under the name River Metals. So they're literally scattered all across the state. In the state, we operate a couple of different steel divisions: a sheet steel division in Gallatin, Kentucky, which is a end producer for things like HVAC systems for automotive. It's about a 3 million ton capacity steel manufacturing facility in Gallatin. Right adjacent to that campus, we have a tube products division. We have one of our newest greenfield projects was our Brandenburg plate mill project, which is about a $1.7 billion plate mill project over in Brandenburg. And then in Louisville, we also have another tube division as well. And then here in Frankfort, as we've talked a lot about data centers today, we have a data warehouse systems fabricating facility right here in Frankfort as well. But you probably asked the question, kind of why is Nucor engaged in all of this? A couple of reasons. One, if you go back to the history of Nucor, we actually started as the Nuclear Corporation back about 100 years ago, and we were in the components piece making of nuclear components for the nuclear industry. In the 1960s, we kind of transferred really just into steel making. But when I mentioned we use an electric arc furnace, across all of our steel making, on average, we use about 18 to 20 billion kilowatt hours of electricity on an annualized basis. So when you think about that, that's a lot of electricity, 15 to 18 terawatts of electricity being consumed. So when you think about the capacity that you would need to do that, now granted, those facilities are scattered all across the country. In Kentucky, we consume probably about 500 megawatts of electricity at a peak capacity. And why nuclear is really important to us is to hit that electric arc furnace to melt steel has got to get to 3,000 degrees. And we need to do that efficiently in about a 36-minute cycle. So we need really high capacity, firm base load to operate a steel mill. So when you think about that peak at Gallatin, when it peaks in electricity, it peaks right just above probably 300 megawatts of power that it needs to peak and actually operate that electric arc furnace. So for us, as we think about electricity and the future and the need for that to drive the steel business that we're in, it's a huge piece on the capacity and the firm power piece, but it's also a huge piece for us on the cost side of that as well. The three biggest costs in steel making are labor. For us, our feedstock is scrap, and then third for us is electricity. And across the United States right now, electricity for us is rivaling being our number 2 cost, as we've seen that continue to increase really over the last decade. As before I was at Nucor, I worked at Duke Energy and did federal government affairs there, and we experienced really flat to negative load growth for really most of our lifetime until the last decade. And so we've seen that kind of increasing cost as we're having all these conversations about capacity issues. And for us, we are at the end right now, the tail end of a $20 billion capital spend. We built the mill in Brandenburg. We brought that online just a couple of years ago. We've just finished and brought online a new bar mill in North Carolina, and we're building our largest project ever, a $4 billion sheet mill in West Virginia right now. So as we think about not just capacity needs for today, but capacity needs into the future to drive that. And then for us, I mentioned that we have a data warehouse systems. As we think about all of this need for electricity, for us, that electricity is opportunity, because that's all commercial opportunity, because all of those data centers are consuming a lot of steel in building out that data center, building out the racking system that goes into all of their warehouses and their distribution. We also have a towers and structures business as we think about the grid build-out that's going to be needed for that. We built 3 new greenfield towers and structures business strategically placed across the United States. As we think about not just new transmission, but one of the panels earlier today talked about reconductoring and upgrading transmission so that you could carry more electricity on existing power lines and existing right-of-way so that you weren't having to go in and take new right-of-way. So for Nucor, we look at this not just on a consumption side, but how do we drive economic opportunity into the future? And Kenya's probably heard me say this at a couple of different panels over the last several years as we had the chance to be together. Those who have electrons in the future are going to have opportunity. Those who don't have electrons won't. And that's economic opportunity for your state. Because what's driving a manufacturing business like mine right now to locate are a couple things. One, I look at workforce. 2, I look at logistics. But I really look at whether or not you have available electron capacity or not. And then I look at where that cost is. But I'm not just looking at where that cost is today. I'm looking at what's that cost 10, 15, 20 years from now. Because the investments that we make in these manufacturing facilities, the steel mill we operate in Seattle, Washington is about 120 years old. These aren't 10-year investments. These are generational investments for 50, 60, 70, 80 years. And what we're learning and what we should know by now is that's the same life cycle as we think about the generational investment of new nuclear. small modular reactors, as well as big AP1000s. We're relicensing AP1000s right now to run into 75 years. So the investments that we're making today are not just for us, they're for our children and our grandchildren. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Chad. Ashley?
Hello. Okay. Oh, that it's working. Okay. Hi, everybody, and thank you for having me. I'm Ashley Wilms. I'm an attorney and executive director of Kentucky Resources Council. We are a statewide environmental law and advocacy organization. And for the past 40 years, we have represented Kentuckians across Kentucky living downhill, downwind, and downstream of environmental pollution and problems and issues. A large part of our work right now actually is before the Kentucky Public Service Commission, where our attorney Byron Gary with our co-counsel at Earth Justice represent a group that we often refer to as the joint interveners, because we are jointly intervening in these cases that affect Kentucky's ratepayers before the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Those include Metropolitan Housing Coalition, Mountain Association, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, Appalachian Citizen Law Center, and some other groups on a case-by-case basis. And I'm really here today because, we're doing this work, working for Kentuckians and for ratepayers for a clean and an affordable and a just energy future for all Kentuckians. We also regularly get calls from, members of the community that are concerned about a data center that may be locating in their community and siting issues and local, where can their voice come in, and also nuclear right now. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of interest, and communities want to make sure that their voices get heard and want us to help them do that and provide information. We also get calls and emails. I mean, I can't even tell you how many in the last year of Kentuckians saying, I can't afford my electricity bill. And, what are you all going to do about it? And what is the best path forward for Kentucky in terms of offering, a safe and affordable and reliable energy future? And so I've been interested in these issues. And also we've been looking closely at how, when Kentucky can integrate more renewables, battery storage, and energy efficiency and demand side management, and how that could change the affordability of Kentucky's energy future for average families and Kentuckians. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and with that, I'll pass it on.
Thanks very much. Hi, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I thank you for inviting me. It might take a second for everybody to get used to my accent. I'm originally from Australia, live in Oregon now, and this is my first time to Kentucky, and it's beautiful, and I'm enjoying my stay so far.
Welcome, John.
Thanks. My name's John Cornwell. I'm the Director of Research and Policy for Good Energy Collective. Good Energy Collective is an independent nonprofit think tank focused on the role of nuclear in an equitable, clean energy future. A lot of our work is focused in two primary areas. The first is community engagement, which we've been talking a lot about today, which really is music to my ears. Community engagement and partnership is going to be a critical factor in getting a lot of new nuclear projects built. So we tackle this community engagement question from two angles. We do a lot of social science research, going into communities, running engagement processes, but then observing what happens in those processes, looking at how people have conversations with each other, what language they use, how collaborative or decision-making is made, identifying what specific contextual factors might lead to specific decisions in communities. And then on the other side, we have sort of an implementation side. So we take that research and incorporate it into practical community engagement and try to develop trying our best to develop best practices for community engagement to reach sort of durable social license with communities. That's on our community engagement side. On the other side, we do a lot of sort of technical research on supply chain issues. So we have a modeling shop that does a lot of work on fuel supply chains and hardware supply chains, where bottlenecks might arise in the future as we start to move towards scaling nuclear. There's global goals towards tripling nuclear power over the next 20 years. What is that going to mean, for example, in the fuel supply chain? The US now has enrichment, for example. The US has less than 1% of enrichment, basically no enrichment anymore. So we're dependent on other countries, and some of those are adversarial nations for our fuel, or have been in the past. That's going to be a bottleneck. So we model out the supply chain and identify where these bottlenecks might arise, so that we can get ahead of the curve. And identify when investment can be made in the United States or friendly nations to either onshore or friendshore parts of that supply chain. Then we also do a lot of work on workforce development. So we have a workforce model that we're building, trying to identifying. We all know that we're going to meet our goals. The nuclear workforce is going to need to triple over the next 10 to 20 years. This is an aging workforce. You've got to have 40% retirement in that workforce over the next 10 years. And the pipeline going into that workforce is limited. But there are opportunities for, as I think we've talked about before in another panel, cross-training, recertification. So what are the opportunities for cross-training and recertification to get to build that workforce? And then what are the needs at the trade level, as well as at the at the university levels, et cetera, for developing programs to build that pipeline out. So that's primarily the work that we do at Good Energy Collective, and looking forward to the rest of this discussion.
Thank you. Thank all three of you for those introductions, and you kind of get a real clear picture where all three of these folks stand. We're going to cover a lot of topics here, probably some overlap with previous panels that we heard this morning, but we got three new individual voices here, and this is the Sustainability Environment panel, so a little bit different than what you've heard. So we'll just kick it off. Nuclear means different things to different people, obviously, as we've heard through our Public Service Commission listening sessions that we've had out there. I actually attended the one in Louisville. It was done very well. Kenya did a great job, and we got a lot of good input from the public. And also recently, excuse me, we've had a kind of a resurgence, obviously, of the idea of nuclear, as evidenced by Senator Carroll's latest bill and what the General Assembly's done there. But the question really is, given the history of delays, project cancellations, accident, community opposition, can each of you briefly describe how the future can be different from the past, and really what do you think it will take for nuclear energy to succeed? Let's start with Ashley.
Okay, thanks. I think first that industry and policymakers have to be more willing to discuss and learn from the past, instead of kind of glossing over or dismissing or discounting community concerns. It's communities that have borne the risks of these problems, from uranium mining to accidents to contaminated land and water, that have often had little voice in the decision-making process, but have ended up bearing the disproportionate impacts of when issues have arisen. And it's also going to require recognizing that nuclear is competing with rapidly advancing alternatives like wind and solar and advanced battery storage, and also demand-side management. so that we can really have a true cost comparison from an environmental risk and affordability standpoint to determine, the role, if any, for nuclear. I think we also, of course, have to address the problem of the nuclear waste, which is not a volume problem, but a longevity and a hazard problem, since it remains dangerously radioactive for such a long period of time. We need to have a permanent operating repository for high-level waste in the United States, and more transparency around plans and risks for the interim storage of waste, since we might be looking at decades there. So I think I'm less optimistic than the others on this panel that the future is going to be different, but one of my concerns is also just the erosion of safety protections if we're moving forward. It seems like there's now a push to make things go faster, and under revised Department of Energy directives and pressure on the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, we're seeing detailed prescriptive safety requirements that are being replaced with broader and more discretionary standards, including a recent rollback of worker safety protections for advanced nuclear reactors, where that's a proposed rule. So as former NRC chair, Christopher Hansen told NPR after it was discovered that the Department of Energy quietly rewrote its internal nuclear safety directive, relaxing its nuclear safety and security standards in secret is not the best way to engender the kind of public trust that's going to be needed for nuclear to succeed more broadly.
Thank you, Ashley. John?
I couldn't agree more with a lot of the points that you just made, Ashley. So, on the last point first, safety regulation is critically important for the development of new nuclear. Without it, we undermine public trust, and projects will fail. We are seeing a move at the moves at the federal level to accelerate permitting, accelerate licensing, more efficient processing of through the NRC, but we cannot do that at the expense of rigorous safety regulations as well. So it's critically important. Community engagement, again, also critically important. Without community buy-in in a community buy-in in a project, that project is going to come up against barriers. It's going to take longer to build. It's going to cost more, and your projects will fail if they don't have community buy-in at an early stage. I think the environment that we're in at the moment is different than it has been over the last 20 to 30 years. When people think about, you mentioned accidents and safety, think of 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, Fukushima, et cetera. The advanced reactors that we're seeing, the 3+ and 4 reactors with the safety, passive safety mechanisms to overcome a lot of those sorts of challenges that some of those accidents had. In terms of cost, I think that's another issue that comes up a lot, and the example that gets raised is Vogtle, which was drastically over budget and over time. We have to remember that was a first of a kind project. That first of a kind projects are going to have that risk, and what we saw with Vogtle is the second unit cost 30% less than the first in build. So that's a learning curve that we see that we want to see, and that sort of suggests that maybe we can keep pushing costs further and further down as we build more. And obviously, to Chad's point, we're in a different demand side market as well. We've had decades of flat or negative demand, and now we're seeing significant increases in demand with not just AI and data centers, but onshoring of manufacturing and production, and pushes to electrify everything. So,
thank you, John. Chad, your thoughts?
I'll take a couple of different thoughts. One, we've spent a lot of time, we've been a part of over the last several years, an advanced market commitment with Microsoft and Google from a data center side, looking at, hey, how do we dive into all of these new technologies? We're currently involved in an industrial advanced nuclear coalition with quite a few folks on the oil and gas side, kind of looking at how do we scale these things and how do we scale them faster. But for us at Nucor, I would say faster doesn't mean at any point do we ever compromise safety. Because if you've ever stepped foot on a Nucor campus, the first thing that anybody's going to talk to you about is safety. If you ever listen to our CEO talk, the first thing Leon's ever going to talk about is safety. When he became CEO in January of 2020, he issued a challenge coin to every single teammate. There's 33,000 teammates to say, hey, the only goal I have as CEO of this corporation is to be the world's safest steel manufacturer, period. I don't care how much money we make. I don't care how many more mills we build. He said, I want to have an earnings call where the only thing that I say on that earnings call is for the past year, we did not have a single recordable incident at any one of our 300 facilities, and everybody returned home exactly the way they entered the gate. And so whenever we talk to a partner, we've done work with NuScale. We talk a lot with Holtec. We're engaged with the nuclear company who is looking at trying to rinse and repeat the AP1000. The first conversation we always have with them is safety. And for us, as I think about that, and as I think about Kentucky, I think about this on the safety side for a couple reasons. Maybe one, primarily more so today, especially when it comes to Kentucky, than I probably would have maybe 6 months ago, as I've got 2,000 teammates who live in Kentucky. I care about those teammates and their safety. I also care about how much they pay for electricity. But I also have a 22-year-old, soon-to-be 23-year-old son who's about an hour away right now looking at apartments in Louisville because he starts his first job working at River Metals on June the 1st. And so as I think about reliability and electricity cost and safety in the state of Kentucky, that means a lot to me because I've got one son. I really care about his safety and whether or not we do this the right way. The other piece of that I would think about is we talked about how do we do this different. And we talk a lot about Vogtle when we talk about nuclear and we talk about cost overruns. There were a lot of reasons why there were cost overruns at Vogtle. I'm going to primarily focus on two. One, there were 10,000 contractors on site at that project. Most folks believe that project probably should have been done with about 5,000 to 7,500 workers. So when you take that workforce and we think about the cost of labor today, you can get really quickly to how we had cost overruns at Vogtle. The second piece of that is the material that's used. There's a lot. We're one of the largest rebar producers in all of North America. We're a market leader in rebar. There's a lot of rebar used in the containment vessels when we think about nuclear. There's a certification. I'm not going to get overly technical. I actually have a ministerial degree, so I'm not the technical engineer anyways, but it's called NQA1 certification. All of the bar material that was used at Vogtle was NQA1 certified. Maybe only a third of that is actually what's required by the technology to be NQA1 certified. And the only difference between if these were two pieces of bar and one's NQA1 certified and the other one's not, is literally a certification process. The bar is actually made the same way, made in the same furnace, made out of the same scrap because all rebar is made from scrap. It's just a rigorous certification process, and I'm not saying we shouldn't. It should absolutely be certified. We should make sure that everything's being done in a safe and proper way, but there's a significant amount of rebar that's actually used in the construction of that project that actually doesn't need to be NQA1 certified, which is a significant cost driver on just the steel side of that. The other piece when we think about first of a kind is when we think about scaling, one of the things the administration is trying to do right now, which is what the nuclear company's trying to do and partnering with Brookfield and Westinghouse and others, is actually, when I think about this from a manufacturing side, is scaling an order book. If you come to me and you just say, hey, I need 500 tons of steel, that's really not a significant order book. I really want to know, what are you going to do beyond that? So as I think about Westinghouse building large AP1000s or Holtec building quite a few SMRs, they're looking for an order book because that's what helps them drive down a cost on efficiency. So one of the things we've spent a lot of time talking about across lots and lots of conferences just like this, literally all across the country, is how do we scale an order book? We're not going to scale that in a single state. We're going to scale that as we think about a lot of groups going together, a lot of large operators on the utility side that are going to own the license on these things, that have operated these things like TVA and Duke and Dominion and others who've owned and operated nuclear for a long time, who are going to own that license, but who will build them as we think about like building a fleet. Also, as I think about this safety thing, the other piece that we've done as a corporation ourselves is we've studied a lot of our sites. We have robust transmission on our sites. We also typically own quite a bit of land. When we think about robust transmission is how do we get that electricity connected to the grid as efficiently and as cost effectively as possible. We were looking at our sites for that, but we were actually doing engineering studies to make sure we could actually, if we ever decided we wanted to partner, safely deploy nuclear. We have 2 steel mills in Arkansas that literally sit on a fault line. That's not a smart place to deploy nuclear. It's a smart place to deploy other types of technologies when we think about batteries, when we think about solar, when we think about new gas. So as we think about this all of the above strategy is actually mapping out like what are the locations, and there are a number of locations right now that are site ready that we could go to build new nuclear that we've already done substantial studies on from an engineering standpoint. So as I think about this from that safety standpoint, and then maybe the last point I think talk about is from this sustainability clean side, is we have a 2050 net zero goal ourselves. That 2050 net zero goal for us is actually driven by our customers. It's not necessarily driven by anybody in our C-suite or necessarily teammates. It's driven by customers saying, hey, I want a cleaner product to be able to sell to my end customer. And a lot of that for us is on the automotive side. And for us, the only way we can get cleaner, or the fastest way we can get cleaner as a steelmaking technology today, is we don't generate, within some small exceptions, electricity ourselves. We buy electricity off the grid. Again, not getting technical, for us, that's Scope 2 emissions. That Scope 2 emissions for us, we don't have a lot of control over because we're just buying electrons off the grid. But as that transition gets cleaner, whether it's through renewables or through new nuclear, that actually helps us meet the goals of what our customers are trying to get us to. And so for me, I think about this from this standpoint of sustainability, but this safety piece for us is paramount. And as a manufacturer and a large employer in the state of Kentucky and across the Southeast as well, it's something that we think about first and foremost in every conversation that we have.
Thank you, Chad. That's a great segue to our next topic, which is how's nuclear, what's nuclear's role in a reliable carbon-free future? Ashley, let's start with you. You mentioned renewables a while ago, and renewables mixed with more traditional fossil generation, although we don't really have a lot of that here in Kentucky. I think it's still less than, 5% on renewable side. We still have obviously a lot of fossil generation. Why should we prioritize investment in newer, still developing nuclear technologies?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's my opinion, frankly, that we shouldn't be prioritizing these investments. We know, though, the faster, of course, that we reduce emissions, carbon emissions, that the better chance we have of avoiding the worst impacts of climate change, and we're not moving fast enough. So this issue of nuclear is something that, I've grappled with, Kentucky Resources Council has grappled with. But, after decades of delays and cost overruns, which I understand have been addressed, but also the unresolved issues around waste, I just don't believe that nuclear is the answer to a carbon-free, future and the answer to the climate crisis. I think mainly also if we're talking about, public subsidies and prioritizing as a public investments in these new nuclear technologies, I don't understand why we're not prioritizing distributed wind and solar with advanced battery storage, which are proven and scalable technologies that can be built far more quickly, are increasingly increasingly more affordable and are already playing a major role in, a clean energy future, particularly elsewhere. And there's more local control over those projects. So for me, I struggle with the fact that we're not making these priority investments elsewhere, and that we are continuing to put our thumb on the scale in terms of which fuel choice that we use here in Kentucky. I also think that, for every dollar we spend subsidizing nuclear, it's a dollar we could be spending on demand side efficiency or transmission upgrades, grid flexibility programs that pay off faster and more cheaply and with less risk. And so, again, I am coming at this more from the perspective of, the environment and ratepayers. And so those are those kind of issues that we're really grappling with in terms of affordability. So, I certainly think that if we're going to continue to, consider and invest in prioritizing research in terms of safer technologies, but also, really considering the risks to Kentucky's ratepayers.
John, in the interest of time, also, can you add the life cycle of nuclear discussion into that discussion as well, the carbon footprint, and looking at it from a life cycle standpoint?
Yeah, absolutely. So, one thing I'd say is, nuclear is a proven technology. 18% of electricity generation in the United States right now is nuclear, and that's clean energy. I completely agree with you, Ashley, that we shouldn't be putting our thumbs on the scales of any particular fuel. We do want to incentivize new technologies that will have social benefit in the long term, and sometimes what we get into is we can't get ourselves off those subsidies. An all of the above strategy is really the quickest way that we're going to get to a least cost power system for meeting our clean energy goals, but remaining affordable, reliable, and safe. We've seen in modelling and in some cases in practice in other parts of the world and some states in the United States, as renewable penetration increases, costs increase. There's additional costs to renewables that often aren't counted into, the common metric that we use is levelized cost of energy. It's not a good metric for public policy. That's a great metric if you're an investor and you're trying to compare different investments, but it's not a good metric for public policy because it doesn't include a lot of system costs that need to come into place in order to integrate things like renewables into the system. It also doesn't take into account the value of the power at any particular time. So what's going to be critical is renewables. So I spent a lot of time in energy efficiency renewables. I ran Oregon's renewable portfolio standard for some time. Renewables and storage are going to play a major role, and they should play a major role in sort of a clean energy future, but we're going to need clean, firm power to back that up. Storage isn't going to get us there. Battery storage isn't going to get us there. And so that leaves us, if we're moving away from gas and coal, that leaves us with nuclear, geothermal, hydro, maybe. And the geothermal and hydro have geographic constraints. Nuclear also does in some cases, but fewer. If we look at the life cycle emissions, comparing generation technologies. There's an the IPCC does many studies on this. So across the hundreds of studies that the IPCC has done, nuclear is as low or the lowest emitting generation source. It's 11 grams per kilowatt hour is nuclear. Wind's around 12. Solar's 24, and then gas and coal are up in the hundreds. And that's on a life cycle basis. But that's just carbon emissions. There are other factors, other environmental factors that aren't included in that with nuclear, and waste is definitely one of those, which is a continuing concern.
Chad, considering Nucor's sustainability goals, how do you all look at not only the sustainability component, the life cycle component of the fuels you use, being a huge electricity user, but how do you see the resiliency of these advanced reactor designs moving from paper to deployment? And what evidence are you all looking at that where there's, these are going to be a commercially viable alternative for Nucor in the future?
Yeah, a couple thoughts there. And as I think about this waste side of this, I think, I mentioned that we own David J. Joseph, largest recycler in North America. Like, as we think about the waste, there's a waste to every electricity source that we decide to use. If I'm using solar panels, we currently do not have an economical way to recycle a solar panel. And a lot of utilities are struggling with, what do I do with a solar panel at the end of a life cycle? Similarly, on the first generation of wind, and we have a wind VPPA and we have a solar VPPA. We operate a battery at our facility in Kingman, and we're building solar at our facility in Kingman. So, when we subscribe to all of the above, we're trying to think about all of these things, but we're also really looking at all these things on that waste side as well. This resiliency piece to me is something that I think is really important. Kenya and I were talking about this earlier. As we think about nuclear today, the capacity factor it's running at today, by and large, is generally around 97 to 98%. Nuclear today that's being relicensed, in general, I won't say categorically across the board, but in general is operating at a higher capacity factor than it was the day we flipped the switch on it. And in some cases, that's 50 or 60 years ago. As I think about that, one of the things that we struggle with on our cost side at Nucor, on this resiliency side, is as I think about degradation of a solar panel or a battery, is what's the effectiveness of that 10, 15, 20 years from now? And the one thing that we are really spending a lot of time on the sustainability side and that resiliency side as Nucor, is on the battery operating in a large industrial environment, and how we actually pull and use power off of that battery. And what does that do? Because we don't have a full life cycle of a battery to understand that yet. And so those are the things on an industrial side that we're paying really close attention to, is what is that? And where does that come from? The other piece that we're struggling with on the battery side, quite frankly, and John, you guys know this on the cabinet side, is because we operate scrap yards all across Kentucky. Oftentimes when you see a fire that's happened at a scrap yard, the fire that's happened at a scrap yard is from a battery that's actually in that scrap pile that has caught on fire. And for us, now we're back to safety again. Those are huge safety concerns for us, because those are some of, if not the hardest fires to put out, are batteries batteries are in everything. They're oftentimes in your pen. There's a pen light. There's a battery there. And as we think about large batteries, I've been to our Kingman facility, and there's 38 Tesla battery packs at that facility. That facility on the battery pack side, it's 50 megawatts of 4-hour storage, so it's 200 megawatts. That facility is about twice the size of this room. To get 4 hours of 200 megawatts for us. The best way to operate an electric arc furnace is to operate it on 3 shifts, 24/7. So I've got to be hooked up to something that's providing me firm base load power on a 24/7 availability for me to operate at the most efficient way. And that's not just the most efficient way as we think about how do I make the most money, although I do think about that. That's also, how do I operate the most efficient way so I have the least carbon emissions in terms of my operation as well. And that's important to us because those carbon emissions for us are tied up in all types of air permits that we have that are super important for us. So as we think about those things at Nucor, that's really that landscape of how we're really trying to look at this across the board.
In the little bit of remaining time that we have, I want to address the elephant in the room, which is waste management, obviously. And I want to, give you all each about 2 to 3 minutes to touch on your thoughts about waste management. So Ashley, we'll start with you.
Well, thanks. I know that there's going to be the next panel is going to dive into these topics, in much more depth, but waste has been called nuclear's unresolved problem because I think it still is. We are not making, I think, enough meaningful progress on that key issue that United States still doesn't have a permanent operating repository for, storing and, this high level radioactive waste, even though it's been discussed for decades. And so, we also know that with some of these, at least some of these new technologies, with some of these new modular reactors, that designs that there can be some more waste, and the waste may be different in character. So I think we just need to better understand those issues and the new challenges that may exist, with existing disposal concepts. With some of this new types of waste. But I think the other issue is just volumes of waste continue to grow, that we've got this, we've got spent fuel at more than 70 sites scattered across the country. And, because of federal support and a U.S. Supreme Court decision, we've also made private long-term warehousing a solution. But I think that's also going to create some new issues with, transportation, financial risk for states that are going to see this waste and supplies, move across their roads and rails and their waterways. So, thinking about emergency response, making sure communities, are prepared. I also worry about financial assurances from private companies whose long-term survival is not guaranteed. I think there is a cautionary tale here in Kentucky regarding, coal companies, and we're now seeing their bankruptcies and them failing on their obligations for reclamation, and our bonding systems failed. So leaving taxpayers to cover the cost. So just, thinking about, this waste and obviously we have, 2 examples in Kentucky of host sites still dealing with these long-term issues, legacy issues. So, I do think it's different than, obviously there is no clean energy, right? I mean, from nuclear to, solar panels, you have things that are being mined and, but when we're thinking about nuclear in particular, I just think there are these elephants in the room about, the mining of uranium and the health impacts of communities where this is happening, and, making sure that we are talking about the long-term solutions in terms of waste, including, I know this will get talked about later, but, how to even communicate about the risks to some, communities 10,000 years from now and what that looks like. So, we just need to be having these, I think, discussions, and I appreciate this conversation here today.
John, to add on that, do you think we're making progress in this area?
Yeah, yes, I do, absolutely. I mean, I think looking at what waste is, what type of a problem is it? Is it a technical problem? Is it a political problem? It's a political problem. On the technical side, we are pretty comfortable, I think, we know what to do technically with waste. There's no other waste stream on the planet that is treated as carefully and monitored as closely as the nuclear waste stream. Every single gram is tracked. We know where it is. We know what phase of its it's in. You can go and stand right next to one of the dry car storage units and have nothing but background radiation. We do need permanent storage solutions. We're seeing in Finland and the Onkalo repository that can be done. We already, Yucca Mountain, we knew that it could be done as well. But and you mentioned, just hang on. No worries. I think on the technical side, most of the challenges with waste, including small modular reactors, yes, there are some of those reactors that are using more highly enriched fuel are going to have different characteristics to their waste streams. But a recent study done by the Argonne Lab suggested that that's not too far out of the norm. But it is ultimately a political issue, and I think the Department of Energy's Blue Ribbon Commission 2012, moved on to the collaboration-based siting initiative, of which we were a part, and is moving towards a more collaboration-based siting approaches involving communities. If we look at the Finland example, that was 40 years of community engagement to get that done. So it does take a long time, and community engagement is a really important part.
Thanks, John. Chad, any last quick word? I've been given the stop sign.
I saw the stop sign. I don't think I'll add anything other than what I previously said about, I think we need to think about waste in an all of the above category of what's the waste coming off of and the mining of rare earth minerals as we think about new solar and all of those things. One point, I think this is still accurate, all of the nuclear waste that we've created in the United States since the beginning of building nuclear could be stored today in one super Walmart. Now, granted, it's scattered all across the United States, but as we think about safely storing it, and I have been to McGuire Nuclear Station when I was a Duke employee and stood right next to dry cast storage there. As I think about that, yes, I think we need to be having this conversation. I think this is a huge educational opportunity for us as we think about the future, and because this is not just going to impact us. I think about this as what this is impacting our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. What do we do with this today impacts them tomorrow. I lived through what we did with, or having to do with coal ash when I was at Duke. And so the decisions that we make today, 50 years from now, how are we going to look back on those? That's how I think we should be thinking about these things, but I think that's an all of the above piece.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking our panel. Excellent job. Thank you all.
That's a good segue to the next topic, nuclear waste management. This session addresses the critical technical and regulatory hurdles associated with long-term storage and disposal of radioactive materials. Industry experts will discuss the transition from interim storage to deep geological repositories, highlighting recent breakthroughs in containment stability. Participants will also explore innovative recycling technologies aimed at reducing waste volume, and enhancing the stability of the nuclear fuel. The panelists are Melinda Higgins, who is an independent consultant formerly with the Office of Nuclear Energy, U.S. Department of Energy, Nima Ashkebuski, Vice President of the Government Relations and Communications at Global Laser Enrichment, Katrina McMurrian, she is the Executive Director of the Nuclear Waste Strategy Coalition, Tom Fitzgerald, he is the counsel to the Kentucky Resource Council and an adjunct professor of energy and environmental law at the University of Louisville, Brandeis School of Law, and it is being moderated by Tony Hatton, who is the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection with the Kentucky Energy Environment Cabinet.
All right, thank you, John. I think we've already got a good start on our topic for our panel today, and so if you look at the agenda, it talks about some of the technical challenges, and I'm sure we'll delve into some of that. But one of the things that's patently obvious is any aspect of this, there's also the policy challenges, regulatory challenges, and so on and so forth. Somebody said earlier today that when you start talking about this issue of nuclear development and nuclear energy, the first question that's often asked is, what do you do with the waste? And that's been a question that's been being asked for a long time. We'll try to delve into that a little bit today. I think the way we'd like to move ahead is each of the panelists are going to have an opportunity to reintroduce themselves and talk a little bit about what their particular interest is in these issues and what their point of view might be. And then at some point after that, maybe we can enter a conversation, maybe some high-level questions, things that I sort of think are pretty important that I might ask from a treetop level, and we'll sort of drill down and see where we go from there. So we'll go ahead and begin with you, Nima, if we'll cue up Nima's PowerPoint.
Yeah, that was.
I guess while the slides are up, just want to thank the commission for the invitation today. I'm Nima Ashkabusi with Global Laser Enrichment. Look forward to talking about GLE with you all, talk about our project in Paducah, and just kind of give a flavor for how we think about waste for our plant moving forward. All right, well, so when I say on this screen, you'll have to just kind of imagine what I'm saying then. So just to kind of give everyone a brief background about GLE, we were a company formed in 2007. Our purpose as a company is to commercialize laser uranium enrichment technology. So this is next generation enrichment technology. Currently, around the world, all commercial enrichment is done by centrifuge. So essentially you have a very fast spinning machine that separates the uranium-235 from the 238. Uranium-235 is what you want in a nuclear power plant for fission. Our process at GLE utilizes a laser that is specifically tuned at a frequency that attracts the uranium-235 and separates it from the uranium-238. So comparatively, very efficient process, enables high separation factor compared to current technologies, and we see a big improvement in the economics of uranium enrichment around that technology. We are about 120 people right now. Almost all of them are Wilmington, North Carolina headquarters. In Wilmington, we operate two facilities. One is a manufacturing facility where we are fabricating components that will eventually be deployed to a commercial plant in Paducah. And in Wilmington, we also operate a demonstration plant. So we are utilizing this technology today to enrich uranium. So we've been doing that for about 15 years. So we have a lot of experience using the technology, understanding how to operate it safely, and understanding all of the impacts associated with waste and how to manage it. One big aspect of our plans to come to Paducah is an agreement we have in place with the Department of Energy. So we own approximately 700 acres directly adjacent to the DOE's legacy gaseous diffusion plant in Paducah. So that plant operated for over 60 years. One of the byproducts of that plant, of the enrichment process, is the creation of depleted uranium. So when you have your uranium-235, the waste from that process is depleted uranium with a higher content of uranium-238. So over the course of 60 years, DOE acquired a lot of this material. It's sitting in Paducah in tens of thousands of cylinders. And when we think about waste, well, what about the waste? Not all nuclear waste is created equally. There's material, the front end of the fuel cycle, which is low-level waste. There's material that comes out of a reactor, spent fuel, that's high-level waste. So when we talk about what about the waste, on the low-level waste side, there is a solution. There are commercial disposal pathways. DOE is using those pathways for some of the material on site. GLE, when we stand up our facility, will also produce depleted uranium, and we have a commercial pathway to dispose of that material, but we look at the legacy DOE plant, and due to the improvements in the efficiency of the enrichment process that we're bringing to the market, we see waste also as a resource and an asset. There's a lot of usable, valuable uranium in those depleted tails, and we intend to take a significant portion of that material from DOE, re-enrich it back to natural uranium, and introduce it into the current operating commercial fuel cycle. So we see waste as an asset, we see waste as a resource to reintegrate into the nuclear fuel cycle today, and in doing so, we're significantly supporting DOE's cleanup efforts at the site, reducing their costs, reducing the material they need to dispose of, and reducing their timeline that they need to clean up that site. We are licensing our plant right now with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We expect to have that license in hand by the first quarter of next year.
and we are targeting starting up commercial operations in 2030. So waste for us, we don't see that as a technical issue. We don't see it as a regulatory issue. It's a well-known process. There's a commercial pathway. We have been handling it in our demonstration plant for the last 10 plus years, and we look forward to the day we start up the Paducah Laser Enrichment Facility, and waste is not one of our concerns there.
Nima, just a couple of questions. What is the difference between reprocessing and recycling, and what will GLE be doing in Paducah?
So I think when we talk about reprocessing or recycling, I think we're thinking more spent fuel terms.
Okay.
I mean, I think for us, we see an asset sitting in cylinders in Paducah. There's still a lot of natural uranium in it, so this is material that's never been into a reactor. It's not in the waste classification terms, it's Class A, low-level waste. So Class A is the least radioactive type of waste. So we see it as, I guess we're going to attach a term as, we're recycling material that is a stranded asset today. It's destined for a disposal facility, and we're reducing DOE's disposal material by about 25 to 30% in our activity.
And then one last question. What percentage of uranium has to be remaining in the tails to make it viable, financially viable, to recover and enrich what's there? Just so folks will know what we're talking about.
So so enrichment plants operating today, so natural uranium is about 0.71% uranium-235. Most enrichment plants today reduce that from 0.71 to about 0.2 depleted uranium. We see our process as significantly more efficient than that, and the depleted tails in Paducah are above that 0.2 limit. So what we drive that down to is probably going to be a commercial decision we make later, but that's kind of where the commercial industry is today.
Okay, thank you, Nima.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and apologies, I couldn't have the slides. I had some cool pictures of the site, but maybe next time.
Tom.
So are we able to do the slides, or? Cool beans. This is the first time in 71 years that I've done a PowerPoint, so bear with me on this, okay? I also made it here on time, for those of you who know me, so there will be affidavits for everyone to sign before you leave. This is a privilege to be here. Senator Carroll, when we first talked about lifting the moratorium that had been an existing law, which Bob Leeper and I fought about for a decade, to the point where we sometimes thought one of us would do the other one's shtick in front of the committee, because for 10 years he tried to lift the moratorium. In 10 years, it didn't work. But one of the things we hope would happen is that we would have some conversations, and this is a conversation that I think needs to be had. It is, I guess, appropriate, since I am looking more like Bernie Sanders, that I get to be the curmudgeon of the panel. But color me skeptical when it comes to our track record so far in terms of dealing with waste management with respect to nuclear energy. This is a quote from Alvin Weinberg, who was one of the early proponents and early kind of larger-than-life forces regarding the civilian commercial nuclear industry. And he framed it, I think, very well. He said we have a Faustian bargain where we are getting energy that was then at least hoped to be too cheap to meter, and in return we are generating waste that need to be managed for millennia. And the question, 20 years later, when he was writing about his Faustian bargain speech, and on the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II, he was reflecting on James Conant's presidential address, where he predicted, had a tremendous pessimism regarding the nuclear industry. And it was based on his belief that the problems of radioactive waste were intractable. 30 years after that 50th anniversary speech, I don't know that the problems are any less intractable. We have an ad hoc a framework of management of waste that is developed. It is somewhat, I think, disappointing to see how long it has taken DOE to respond to the suggestions of using consent-based, community-based siting as a way of addressing the long-term management. But what we've developed so far, I broke down into 3 categories. The first was the Harry Reid, or the nuclear waste disposal avoidance syndrome, which is not in my Yucca Mountain syndrome. Which is, and getting back to the point that one of the panelists made, it's not a technical issue to a certain extent regarding how you encapsulate and how you manage spent nuclear fuel. It is a political issue. And so you have Yucca Mountain, you had Harry Reid as the Senate Majority Leader, and the adamant opposition that he had towards his state having been selected as the site for the long-term repository, and ultimately the plug being pulled on the repository for that reason. You have the second approach, which was the Low-Level Radioactive Waste Policy Act, which was an approach of an interorum approach, which is you shall cite the capacity either within your state or within a multitude of states that are part of your interstate compact in order to manage low-level radioactive, forget the spent nuclear fuel, we're talking the low-level radioactive waste. And if you don't come up with a disposal site within your compact area, whether you're going it alone as a state or multiple states, in our case, Kentucky and Illinois, then you shall take title to that waste at some point in time, and it becomes your headache. And as you know, the New York versus United States Justice Sandra Day O'Connor brought out the 10th Amendment to remind the DOE and remind Congress that there are limits to what you can do to compel the mechanisms of the state in order to take action. So you have the act has, to a great extent, been a failure in terms of facilitating the siting of low-level radioactive waste facilities, and much of that is being managed at medical institutions and other places on site. You have the Alfred E. Newman School of Waste Management, and here, this is one of those age things, okay? Some of you are going, who the hell is Alfred E. Newman? And the other ones are going, oh, what, me worry? Yeah, I remember that. Of those of us who grew up on Mad Magazine will remember Alfred E. Newman. In fact, I looked a lot like him when I was that age. I guess I'm transitioning from the Newman to the Bernie Sanders phases of my life. But we at one point in time had in state law an obligation that before you go to the Public Service Commission and propose a new commercial nuclear plant in order to meet your native load, that you have a waste management strategy. We removed that, and removed that in order to begin the conversation. And I don't think that either Senator Carroll or I or anybody who voted for it thought that that was the be-all and end-all. But it is somewhat frustrating that we are contemplating as a nation the expansion of nuclear capacity when we have yet to develop a waste management strategy. I'm unaware of any other industry, and even though they have fought tooth and nail to not do it responsibly, any other utility sector that doesn't have a waste management strategy, whether that be a coal or that be a decommissioning of solar, wind, or other capacity. So the question remains, do we have the maturity and the willingness and the desire to safely manage waste for a millennium? I've just put a couple of points up there. The Iran nuclear deal, we had assumed, and all of the writing, including Professor Weinberg, had assumed that we would have a stronger International Atomic Energy Agency to address the international issues regarding, and we'd have stronger cooperation on the management of spent nuclear material and strategies for long-term management and disposal. And we've seen how, unfortunately, tenuous that can be. Depending on the shifting in the political winds within nations. We have the Ukraine war and the targeting of some of the nuclear facilities that occurred. The last two are just, I raised just so we be aware of the fact that when Professor Weinberg was talking about the maturity and the institutional capacity to manage waste, we're talking about the long term, right? Love Canal was a dry canal that was constructed up near Niagara Falls many years ago by Hooker, and Hooker Chemical bought it and used it to dispose of drums of hazardous waste. Unfortunately, the historical and the knowledge of the fact that that waste was buried there was lost over the course of 30 or 40 years, and those wastes were intercepted and were allowed to release as part of the construction of a school for the community of Love Canal, resulting in one of the earliest poster children for the Superfund program, which was an entire community whose water supply and much land was contaminated. Edith Avenue is a little closer to home. The Old Smoky, the incinerator that Louisville used to use to get rid of its garbage, buried most of its waste, which was a lot of lead and other heavy metals and non-combustible materials, were buried over at Edith Avenue in an elevated landfill right next to the Ohio River along River Road. There's now soccer fields on it, including the women's professional soccer team has their offices there on a building that floats rather than has concrete foundations, because there is about an 18-inch cap on top of the landfill, which was breached up to the point where it almost released the ash, because when the landfill closed, it was transferred from solid waste management, who would not let anything go into the ground, over to parks, and somebody decided it was okay to park RVs on top of the landfill during the Dumber Than Whatever festival, that or Louder Than Life festival that occurred. So it rained for several days, and they brought a front end loader in to drag the RVs off the landfill, digging into the cap of what should be a hazardous waste landfill in order to drag the vehicles. So the idea that we are going to have the maturity to remember where we put this stuff and not mess with it for thousands upon thousands of years is a legitimate issue, I think. In fact, there is I'm sorry, let me go past that. There is a whole field called semiotics, where you have linguists and engineers getting together to decide what markers you're going to place on the permanent repository so that people don't think they found their generation's version of Tut's tomb and go opening it up and messing with it. On the left, you have a tsunami stone. This is what's used to encourage people not to build below that elevation because of past experience with tsunamis. On the middle and the right, you have the artist's rendition of the sort of signage and the sort of physical construction that you would do for a permanent repository to try to tell folks sometime in the future what you have buried there. The reason it becomes important is this is the difference between Old English at the top there and what it means in modern English. And this is since 1066. The wastes we're talking about managing are going to be there for a considerably longer time and remain hazardous for a considerably longer time. So getting back to the earlier issue, this is, I think, the conundrum, right? It's the waste conundrum that back in 1991, when we were negotiating Kentucky's solid waste law, we had representatives of the waste industry, we had government, we had citizens, and I was their chief negotiator. And somebody from the waste industry said, you know, the conundrum is everybody wants their waste picked up and nobody wants it put down. And that is the conundrum we find ourselves in spades when you're dealing with nuclear waste. The strategies: one below ground permanent repository requiring minimal surveillance. That was the Yucca Mountain model, and that has been put on hold, and the plug has been pulled for the time being. Second is several above ground independent spent fuel storage installations. or consolidated interim storage facilities that require a heightened level of surveillance. There you get into the management, who is going to manage, who is going to pay for it, where you're going to site them, and what sort of provisions you have regarding your host communities. And the third is the indefinite storage at or near the generating plants that is occurring largely currently. One of the big issues is who pays for it, right? And this is a generational equity issue. It's not a technical issue, but we have, within the space of about 70 years now, which is almost the space of my lifetime, we have done a really, really good job of fouling the nest. And we are passing to the next generation a legacy of hazardous waste sites, of coal ash landfills and coal ash ponds that are leaking and contaminating groundwater, landfills that will leak and contaminate groundwater long after the landfills are closed and long before the biologic activity ever reaches stability. And this is kind of the crown jewel of the legacy issues, where we are talking about going back to Weinberg's Faustian bargain. We are talking about passing to a future generation the waste management responsibilities for the energy that we consume today. So I think, I'm reminded of a Pogo, which Walt Kelly's cartoon, where Pogo is walking along and he says nuclear. He says, it ain't so new and it ain't so clear. But I think that from my curmudgeonly point of view, as a policy matter, when you're looking at what is now driving, because nuclear has during its first era, over the past 70 years, has failed it has had what Amory Lovins calls a terminal case of market forces. It has failed to meet the test of being competitive when you look at the levelized cost of energy, despite massive subsidies that have been provided for liability and also for licensing and siting. So the conversation has shifted to a certain extent. We have new demand from data centers, or we have new demand from crypto operations. And that is largely what is driving what is now being looked at as new demand, regardless of how speculative that is. Or we are talking about climate issues, right? In both of those categories, when you check the boxes of being able to be deployed soon rather than later, being able to meet the demand in a way that is resilient and that doesn't create a new legacy of long-term problems, I think solar is going to outperform given a clear-headed side-by-side analysis. And that's, that I think is where I come down, is that there are easier ways to boil water than to split atoms at this point in time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Tom.
Trevor.
Hello, thank you all for having me. Thank you for the invitation, Chair Hatton and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to be in the beautiful Commonwealth of Kentucky. It's also nice to have a panel on nuclear waste and not just make mention of nuclear waste as we're talking about all the other exciting things about nuclear energy, so thank you for that. And also, we were talking about at lunch, and several people have mentioned not making nuclear waste the very last panel on the last day, and that usually is kind of the way it goes for some of us who've kind of been on the circuit. So some of you are probably wondering, what is the Nuclear Waste Strategy Coalition and who am I? So I'll give a little bit of background on what we are. We're an ad hoc organization. We were formed many years ago. We have members including a number of state utility commissions, but some other state officials, including some transportation experts, radioactivity experts, different state officials who have interest in the nuclear waste issue. Also a tribal government and a local government. We have a few utilities, and we have some other individual members, mostly who've been in the sector in other roles and are still interested in following the nuclear waste issue. We mainly reach out to the federal government, whether it's the administration, specifically DOE, sometimes some other agencies, but of course also Congress. We have members from red and blue states. This certainly is a bipartisan issue, and we make sure we highlight that. And while most of the members in our pro-nuclear, you don't have to be a member of the Nuclear Waste Strategy Coalition. So we have some members who have a lot of questions and concerns about new nuclear in the face of not resolving the nuclear waste issue. But for the most part, I would say pro-nuclear. I got into this issue because I was with the State Commission for 15 years, mostly that time on the staff, but the last 4 years I was on the commission, and we were engaged with this organization. In fact, one of my predecessors there helped form this coalition, and it was a state commissioner in Florida and Michigan, and I believe it was a consumer advocate in the state of Minnesota that ultimately formed this and then started including utilities. And that was in the mid-90s, and around that time it was clear that DOE was not going to start removing waste from all of your sites and all of your states in 1998 like they had agreed to do and been required to do by law. So commissioners and utilities at that time and ever since really have been concerned and wanted to work together on this issue, mainly because of electric customers. And electric customers paid in for a number of years into a national nuclear waste fund. There was a fee that was 1/10 of a penny per kilowatt hour. It was on bills between, I think around 83 up until 2014. Eventually there were court cases and the court stopped collection of the fee, but for many years this fee was collected, and currently there's $52 billion of a balance. That's after about 10 to 12, somewhere in there, has been spent on Yucca Mountain and other related things. Of course, customers did their end of the bargain. The other end of the bargain was the federal government was supposed to start taking waste starting in 1998 from all these sites that had waste. Again, it was clear pretty early on that even before 1998 that wasn't going to happen. It still hasn't happened now. This is not to badmouth people at DOE. There have been a lot of good people over the years that want to solve this issue, and that they're there now that want to solve this issue. But the way it's set up, and especially with the election cycle, and you have every 4 years, maybe 8 years, you might get a full 8 years with an administration focused on doing one thing about this, but then as soon as they leave, things tend to change and flip back another direction. In fact, even if you compare things done under one administration, the first term and then the second term, it may even be completely different with completely different people, et cetera. So there's been a lot of whipsawing over the years, so that's an issue. Let's see, make sure. So because of the contracts also, there's contracts between utilities and the government that require also that the fuel be taken in 1998 and that there be these payments into the fund. Because of those contracts, utilities are able to sue. Those damages come out of the U.S. Treasury, something called the Judgment Fund. So that also puts all taxpayers on the hook. So if you think that maybe you know folks who haven't paid into this fund over the years before the fee was stopped, all U.S. taxpayers have been paying this bill and are still paying, and actually have quite a bit of remaining liability as utilities have to continually sue to get their expense recovery for on-site storage. So the nuclear waste issue impacts host communities and host states, of course. Some have operating plants, some have all shutdown plants, some have a combination of both. But in any case, that really creates financial cost as well as opportunity cost that you can't use that land for something else. It impacts former electric customers who paid into that fund. Again, that's a total of $52 billion and over today, and they didn't get what they were promised. It perhaps will also impact future electric customers. There's always been this talk about restarting the fee collection. I personally think that would be incredibly premature for customers to start paying into a nuclear waste fund or something like that again, even with new nuclear, because they haven't been spending this $52 billion that they've collected from customers already on the program. And then finally, all U.S. taxpayers are affected, as I mentioned before. I'm not saying this for the purposes of trying to slow new nuclear down. That's certainly not the business we're in. We just want to get the waste problem solved. In fact, I think that solving the waste problem, because it's usually that first question that comes up, should help advance new nuclear and new nuclear technologies. So that's really the main reason that we are involved in this. We didn't think our organization would be around this long, but here we are today, still trying to get this problem solved. But it's also not to say that there's not a solution. The experts have called for a deep geologic repository for years. We've known what we needed to do. If we have more time, we can, of course, talk more about Yucca Mountain. I think some people are familiar with that, and Tom kind of mentioned what went on with the Senate Majority Leader and such, and the opposition in Nevada. But in any case, you still need a deep geologic repository. If you have interim storage, there's been some talk about that in like states like Texas and New Mexico. Even if you do that, you still need a deep geologic repository. In fact, some of the frustrations with doing interim storage is that communities want to know where it's going to go after the interim period. So if there's no repository in place, so we really need to get a repository in place. And then lastly, I would say that even if you do reprocessing and or recycling, you are still going to need a repository. There's been a lot of confusion about that. So I would say as people talk to you about recycling or reprocessing, and we are absolutely not against recycling and reprocessing, but do ask questions, because there have been some people that have been led to believe that there won't be a need for a repository at the end, and you still will have materials as a result of those processes that you will need to dispose of. So that's why I think the Department of Energy, in its current efforts, is trying to also push disposal. So if there's anything else I wanted to... So we're working toward, solving these political challenges. We encourage you all to get involved in that. You can talk to me more about being more formally involved with us, but that's not really required. Just talk to your U.S. representatives and senators and folks at DOE, kick the tires and ask the questions of the people who are talking to you about these things. But again, we're excited about what's going on here in the Commonwealth of Kentucky and other states that are looking at new nuclear. And we want to just help with trying to solve the waste problem. So thank you for your time and attention. Happy to take questions.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melinda Higgins, and I really want to thank you all for inviting me to be here today. I am an independent consultant, a former federal employee with the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Nuclear Energy. And in that position, I was the director of STEM programs and also the interim tribal liaison. So I've worked a lot with tribes across the country in talking about all different things nuclear. Most recently, I supported the American Nuclear Society, or ANS, as the program manager for community outreach and engagement in the DOE grant-funded Consortium for Siting of Used Nuclear Fuel, the collaborative-based siting, or consent-based siting as it was known before that. Just a quick note for those of you that may not be aware, ANS is a premier professional organization in nuclear science and technology with over 12,000 members internationally. They have worked to advance and expand the public conversation on collaboration-based siting of consolidated nuclear waste, and they believe that citizens should have equitable and independent access to science information to help form your opinions. The project that we worked on with ANS was titled Asset-Based Collaboration for Effective Engagement in Used Nuclear Fuel Siting. Asset-based, so we're looking at what communities have, what resources they have, and things that they might want in their communities with that. So the project explored the attitudes and values relevant to the transport and interim storage of spent nuclear fuel and waste. It included identifying stakeholder and community strengths and expectations for storage and thinking about solutions. The project led a nationwide discussion on spent nuclear fuel or used nuclear fuel, again, a term that goes back and forth, also referred to as waste, right? So we do need to work to get our names all the same. And that project ended recently, so just I'm speaking on my own behalf, but I will talk a little bit more about what we did, because what I really learned with that was the community piece of that and how important that is, and not just this, meetings like this are so important, but also going into communities, into small communities and listening. So more than anything else, learning to listen and really understand everything that's going on in that community and what they may want and what they may not want. I've collaborated with many states and tribes and a lot of rural communities as well, to understand how can we work together to find that solution. So often I feel like, you go in and you're like, I have all of this for you, rather than sitting down and letting that be a conversation about how we can work on those solutions together. Oftentimes the excitement over these new technologies and innovations really kind of take over, and the front end of the cycle gets really exciting, and then the back end gets forgotten, as we've kind of said before. So I think it's important to kind of make sure that we've got those together, that front end and that back end. Historically, communities were not always aware of what may have been happening in terms of nuclear energy, and that, of course, led to distrust of parties on all parts of everyone, including government and industry. One of the strengths in working with the consortium, with the ANS consortium, was their partnership with various organizations and also 4 universities that were regionally distinct. And so that's really helpful to get into those universities, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. They also worked with the America's Rural Energy Coalition that partnered to provide key contacts and bridges into local communities. So really fabulous organization that has contacts throughout. Community needs and wants, such as improved economic development and infrastructure, can come up with the development of nuclear, but that decision should rest with the folks who live in that county. That is why it's pertinent to work with local organizations and local governments to have town meetings like this one, and opportunities for folks to learn more about what is going on in nuclear, and also to learn more about nuclear. I know that your Kentucky science standards include energy, and people know a little bit about nuclear, but I think a lot of times people want to know more. So much is coming out now with nuclear so quickly, right? That if you're not, this isn't your space, you feel sometimes a little bit left behind. And so having, nuclear professionals come out and chat with you and talk to you. I also thought it might be a great opportunity to do meetings on just a part of the life cycle, right? So have meetings on waste, have meetings on fuel, just so, because it's so much to do, and then people could concentrate on just that one part. So transparency, listening, super important, and workforce development. So those really go hand in hand with the community engagement piece, right? If you're engaging with a community, then every single community I've ever been in, everyone always cares about the youth in that community, right? That's an absolute. And so working to see, how you can involve youth in their communities. A lot of people want their youth to stay or come back to their communities, right? And so that workforce development piece could be really important. I'm going to leave you with, Natalia and I were on a team that you heard earlier that did this comic book called Spark Squad. And so it's a comic, right? And it is about nuclear energy, and it really has some great things in it. It's geared to 3rd to 5th graders, but there's a lot of good information for everybody in there. It is free, thanks to the Department of Energy, and I have some cards with a QR code. And this may to you seem kind of silly, like, well, okay, you're supposed to be talking about waste and you're talking about this. But this actually gets not just students involved, but then their parents involved, right? And then they're talking to one another about it, and then that goes into their community leaders. And so just nuclear energy literacy and awareness, I think, are 2 of the most important things that we can do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Just in my work life and dealing with not these particular issues, but issues where we may be dealing with certain things like radionuclides and other those related type of materials we're dealing with is risk communication. We've talked about it a little bit here. I think it's probably difficult to say that no one enters into an informational situation or a topic where we don't certainly have our own presuppositions. It's a very complex topic, and I have found in the workings as a regulator here in Kentucky that risk communication about this particular issue is incredibly difficult. What are some of the aspects, and this is open to anybody on the panel, when you're talking about engaging the public, which we should, and I don't think there's any magic bullet for this, but what do you think are some of the real keys to effectively risk communicating while you're sticking to the facts and understanding that along the way, people may be skeptical of the facts. They may not be able to really grasp what the situation is, a highly technical situation at the level at which it's being communicated. Risk communication is a big key, I think, and very difficult to do. I'd be interested in hearing from those of you on the panel what you think might be some of the key tenets of having an effective risk communication process.
I'm sure I'll start there, Tony. So I think, coming into Paducah, GLE, faced a, unique situation. We're coming into a place that knows nuclear, knows uranium enrichment. That plant's operated for 60 years. And the community had some good experiences, but they also had some bad experiences with it. So I think, when GLE made the decision to locate our facility in Paducah, it was, early engagement with the community leaders, so elected officials, business leaders in the area. As the plans for commercialization progressed, we made ourselves visible and present at events across the state and in the local area. But also recently, 2 weeks ago, we did hold an open house in Paducah. The NRC does have a draft environmental impact statement out on our plant. So we did meet with members of the community. Over 200 people showed up at the event, and it was to go over our, the content of the environmental impact statement, what we presented to the NRC, and just, be available to answer any questions about the facility. So we had about a dozen members from GLE come in for that event. So, what are the aspects of there? It's kind of being present and being open and available to answer questions from members of the community. I think that's a good place to start.
Anybody else?
One of the things, is this on now? Yes. One of the things that I thought was helpful, and again, I'm not a scientist, I'm not even an attorney, I'm not a technical expert on these things, but I think it was in the Blue Ribbon Commission report. There was a Blue Ribbon Commission done during the Obama administration when they really pulled officially back on Yucca Mountain and the funding with respect to Yucca Mountain. Anyway, they did a Blue Ribbon Commission on America's Nuclear Future report, and I believe it was in that report that they, had some charts that kind of showed how much radioactivity is in like a banana or a flight across the United States. I think when you can use things that people understand that they're doing in their daily life, and you can communicate it that way, that's a lot more effective than, like in our conferences and things when people are talking about dose limits and things. In fact, all that seems to be kind of changing right now, or at least some discussion about changing those things. But I think that would help, and I think goes along with Melinda's point about just nuclear education generally probably helps in all these endeavors. But I also think that a lot of times it's hard to make people listen to that kind of thing, right? They're busy, they have a lot of other things on their mind. So it's hard to figure out the best way to go about educating them. But I find like just the discussions on the plane and talking about, well, did you know that when Fukushima's accident happened, if we're talking about waste, right? Did you know that when Fukushima's accident happened that there were no releases from the spent fuel that was there? That even in that kind of event, it was safe. And so I think that people kind of remember those kind of tidbits about the banana and Fukushima and things like that. So anyway, I feel like those are kind of the more effective ways to make a difference. Anyone else?
Katrina, I'll just add to that and say, just sometimes doing those fact-based, right, of what's happening right now, and this is not on the nuclear side, but risk side. So I taught for many years in the neighboring state below, and always we talked about radiation, and I talked about taught at a school, an all-girls school, and just simply gave them the facts about how much radiation you get from a cigarette, from smoking a cigarette. And this has been years ago, but it was amazing. The looks on the faces, right? Kind of like, oh, I don't want any, right? Like, I don't want any radiation. Just so they knew. Like, so simple things like that are very impactful.
Just real quick, Tom.
No, I think.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
Sometimes those are true examples, but somebody might say, but I choose those things where otherwise I might not. So that's not to set aside anything that was said here.
Yeah,
that's just my own experiences.
Statistically, it's more likely I'm going to get hit by a car leaving the curb than a plant's going to melt down, but they don't evacuate half the county if I get hit by the car. Yeah, you're right. Comparative risk sometimes can be misleading. But there's I forget the professor, but he charges a lot of money to tell you what I'm about to tell you, which is there's a direct correlation between the perception of risk and the lack of involvement in decision-making. And the more that people perceive that they are being left behind and not in the conversation, as Melissa pointed out, and is the higher the perception of risk is going to be. It's risk and outrage is basically the correlation. So we have experience, and it's dealing with nuclear, particularly spent nuclear material, and building either an interim, which, as Melissa pointed out, may become a permanent repository, or an indefinite repository because of our inability to get past this. You've got to start with honesty, very early communication, very honest communication about the very human side of the management of any kind of waste, the technical knowledge, the good, the bad, the ugly. You've got to be honest starting out. You've got to recognize that if you're going to ask a community or a series of communities to bear the disproportionate burden of handling the waste so that everybody benefits from the electricity that's being generated, there's going to have to be something done to recognize and to honor that. And as you mentioned, it could be, we have, dealing with solid waste in Kentucky, we have host agreements that are negotiated, and that's one of the really good things about the 91 law that we created, is it gave the counties the power to say yes or no to being a centralized repository for other people's garbage. And we learned what propelled 1991 was that we were getting dumped on by New York and New Jersey, not because they don't have places to put their own garbage. It's not a geologic issue. It is a political will issue. It's easier to dump it in somebody else's backyard. And so that's a big issue. It's not an easy one to overcome. And and it would help if it would be prioritized consistently across administrations, because I pulled out this morning a GAO report in 2012 that talked about siting, and a GAO report in 2021 that talked about siting, and a 2015 consent-based siting policy task force that had been created. I think they meet once a year or twice a year. When we set out to do things in the Commonwealth, much as we get told we do things last, we do it at a whole lot less of a glacial pace. You've got to be serious about it. You've got to put together a strategy. You've got to make sure that you are listening. And you've got to make sure that you are honoring the fact that the risks are not going to be proportionately borne by everyone. But, the alternative is to impose it. And we saw how well that worked out in Yucca Mountain.
So one of the things that, we continue to hear, justifiably so, that there needs to be a final determination or a final strategy for long-term management of nuclear waste. And I sort of look at it this way in my simple mind, as we're talking about nuclear energy and nuclear development as a gear that's starting to spin, it seems faster and faster by necessity, by whatever the case may be. And over here we have this other waste management gear that's spinning much more slowly. And those gears don't appear as though they're ready to mesh. Do they have to mesh before we move forward? If they're not, how is that going to continue to impact willingness to move forward with what's the word I'm looking for? Implementation of this type of activities, because there are certainly two gears moving at a different speed right now. Anybody on the panel who might want to, feel free. Everybody gets an opportunity while we still have time.
I don't think they have to mesh. Now, you would think that someone in this business would say they have to mesh and that you have to get the waste problem solved to be able to move forward on nuclear. But I think the bipartisan support for nuclear across the board, I mean, there's only a few holdouts that we even see in the U.S. Congress anymore, and I think the same is true at a lot of the state legislatures and assemblies, that we see bipartisan support for nuclear. We're not seeing a lot of people, we're seeing questions about the waste. I think they're conscientious, they want to get it solved, but I think that they're finding out that, well, I do think that there's going to be an answer when we need it. I think that you ought to be working on this now, but I also think it's not necessary that it holds up new nuclear. But one of the things that we're trying to convey across the board and to a lot of folks in the industry is I am worried that if you don't work on it now, it may end up holding up some of your projects because you may not have that good answer on what you're going to do about the waste, or people are, feel like they're left behind. I think that what Kentucky is doing with these listening sessions and trying to get these questions out and having this discussion with the public is the right way to do it. I think that matches what we were talking about earlier. But I think that you can move forward without solving the waste problem, but you really shouldn't. And I think you have a lot of risk when you actually try to do the shovel in the ground of whether or not you have a lot of public pushback that keeps you from it, because they've suddenly realized that maybe there is going to be waste sitting there an awfully long time, and maybe they're not okay with that. I think it's safe for an awfully long time. I should underscore that too. But that doesn't mean people are going to be happy about it, and certainly not the economic consequences of it.
Yeah, from my perspective, and admittedly, I have a somewhat jaundiced perspective because, for all of my adult life, I've been representing folks who are downhill and downwind and downstream who end up on the receiving end of our inability to come to terms with proper management of waste, whether that be Dayhoyt, where I represented the citizens when the company next door dumped hazardous waste down dry wells and it got into the water supply of the trailer park next door, or it be Maxi Flats, or it be Red Pen, or it be Edith Avenue landfill. I think we have to come to terms with a comprehensive waste strategy that is robust and recognizes that we are human, okay? And I think about the kitty litter incident at the WIP plant, the waste isolation plant, which shut down for 3 years because somebody misread the difference between inorganic and in-space organic, right? It reminded me of Spike Lee and Charles Barkley and the difference between Indianapolis and Indianapolis during the NCAA TV ads. But they used organic kitty litter at Los Alamos and shipped the waste to WIP, and the waste breached because of the organic nature of the kitty litter and shut down the place for 3 years because it contaminated it. We need a strategy that doesn't rely on, that has some redundancy in it. But also, I think, get back to, Melissa's point, if you have a long-term strategy, some of the opposition to new investment in nuclear facilities will be reduced. Because the SMR idea is not new, right, within the commercial nuclear industry. Yeah. And it certainly doesn't result in less spent nuclear fuel to be managed.
Well, I think we've run out our string. I appreciate you all on the panel being here with us today, and I think it was very informative, and I think we owe them a round of applause.
We're going to take a 15-minute break before the final session. All right, we're going to begin the last session. If everybody could please be seated, we'd appreciate it. The final discussion today is regulatory landscape for advanced nuclear. This session provides a comprehensive overview of the evolving regulatory framework governing the licensing and deployment of advanced nuclear reactors. Experts will analyze recent legislative shifts and policy updates designed to streamline the approval process while maintaining rigorous safety standards. Participants will explore the challenges of adapting traditional oversight to innovative designs like small modular reactors and microreactors. The discussion concludes with actionable insights into navigating the international compliance landscape to accelerate the global transition to clean energy. The panelists include Chris Fletcher. He's a senior policy analyst working at Energy with the National Governors Association. Betsy Smith, she is a senior policy specialist with the National Conference of State Legislatures. Judy Greenwald, she is the president and CEO of Nuclear Innovation Alliance, and it is being moderated by Jurgens Van Zyl. He is a staff attorney 3 with the Kentucky Public Service Commission.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. I know we're the last panel of the day, so we're very excited that you're here. So I will note just a little bit of housekeeping. There are, NIA does have some handouts here just on the table on a first come, first served basis about the nuclear moratorium lift or the state of the play for the nuclear moratorium, and then a handout regarding the executive orders that have happened recently. So if you're interested, they'll be there for you after the discussion. I just wanted to think, the format of today will just be a discussion we have, and Judy, if you could just kick us off a little bit of an introduction, and then we can get a conversation going. Thank you.
So thanks so much for having me. I'm going to do a little level setting. I have a feeling some of what I say, some of you know, but others may not. So I'll just try to give the lay of the land about how nuclear safety works in our country. And historically, there was something called the Atomic Energy Commission, or AEC, and that's who was originally charged, I guess, in the 1940s with overseeing civilian nuclear energy. And they were later split out into the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and the department, what became the Department of Energy, because there was an idea that we needed to split out the promotional aspects of nuclear energy from the regulatory aspects. So we now have a situation at the federal level where the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is responsible for the oversight of reactor safety and the whole fuel cycle that's involved in reactor safety, so fuel cycle facilities as well. There are some state role in nuclear materials, but not in nuclear reactor or its fuel cycle. That's a federal responsibility. So unlike some other areas of law that you might be more familiar with, for example, on materials that are used in nuclear materials in medical uses, where there's actually, you can be an agreement state, which Kentucky is, and you can do some regulation there. But for the reactor oversight and for the fuel cycle around the reactor, it's just a federal responsibility. So what happens at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is that they license the reactors. If you want to build a reactor, you have to go to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. You have to demonstrate to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission that what you're going to do is going to be safe. And then for the life of the plant, you're subject to their oversight, inspections. There's a whole regime that we have at the federal level around ensuring reactor and fuel cycle safety. So that's the basic structure. The Department of Energy has always had some ability to oversee reactors that had some type of energy or security benefit. And that authority to basically license, but they call it authorize, facilities is something that we have done historically. It's not a new authority. But what's new recently is that the current administration is using that authority more extensively to authorize test reactors. And those test reactors, if they are successful, can then go and try to get a commercial license from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. There had been some concern and some interest, I would say over a year ago when the administration first came in, that maybe you could go to DOE and get around NRC, but that seems to be well understood now that that's not going to work out for a variety of reasons, legal as well as in terms of ensuring that the public is confident in the outcome. So we now do have some reactors that are being authorized by the Department of Energy as test reactors, and they may wind up going through Nuclear Regulatory Commission review if they want to go get a commercial license. So there's some interesting things happening at the federal level. If you're interested in going in great depth, this is something I say a lot. We have a paper on that. We have a paper on the respective roles of the Department of Defense, the Department of Energy, and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and how they all play. States do have a role, though, in the overall ecosystem of reactors, mainly on the non-radiological side. States have a big role in siting. They have a big role in environmental permitting for pollutants and other issues outside of radiation. And they have a lot of role in where we're going to put nuclear plants. States can certainly ban the construction of nuclear plants, which a number of states did historically. And in fact, now states, more and more of them, are reversing those bans. We had, I think, 16 states or 14 states had put in bans in around the 1990s. It was over a long period of time. And almost, I think, 6 of them have now reversed those bans. So we now have a trend of allowing new nuclear construction to take place. And that's part of a larger trend of growing support for using nuclear energy. So states do have a role, and it's an important one. And states can do a lot of things to enable a successful nuclear energy development and to participate and make sure they understand what the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is doing. We'll get into this a little bit later when we talk about reform efforts, how states could play a role. But it is primarily a federal responsibility, and it's more the state's role to do the other pieces that are not the federal responsibility and to enable and ensure that there's successful implementation. Local level has a lot to say as well in terms of zoning and in terms of making sure that communities get something out of the development of a nuclear plant. I would say more and more we're moving towards a model where nuclear companies or nuclear developers want to put plants where they're wanted. And so I think that there's a really important and growing role for communities to signal that they want to have a nuclear plant or not. And that is something that actually nuclear developers care about. They don't really want to put themselves in communities that don't want them. And so I think that's the just general lay of the land, and we can get into more detail later.
Thank you so much. Betsy, would you introduce yourself and a little bit about the organization you're with and where you all are from?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Judy, for that introduction on the regulatory framework and kind of the layers. My name is Betsy Smith. I'm a senior policy specialist at NCSL, the National Conference of State Legislatures. NCSL is a legislator and legislative staff created organization. We were created in 1975, and every state legislator, whether they know it or not, they are a member of NCSL, and we provide a lot of services for free to legislators and staff. One of the biggest things we do in the policy side is policy research, especially if a legislator doesn't have a full-time policy staff or research staff. We kind of do that research for them, not just on kind of legislative language and helping kind of formulate how bills could be drafted, but also on technical aspects, especially as policy just becomes more complex in the world we live in. When legislators are faced with issues like nuclear or hydrogen, grid stability, right? These are really technical issues that more and more we're asking legislators to weigh in on technical energy policies that have serious impacts for constituents. And when you only have so much time, you only have so much bandwidth, right? How can you possibly understand all these incredibly technical things? So more and more, especially in the energy side of NCSL, we are trying to get better at not just lending policy advice and regulatory advice, but also the technical kind of advice and research that legislators need to make good policy decisions. I'll stop there because I think we'll get to more details as we go through the questions that we formulated for today, and I'll just pass it to Chris.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Chris Fletcher. I'm with the National Governors Association. I'm a program director in our energy and environmental practice, so get to do a lot of work across the grid, across the environmental world, but in particular, I get to lead our nuclear programs, which has been just a huge amount of energy and interest and momentum over the last couple of years, and including some great work that we got to do here in Kentucky last September. So I'm really excited to be back. I was telling Linda and Kenya that this is my third trip to Kentucky in 6 months, so it's starting to feel a little bit like home. So thank you very much for making me feel welcome, and really excited for this. So the National Governors Association, you might be familiar with us as we're named the 55 governors of states and territories. Those are our members. We work to support them. NGA doesn't really lobby or advocate, so it's not our role to tell states how to set up their grid, what energy sources to produce, whether or not nuclear energy is right for them. It's really our job, as Betsy said, to help support them with technical assistance, to help do programmatic evaluation, and really try to give them the best information that we can to help them make informed and solid decisions for their states. It's an evolving portfolio, as you saw with Kentucky's governor here this morning, a lot of governor's level interest in nuclear, tons of momentum, and we're really just trying to help provide states some great information. Really look forward to the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So why don't we jump into the conversation about sort of the NRC reforms that have happened in the last few years. You know, Judy, I know you guys have that paper there. Is it possible to just give us a brief overview of sort of what the structural reforms have looked like for the NRC? Just that I know that there's a lot to it, and feel free to expound as much as you need.
It's definitely possible. It's hard. There's a lot going on. I just realized I didn't say anything about NIA, so I should just tell a little bit about what the Nuclear Innovation Alliance is. So we're a little DC-based think and do tank, and our mission is to help create the conditions for success for new nuclear energy so it can become a major part of the energy security and climate solution. So we have a public interest in the success of new nuclear energy. We're primarily funded by philanthropy, and we don't have a commercial interest, although we work closely with industry and all stakeholders who want to have successful nuclear energy commercialization. So our role in the NRC reform debate is that we would like to see NRC be more efficient and effective at their job. And there's been historically, I would say, a bit of a tension between the sort of anti-nuclear folks wanting licensing to go more slowly and businesses wanting it to go more quickly. And there's some folks like us, Nuclear Innovation Alliance, there's also some others, pro-nuclear NGOs who are introducing kind of a third voice into this debate, which is that there is actually a public interest in efficient and effective licensing, because there's a public interest in getting clean and safe and reliable and affordable nuclear energy on the grid. So it's kind of another angle on why we actually want to do this more efficiently. And across the government, there's been a lot of interest, and I'd say in the public, in I guess getting better at permitting more broadly, including licensing of things like nuclear energy, because there had historically kind of been an implicit assumption that it was okay if it took years or even decades to build things. And I think we're more and more realizing that we actually have to build new things. We have to change out and modernize our infrastructure. We have to protect the environment. We have a lot of goals that we have to achieve. So that is the motivation for many of us in terms of having NRC be more efficient. And so what happened a couple of years ago now is that Congress enacted something called the ADVANCE Act, which required the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to take a number of steps to make its work more efficient and effective, and that actually built on earlier legislation. So there's been, I would say, for about at least 7 or 8 years, there's been a big push at NRC to be more efficient and effective at what they do. And then when the Trump administration came in and they put out some executive orders in May of 2025, they really went into a bit of hyperdrive on that and wanted to do a lot of what a lot of us had been advocating for, but quite a bit faster. And going even further than I think a lot of people thought was feasible. And so there is a lot of excitement around what they're trying to do, and we're in the middle now of kind of waves of new rules coming out, reforming NRC rules, and we're all kind of scrambling to keep up and comment on that. And so it's a big effort. The goal is to make the process work better. We and some others are making sure that, shall we say, they don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, to make sure that we keep our eye on the ball, which is safety, that we make sure that we're not cutting corners, just making things actually more efficient. And so we've been really going over these proposed rules with a fine-tooth comb. We've been making sure that the years of work that we've done on what would be appropriate for reform is getting part of the decision-making. We're also advocating for there to be adequate funding and staffing for the agency so that it can actually do its job effectively. NRC has been, just like a lot of the federal government, has lost a lot of employees, so making sure that they can retain the employees they have and attract new ones. And these are they have some new authorities under the ADVANCE Act to do that. So it's been a whole range of activity, generally, in our view, in the right direction, but we do have some concerns about the pace, and we are making sure that we advocate at every opportunity to make sure that they're adequately staffed, that they're transparent, and that they maintain public trust so that we don't make a bunch of changes and then they get undone.
No, and that's fascinating. So for Betsy and Chris, for given who your members are, and given just how fast, as Judy's explained, the regulatory landscape is shifting, how are you seeing your members engage with that? How are they interpreting those changes? And are there any particular areas that feel most impactful for your members? Whoever wants to be.
Sure, happy to lead off. I think Judy said it really well, not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, of keeping that focus on safety. The NRC has very deliberate processes that are designed by very smart people to make sure that we are being as safe as possible, really understanding risk, not just on things like reactors, but the personnel that operate those, the people that interact with the entire life cycle. And so the work they do is critical. That said, I don't think there's a governor in the country that would be against more efficient operations and going quickly. And so finding that balance between speeding up the work that NRC does, which is critical, but also making sure that it's moving quickly so that we can meet this moment. And part of the reason that nuclear energy is getting so much attention right now is we really are having a moment on the grid where we need to produce more electricity. We're having the real possibility of grid constraints and shortages, and for governors, that's kind of the nightmare scenario, right? Being a governor is a tough job, not one that I would personally want. You don't directly regulate the grid, you don't directly regulate nuclear reactors, you don't appoint the NRC commissioners, but when something goes wrong in your state, you're the first person that people call. And so if the power goes out, people usually aren't writing letters to FERC or to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Their first call is straight to their governor or to their representative or senator here in the state. And so this all kind of sounds theoretical about efficiency and safety, but really for governors, this is keeping the lights on for the people in their state. And it's a real critical moment to try to meet that challenge while not running so quickly that people become disenchanted, become worried about the pace of progress. So it's a real fine balance. But governors are well positioned to do that. They are directly elected by their constituents. They do talk to their communities more often than some of our friends at the federal level. They have a really great visibility into what's happening, and they have a really critical role in trying to translate some of that technical federal NRC reform conversation into the people that they meet on the street, into the meetings that they have around what that safety conversation looks like for their state. And it's a really interesting position for them to be in.
Yeah, adding to what Chris and Judy said, for years we've heard from the industry and from legislators both, who, especially in states that were early kind of in this, for lack of a better term, renaissance for nuclear, they really wanted some type of reform to speed things up. But now things are happening quickly, which is a little bit suspicious to, I think, many. And whether or not there is a trade-off between efficiency and equity, or efficiency and security, efficiency and safety, there's likely some type of trade-off if that trade-off doesn't exist, there's at least probably a perceived trade-off to constituents. And like Chris said, if a legislator is pushing and pushing for nuclear, it happens, and then the NRC announces, oh, we're going to cut all these, we're going to cut these rules, we're going to cut the time for public comment and all these things. You know, the public might not look at new projects and might not look at these efforts in the same way, especially if they have less trust in the federal government. And so to maintain that trust and maintain that we are not losing some other qualities for sake of efficiency is important. And it's important to keep the momentum that we have for nuclear now. Again, whether or not that's an actual trade-off or just perceived by the public, that's really important. And legislators are going to hear that from their constituents, and they need to be on board with what the federal government's doing and feel that they have a line of communication with the federal government and the NRC to effectively communicate what's happening and the intentions between what's happening to their constituents and to their state. The other thing to remember is that most of the policy and a lot of the policy that state legislators pass, they use language that directly takes what the NRC does, and it says, you know, if something's licensed by the NRC, that's what we're allowing in our state. So if the NRC is changing things, legislators have to go back and change that language. They have to, you know, look at that policy and consider, okay, do we still want to adhere to these standards? Do we need to change the language in our policies? Do we need to change what we're allowing in our state? Whether that's you know, use nuclear fuel, whether that's reactor designs or whatever part of you know, our processing facility should that become reality. So legislators have to be very tuned into what the NRC does because there is a huge domino effect back down to the state, even though, you know, day to day they're not directly working with the NRC and they don't have that influence over how things are licensed, like Judy explained.
So actually, like just following up on that piece where you're saying, well, okay, since everybody is working with what the NRC language is and they're plugging it into their state legislation, what kind of engagement then are you seeing sort of in the other direction, right, from states up to the federal government? Are you seeing those discussions happening? You know, what, between legislatures and governors, how are you seeing states respond to these changes to sort of keep up with that pace?
Yeah, I think states definitely want more engagement with the NRC, and likewise, last year I was talking with an NRC commissioner, and they said when they started their position, one thing they were the most shocked about was how little they actually get to work with states and directly with people in states. They would like there to be more. Legislators can pass, you know, certainly symbolic resolutions and things like that, urging the NRC or urging DOE or urging the federal government or certain legislative bodies to do things. Those are largely symbolic or kind of symbol where a state stands on something, but the interaction between the NRC and legislators is lacking. I think one reason why legislators would like more engagement is just to make sure that they're understanding rules, again, very clearly, so that when they're going back to their constituents, they understand why something is happening, they understand what the reasoning is behind something, and what actually is the output we want from that change. What is the output that we're looking to do if we're, you know, cutting back public comment or something like that. So more engagement is needed. In this time and in the last few years, we have certainly heard about more engagement between governors and legislators, which I think is incredibly valuable. There are some areas in energy where, you know, state energy offices, governors, legislators, they aren't talking to each other, and we need them to talk to each other, otherwise no changes are gonna get done. But in a time like this, someone said earlier, you know, we're in a time where history is changing. Energy policy is changing, and it's going to set up a new framework for how things are from now on. That is just the demand that's created by AI and data centers, and there is going to be certainly a lot of reform beyond just the NRC. And so now seeing legislators and governors talk is great for us because it means, you know, we have to do less work about getting people in the room together. But it's also really great just to hear legislators say, you know, last week I had a meeting with the governor and, you know, they're feeling really positive about this and they're going to put out a statement that's pro-nuclear because legislators have been wanting governors to be on their side with nuclear for a while, and now we're starting to see kind of those two bodies move together.
Yeah, don't want to belabor the point. I think that's perfectly said, Betsy. Other than just to flag the Kentucky example, I mean, this is not the first time that the Commonwealth of Kentucky has talked about nuclear. We heard the context earlier about when the moratorium was repealed, but there's been a steady iteration of legislation and state exploration over the last decade. And so the conversation we're having now isn't step one, it's the culmination of those previous steps, which puts you all in a very good position to keep driving forward. A lot of other states are really just starting to begin to explore this in the last year or so, and each state's in a different spot. You know, each governor has different concerns and priorities, but not all states are at the level that you are at. And those conversations are very, very initial in a lot of states, even some of your neighbors. So just kudos to you all for having that governors and legislative relationship, and the work that the PSC and the Energy Cabinet have done here is really commendable.
I'll just give a couple of examples of where I see states playing. One example is taking place here in Kentucky and a couple of other states where Kentucky is using public funds to help nuclear energy developers to pay the costs of getting an early site permit. So that's something where, you know, basically when you do licensing at the NRC, the applicant has to do a lot of work. The burden is on the applicant. And when we make recommendations for reform at NRC, we always make recommendations for both applicants and NRC because it's a two-way street. And so if an applicant has the resources to make a good application, they're more likely to be successful, and that's very helpful. And also if you do it in conjunction with a site permit that's in your state, it has some state benefits as well. The other example, or another example I saw is, you know, we're in the middle of these waves of proposed rules coming out, and the longest one so far just came out a couple of weeks ago. It's called Part 57. It's a new approach for what the NRC is calling low consequence and microreactors. It's 500 pages of proposed rule text and another 500 pages of proposed guidance. We have 45 days to comment, so we asked for an extension. And I just saw that the state of Connecticut echoed our ask for an extension. So there is some state engagement, and I'm seeing states provide substantive comments as well on the rulemakings.
Are there any other areas aside just from the comment period that you're noticing, sort of from your perspective as a policy person, where you think that process can be iterated on for applicants to have an opportunity to have a better application? You're talking about the early site permitting, or just sort of that beginning process. Are there other reforms that you all champion, or processes you think could be modified to help that along?
So some of this is not so much about states, but states could help enable it. We, for example, always recommend that applicants engage in something called pre-application with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, particularly with new designs. A big part of the process is you, as an applicant, need to educate the Nuclear Regulatory Commission about your design and your project. And so having that education up front, identifying issues, and making sure that there's a mutual understanding of how the technology works and what the safety case is. This is kind of the big terminology you'll hear at NRC, is what an applicant has to do is make its safety case, and they have to make it compelling so that NRC can say yes. So any assistance or enabling that a state can provide to help an applicant make their case could be helpful. And I do think that in the end, though, this has to be applicant-led, and they have to be the ones who, the burden is on them to make sure it's safe. And really the state, it's more about, I would say, things like you could help get an early site permit. Also your own processes, making them as efficient as possible. And I would also argue transparent. I think we've had some conversations about transparency today. I really do think it's possible, and in fact imperative, to be both efficient and transparent. I really think that if we're going to cut time by cutting people out, that's going to backfire, and maybe it's going to appear like it's faster, but it's actually going to slow things down later. And what you really want to do is you want to have an efficient process. You want it to be very clear how people engage. And you want this in both your state level, actually in all levels, the community level, the state level, and NRC. And it should be very clear what's happening. It should be very, very clear how you engage. And then there should be a decision. Because our view is that, these sort of endless processes where people are busy. It's not really fair in our view to have things keep getting reopened. You don't really know when to engage or how to engage, but you do have to have people have the opportunity, and then elected officials or designated regulators have to make decisions.
And so following up on your comment about being applicant-led, I mean, obviously there is still, as you recognize, that role for states to play. So, Betsy and Chris, I'll kick this off to you all first, but obviously all people can answer, like, what tools do you see your members having to influence nuclear activity in their state? And obviously, those tools will have evolved in the last few years. If you could just give us sort of an overview of how you see those tools maturing, what's being used more, what's being found successful. I'd love to just see what y'all think about that.
Sure. I'm trying to, there's been a lot of, I feel like, policy discussions as we keep coming back to this point that all the technology is there, policy is the problem, right? So I'm kind of trying to think of some examples that haven't been discussed today. There are a ton of different policy options. I think one big thing, and one of the questions we have on the panel today is kind of cases of states that have been successful, but it's really hard to measure states against each other because everyone's at a different phase and everyone's starting from a different point, and not everybody wants to play the same role in the nuclear life cycle, and not everybody can play the same role because they already have infrastructure. Maybe they have a national lab and federal facilities, and they can have those demonstration projects, and permitting might be easier, and so it's difficult to, kind of measure states against each other. But, we are seeing some creative approaches to policy that we haven't seen in, years before the last couple of years. We had the first state ever to have a tax credit for reactor manufacturing, for example. So that was an approach that another state hadn't taken yet, and that was Indiana. You have states allowing utilities to do different cost recovery mechanisms. You have states kind of slashing taxes and fees and taxes on materials for bringing in buildings. So there are kind of endless opportunities. We definitely see a lot of policy diffusion of states taking what one state does and kind of copying if that model works, but we're also seeing kind of diffusion from neighboring states, and we're also seeing diffusion of policies that, even if states don't have a direct role with the NRC and they can't make those decisions on what can be licensed or not. States certainly have the power, as someone said earlier, to block things, right? So that's another area where we see policy growth and changes in language that used to block things. So with moratoriums and adding stipulations like we need a permanent solution for used nuclear fuel. Maybe states are taking that language out to kind of allow a little bit more flexibility in construction in their state. Or maybe states are adding things like if your state is concerned about drought, maybe you're adding something about a water stipulation or the type of reactor that can come in your state if you don't want water usage to be a factor. So we're seeing states kind of learn from each other and then taking that and kind of adapting it to what could work in their own state and what, constituents would be receptive of. So, again, I live in Colorado in the West. Drought is a huge thing. When Colorado's been working on nuclear bills and has been very successful in the last few years, we get a lot of questions from Colorado legislators on tackling water, on tackling waste. What kind of language can they use? How can they kind of get around things so they're not blocking things like research or innovation or new development, but they're also being, they're having a really smart approach to the types of large projects they want in the state. So we are really in a phase where we're kind of challenging legislators to be really creative, again, about problem solving and bringing in the types of development they want, because a lot of this hasn't been done before. And as the NRC makes changes, as we have changes with data centers and AI, and there's kind of that intersection of demand and grid instability, legislators are having to address all of these at once in policies. And these are policies, again, that have not been done before. So I can't advocate for specific policies, but I can advocate for getting creative with the way legislators are thinking about policies.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. I love this question. This is one of my favorite things to talk about because at first blush, governors don't seem to have much of a role on nuclear development, even on the grid in general, right? But when you dig down a little bit deeper, there's a ton of things that governors can do and are doing around the country. And as Betsy said before, I kind of dive into it, I think it's really important just to note states are at different places. They have different climates, different backgrounds, different industries. And so governors can really articulate what nuclear looks like in Alabama versus what nuclear looks like in Oregon, right? Very different circumstances. Governors might both be interested in those, but for different reasons. But governors can do a ton of things that can be really influential in the nuclear development kind of pipeline or pathway. First and foremost, economic development. That's a bread and butter policy that governors everywhere, all over the country, love to do, are very, very engaged with their cabinet staff, with the folks. I know Secretary Noel was here earlier. I don't know if he's still around, but deeply engaged in this process. Governors can work through their existing economic development projects to really court parts of the nuclear supply chain. We've talked a lot about commercial nuclear reactors. That's a big part of it today, but there are huge opportunities within the fuel sector that we had panels on earlier, but within waste disposition, within manufacturing, things, and that leads to another thing that governors like to talk about, workforce development. States have long-standing, well-practiced workforce development pipelines and reskilling things, and so we talk a lot about the worker shortage in general, but particularly in the nuclear world, that is a great problem for governors and their staff to think about, as they are great at taking people who are on the sidelines of the economy and finding them good, meaningful jobs. And again, we're talking about this within the context of building things that could last for decades to come, which is really meaningful. They can also do a lot of things that are a little bit more indirect, but are deeply impactful as well. Things like making sure that the PUC, PSC, the energy offices have the amount of staff that they need, sufficient funding, the ability to really take the time and think through what nuclear in their state might look like. That I know it's always a constant competition for the right resources at the state level. We're all wanting to be good stewards of taxpayer funds, but just making sure if a governor is asking their staff to really explore nuclear, to really think through this complicated and technical area, just providing the resources, working with their legislative partners to make sure that when they think about appropriations, what we're asking the state to do, that we have the resource to do. And that helps also do things like comment on NRC changes. That takes a lot of time and a lot of focus to really think through those 1,000 pages that Judy mentioned and make a substantive comment that reflects the kind of will of the state and the people, right? So there's tons of ways that governors can get involved. The siting and permitting that we've talked about, that's a kind of a low-hanging fruit opportunity where states can really do a lot on their state level siting and permitting. There are lots of sites that have either hosted energy infrastructure or adjacent to heavy industry where you might be able to piggyback on some of the existing infrastructure. Governors can kind of help work within the existing industrial relationships that they have to cultivate those relationships that would help speed up and deploy a reactor or parts of the supply chain with less impact, less environmental impacts, and hopefully more community support. So there's tons of ways that governors can kind of put a shoulder in, but really at its most basic level, just talking about nuclear energy, governors have a unique bully pulpit where when they speak, people tend to listen, and how they're talking about nuclear really sets the tone for how we will talk about it, for how their constituents understand it. And not that governors say jump and the constituents jump, right? It's not that. It is a negotiation between the electorate and the governor and really working through those challenges. And again, it looks different here than it looks across the border in Indiana, but both governors have really leaned in on nuclear and want to think seriously about what it might look like in their states.
I should just mention, so that we're all just struggling because there's so many. I think there were like 200 bills introduced last year in various state legislatures on nuclear. I mean, it's just like a lot going on, and it's a bit like popcorn. One state will see what another state's doing, and then they pick up something similar. I would say a couple of examples, and Kentucky is one of the leaders in this, is actually having some type of Nuclear Economic Development Authority, which is sort of a central place where people can talk about what it is that you want to do as a state, what's needed, sort of an entry point for anybody who wants to do some type of work on nuclear energy in the state and its businesses as well as stakeholders. And then I think a number of states are doing various types of pots of money. Your example, you have a pot of money and there's various uses. I mentioned the early site permitting. There are other things that you can use it for. Focusing on community engagement, effective community engagement processes, A number of states have roadmaps, sort of what's their plan over the next decade or more, sometimes several decades out. How do they see nuclear energy evolving in their state over time? Some states are setting goals about how much capacity they want. A number of states are doing some version of asking communities to raise their hand if they want nuclear. So that, again, getting back to this point about we don't want to put it where people don't want it, then that's something. So for example, the TerraPower project in Wyoming, they wound up in Kemmerer County after a process where the company worked with the governor to figure out which communities wanted it, and then one of the communities that wanted it was selected as a site. And New York is doing something somewhat similar with the New York Power Authority, how they're selecting sites. They're asking people to express interest. And the administration is actually doing something with these nuclear fuel cycle campuses, innovation campuses. We're asking states to come and say whether they're interested. So having that kind of process at the state level can be very helpful.
And are you seeing, I know you watch this probably more closely than most people in this room, are you seeing states really come forward to raise their hand, sort of as you're looking at the policy work and as you're advising all the different groups, are you seeing people raise their hand and say, yes, we want to do this? Are you seeing that process so far be successful?
The fuel cycle camp?
Well, the fuel cycle camps, the communities for, for Kemmerer, who raised his hand and said, we have this coming here. Are you seeing a lot of those sort of sites pop up?
Yeah, so I would say both the New York Power Authority process and the Wyoming process, there were a number of communities who said that we want it. These innovation campuses, it's a little more complicated. It was written as a request for information, but it's actually more like a request for proposal. So there's some issues with how that was actually issued. But the basic idea of asking states to demonstrate interest, and not just in the back end of the fuel cycle, but in the whole fuel cycle is a good idea in our view, but it has to be implemented effectively, and it has to be clear, and states need to have a voice and an understanding of what is needed there. I should mention one other really important policy that we're seeing is a number of states defining nuclear energy as clean energy, because a number of states have clean energy policies, clean energy portfolio standards, and if nuclear counts, that comes with a bunch of incentives and helps nuclear to succeed. And so there's a number of states that are in various processes of doing that, including Colorado, I believe. They've recently defined nuclear energy as clean energy.
So with the uptick in that, obviously we've heard a lot about financial investment, significant investment that's coming along from developers and manufacturers, obviously the data center push, right? So many different stakeholders seem to be interested in nuclear energy. From Chris, for you and Betsy and Judy, for all of you, but what are the policy changes you've seen that seem to attract the type of large investments that can actually move nuclear forward? Chris, we start with you, and then Judy.
Yeah, we're seeing a ton of experimentation right now. I don't think that, and would love if one of my fellow policy or panel folks disagree with me, I don't think anyone's cracked the code yet. These are very capitally intensive projects. It is a lot of money, and so when you're talking about raising the capital necessary for reactors, that's just a ton of money. The great thing about the federalist system that we have, you have 50 states that can operate a little bit differently, that can try different things, and as we've touched on before, states regulate their utilities differently. If your utility can own generation assets, that's one model. If they can't own those generation assets, that's a totally different model, and it really changes the economics of how you might try to fundraise, how you might try to stack the capital necessary to make a nuclear project a reality. There's a ton of different tools. I don't have to tell you, Jurgen's in the PSC. There's a lot of tools. Some of those are more complicated and more controversial than others. Some states are doing construction work in progress, allowing nuclear reactors to be eligible for that, where ratepayers would pay an amount of money as the construction process is ongoing. That can be controversial, but it can be appropriate in certain times, depending on the specifics. There's also a lot of capital that's interested outside of the traditional energy funding. We've mentioned the data center folks and the amount of money that they could potentially bring to bear. But the really interesting thing from kind of energy economic standpoint is each state has such a different background that something that works in one market might not be transferable to another market. So there is a real incentive and interest for each state or regional groups of states to really think through the economics and make sure that it makes sense for them and balance protecting their ratepayers with bringing on new large-scale energy. And so tons of interesting models are emerging, but really it's up to the states, the PSCs, the governor's offices to really evaluate how that might look together. And if you have a model in mind on how to fund and finance nuclear reactors, let me know. I would love to talk about it.
Yeah, I think we touched on the Nuclear Life Cycle Innovation Campus, RFI, for a second, but I think it's proving to be a really excellent example on how competition for dollars, especially dollars from the federal government, even though there's not a specific promise with the RFI, that spurs policy change. You know, for years when we were going through the CBS process for used nuclear fuel specifically, right, no one altruistically raised their hand and said, you know, we'll do it, we'll take all the used nuclear fuel for the United States. Suddenly, when there's an RFI and there's competition between states and, you know, there's something on paper, countless states are interested. So the economic competition drives innovation and certainly drives policy diffusion. But right now, there's also the intersection of private dollars that are kind of coming in and helping states a little bit. So it's kind of putting some of this risk on private companies who are willing to invest and partner with SMR manufacturers to take on some of that risk for the states. And, you know, of course, there is also kind of this the sentiment that if one of these private companies fails or does something to harm the image of nuclear, all the rest of the companies will fall a little bit too, right? You can't have one company make a mistake. Otherwise, you're kind of throwing the whole development of SMRs under the bus. So there's also this kind of collective movement between all the companies and states where they're all kind of waiting and saying, okay, we're just waiting for this one project to be a success. And then, you know, we can move forward with our project, or we can pour a little bit more investment and a little bit more promotion into this, you know, next site. And companies that have sites that are in very beginning phases in different states across the country, all those states look really different. We see a lot of movement in Texas, for example. Texas doesn't look like any other state when it comes to energy. So it's really difficult to compare some type of policy in Texas with a policy in Washington State, for example, but you might have the same nuclear developer betting on both Texas and Washington. And one of those projects needs to be a success to continue to spur change and innovation in another state. So we have this really unique opportunity where the success of one company is going to prop up all the rest of the companies. And I think the companies know that, and they say that. You know, if we mess up for everybody, we mess up for nuclear. So this economic innovation and the RFI, which I think, you know, we should be hearing about more news in the next couple months, hopefully, is really going to kind of kick off this process and show that this, putting states against each other, frankly, for competition, spurs change and spurs policy.
I'll just say a couple of things about how we do energy innovation and commercialization in this country and how new nuclear is really just an example of that now. I mean, if you look back at how renewables evolved over time, it was this, it's private sector led, but it's government enabled. And it's usually not one policy, it's usually a whole portfolio of policies. So if you think about what happened with renewables, there were renewable portfolio standards at the state level, there were federal tax credits, there were all kinds of supportive policies, public-private partnerships, demo programs. We're having sort of a similar thing happening now on new nuclear. We have this blossoming of federal policy and also complementary state policies. And I think the state has the best shot when they try to leverage what the feds are doing as well as what private sector is trying to do. And the private sector likes to have, particularly if it's an early mover project and there's a lot of financial risk, they like to have their private sector dollars sort of being mutually leveraged with federal dollars or state dollars. So if you can come up with these packages where the feds, the states, the private industry all sort of contribute and share some of their risk, that makes it most likely that we'll have a successful early mover projects, and then we get over that hump, and then we can imagine that it'll get more and more private sector led, and you'll need less and less of the policy support as the industry can more and more stand on its own. But we're kind of all in the middle of that. One sort of interesting thing that makes it a little more complicated but is exciting to me are these restarts. There's not a lot of places where you can restart. That we haven't decommissioned that many reactors, and the ones that we have the decommissioned reactors that can be restarted is a very small universe. But those few projects really jumpstart a whole bunch of things. The industry, the supply chain, sort of re-exercising our ability to build new things and license them, and for states to get more comfortable. And there's been a lot of projects, and those are less risky financially. So having those projects get started is a very exciting area. Even though these are restarts, they're not new plants, but they're very important to the industry, and they're near-term successes that we can build on as we get into the next generation with new nuclear.
Thank you. And so I know I had originally envisioned, ending our discussion about highlighting some of the success stories we've seen around the country, but you all have done such an amazing job of showing just how much innovation there has been from state to state and at the federal level. Rather, if I could just throw a little bit of a wrench and just ask, if there are any closing comments that you all might want to leave folks with today about this topic, something you think that is particularly important, just have an opportunity, to do that now, and then we'll open it up. We might just have 4 or 5 minutes for questions for any folks, if that's okay with you all. Judy, we could start with you if you have any closing thoughts or important things.
Sure, it's a little bit because of some of the other panelists that I've heard throughout the day. We at NIA like new nuclear energy, not because it's perfect, but we always ask the question, compared to what? And I think it's really important when we think about our energy future, what we need to do what we need to do to have an economy, to have a society. And we really need materials and energy to be able to have a good society. And nuclear is, if not the most, it sort of depends on whose analysis you look at. It's certainly one of the most materials efficient, land efficient, waste efficient, despite, I know there's so much focus on the problem of waste, which I think we do have to deal with and find solutions. But in terms of how it compares to other technologies, it's a really good bet. And it's not the whole answer. It's part of a portfolio, though, of a successful answer to our energy needs.
Well, since I represent the National Conference of State Legislatures, I will plug that we have a nuclear legislative working group, and Kentucky has 3 members, and all 3 of them are in this room today. So I would like to just have everyone give a round of applause to your Kentucky legislators, who are incredibly devoted to taking care of the state and ensuring that the energy policy in the state looks great, and that you're a leader, and that they're doing everything that they can for their constituents and for the workforce and for emissions and everything that comes with energy today. Kentucky is probably our most active state, and I think all 3 of them being here is just a representation of how active they are and how dedicated they are.
Hard to follow up. Applause for the local legislators. Maybe a corollary to the point that Judy made is, not just what are we building instead of nuclear if we don't build nuclear. I think for me, it's also a time factor. Yes, it will take a while to get over the hump of the first deployment, and that could take a decade or longer, but that time is going to pass anyway, and we are going to have to build something. And so as we're thinking about that decade plus ramp, we are building resources that could potentially last for decades further on. And so that investment kind of transcends a governor's 4 or 8 year term. So it's difficult to think through from a political figure, but the things that we're doing now can help build that momentum to deploy those things that will serve future generations for decades potentially.
All right, thank you all so much. I think we have time for 1, maybe 2 questions if there are any out in the audience. And I know it's the end of the day, so folks may be a statement against interest here. But seeing none, everyone please join me in thanking our panelists for this wonderful session.
A couple of points of order before we wrap up. The discussion is going to continue at Cypress and Oak at the Delegate. The address there is 106 East Broadway, but this is not sponsored. It's obviously on your own. Also, there'll be a recording of this event posted on the Public Service Commission's site, so you should be able to see the video if you'd like to see that. And we will see you all tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I hope you enjoy your evening. Thank you.